Sync with the fast track. All eyes are searching to the black. Come back and get back a little more.
Today's matchup. MVP. ESC Ever. SKTelecom T1. Samsung. 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Round 1.
Hey guys, welcome to LCK Summer. I'm Doa, that is Papa Smithy, and guess what? It's the last day of the week for LCK Summer, but we've got some really interesting matches today. One really good one in SKT versus Samsung in our second best of three of the day, but our first best of three ever versus MVP should still be pretty fun. I mean, these guys are not the greatest teams in the league right now, but they've got some interesting stylistic things to them, and you know, they're much better than Kungnu and Spenu were last summer, so it's kind of, or last season rather, so it's kind of interesting to see how these guys are developing, isn't it?
Yeah, the 6-day working week we have now, though, only 1 day off of Champions a week, or the LCK off a week, gives us a bit of a polarizing set of matches, because MVP and ESC Ever came up from the challenger scene. Of course, they had a best of 5 that went the full 5 matches in that promotion match that Ever just came out ahead of 3-2. And they've been struggling a bit recently. ESC had that win in the first series of this season, and we thought, okay, maybe this team could be right up the top. They've struggled recently. MVP have had close games, but not necessarily won those games. So our first best of 3 will be an interesting one to track, and then we get the main event of both the week. The last match of the week is definitely the biggest one, and it's really, is Samsung the top team that we kind of hope they are, that they've shown they are? They're undefeated so far in 4 series. But does that mean anything when you come up against SKTelecom T1?
Well, it's tough to say so. I mean, in the past, it really hasn't.
No.
You know, we've seen other teams be very good, and then as soon as they hit SKT, they just get stomped. But these two matches couldn't really be more different. You know, in our first best of 3, we have a combined total of 1 game win out of these teams' last 10 games. And, of course, on the other side, SKT and Samsung, they've won their last 10 games combined. So it really doesn't get any more night and day here. Here are our rankings so far. Of course, SKTelecom and Samsung on top with no losses on the season yet. They'll be playing in our second best of 3. And Ever at rank 7, they were able to win 1 match, but MVP so far, nothing.
Nothing at all for MVP, but they've looked good in some of their losses, which again, some teams have done that. Specifically, Kongdo even had some good games last season. Ever will come in favorites, but MVP on the day, especially after Longzhu basically took Ever to the cleaners 2 days ago, 1-2-0, very cleanly, showed some really aggressive drafting tendencies, blind picking Twisted Fate. Ever didn't have an answer to that, so maybe MVP will take inspiration and be able to pick up their first series win.
It could be. I mean, MVP's been a weird team because, like we talked about, you know, they haven't won any matches yet, but we have seen some pretty competitive games. We've seen them do well against teams like KT Rolls.
Sure.
So you got to expect these guys to win something sometime. It's a good opportunity. There they are, Team MVP. Of course, the organization that years ago brought in MVP White and Blue into the league way back at the end of 2012, early 2013. That ended up becoming the Samsung teams that dominated, that we know and love. And now MVP, the organization, back into league again.
They had that 2-year holiday after selling to Samsung just around Season 3 Worlds. 2 years later, brought back a challenger team. That team was top of the regular season over ESC Ever. Of course, a much more unfancied lineup. People saw Ever over at IEM, and they thought this team is going to cakewalk through Challenger, but they struggled. And MVP over the regular season were 3-1 against Ever, and then the final were just pipped in a best-of-5, 3-2. So very even. There's some interesting stylistic differences between the team, but we're just waiting for MVP to show us if they can take that next step, because there's honorable losses and there's picking up clean victories, and that's just where MVP so far have struggled.
Very true, and I mean, you're right that these teams have a pretty big rivalry against each other from the Challenger Series. Now they both make it into LCK in the same season, and now the rivalry continues. I love it. And it's cool for me too, because I've watched the MVP organization for a long time, because they originally got their start in StarCraft 2. They had some very good players in that game back in the day.
It just feels right for this multi-esport organization in Korea to be back in Champions. It's nice to see them there. And we have ESC Ever. I guess we call them ESC now. Notable lineup change. They are going to stick with Totoro. Key started their last series against Longzhu. Totoro played Game 2, and we see the return of Totoro. It's with this lineup that ESC Ever suffered their 2-0 loss to MVP in the regular season of the Challenge League last season. Then they went to IEM and, of course, had their struggles there as well. And that kind of kick-started Ever's decline, at least in the Challenger scene. So let's see how they stack up, because they're going to want to pick up a victory against one of their close rivals.
At least at IEM, they did win one of the funniest games of League of Legends I have ever
you casted
seen.
it, of course.
It was great, man. That was a pleasure for sure.
So Key has had one too many explorations into the enemy jungle without flash and died, so they're going to go for the laning support. They're going to go for Totoro. He doesn't make the crazy plays. He isn't a master of the Bard, but he is a bit more of a reliable choice. Expect this guy to look mostly towards the Braum. He does like to go for, again, more laning focus rather than the playmaking of Key.
Yeah. And just looking at some of the picks from these two teams over the matches they've played so far this season, it's been interesting from time to time. MVP, of course, taking that game over KT with the Amumu in the jungle, and Ever trying out things to lesser success, like the Swain in the mid lane, the Renekton in the top lane. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see some surprising stuff out of one of these teams today.
I mean, Beyond's Amumu was just glorious. Beyond was the most impressive jungler in Challenger. Bless came onto the scene much later and also was impressive in his own right, but Beyond has that pocket Amumu, and if they put together an Amumu draft, at least we'll have a fun game to cast in this first set.
Yeah, and that one Amumu game is their only game win on the season 100%
so far. 100% victory.
That's true. Amumu's 100% in LCK right now. It's pretty impressive. And of course, Ever starting out hot with a win over CJ. We later found out CJ not the strongest team in the league. They did take a game off of Jin Air too, which is actually pretty impressive. But these guys can get crazy when they want to.
Yeah, but it was Longzhu that got crazy. We already mentioned it, the blind pick Twisted Fate. Ever have a very weak early game. In fact, these two teams are number 9 and number 10 for early game. Yeah. One of them has to win the series, so let's see who can step up. Has Ever realized those weaknesses? As we look at the mid lane for our featured matchup, it was when Tempt was presented with the blind pick TF. You're like, okay, which assassin will it be? It was the Fizz, and it was not an impressive performance from Tempt when he had to be the one to really control a lane and get on top of that Twisted Fate.
Yeah, very true. So both these teams really with a lot to work on, but like we said, one of them needs to win. MVP's best chance to take a series yet in LCK Summer, and Ever, looking to get maybe their second win of the season. That would propel them up to 2-3. Which isn't so bad, that would bring them close to like Africa and, weirdly enough, arguably Tigers and KT.
See what sort of jungle picks that ESC can get a hold of. When Bless has been playing the Nidalee and Kindred, that very much fits his wheelhouse. Just like Blank when he came into the SKT organization, he wants to pick up the carry junglers where he can. So if he's forced onto one of these more controlled junglers, I feel like that will really hold back the ESC Ever early game. And if Bless doesn't get his chance to really set the tempo, I worry about ESC once again having a very passive early game, which might play into MVP.
Could be. Well, here we go. Picks and bans for game number 1 between MVP and ESC Ever here on LCK Summer. Your home for abbreviations.
It's true.
Of course. Elise, the first ban.
Interesting to see an Elise first ban against Bless. If he plays control jungles, he does prefer the Elise, so hard to say whether we'll see 3 jungle bans or not. It feels like Nidalee and Kindred, again, need to be accounted for, but of course Beyond could always try to pick one at first pick.
Sure. All right, and the Ash ban. Okay, well, Loken has been actually Loken has been probably one of the bright spots on the ESC lineup right now, and his Ash has been very good. Their pick comps have been pretty decent so far.
Yeah, traditionally, it's been a strong pick for Ever. Loken really struggled against Longzhu. He played a lot of Caitlyn. He played the range champions, but was zerged down by champions like Expression Swain. He had problems positioning-wise, and okay, his team wasn't really setting up for him. But ESC look best when Loken is hard carrying, and he didn't really get a chance to do that against Longzhu.
Yeah, wow, the Swain ban. Okay. Huh. I mean, Swain can be strong in this meta right now, and we've seen ESC play it in the past, but you really think it's ban-worthy?
I think it can be. With Vlad off the wall, they want to take the other big sustained damage mage in Swain off as well. It's a flex pick, which also Ever has always been famous as an organization for really engineering smart double TP flex picks. They've actually been mostly sticking the Swain in the mid lane. The win rate for Swain in top lane is much higher than mid lane in Champions so far, and we see the Varus ban last. Tempt is a well-known Varus player, but they don't want to give it over to MVP, and the jungle pool is going to be full power this game.
Yeah, neither Kindred or Nidalee are banned, so MVP is going to grab that Nidalee for Beyond right away. ESC can grab Kindred or something else a little bit later on. But another thing we haven't mentioned yet is that Azir is actually available too. A lot of powerful picks. Azir, Maokai, a lot of good stuff out there.
A lot of edge meta picks were banned away in this series, so we may actually see the best of the standard meta become available. Standard meta will change. We expect to jump to 6-11 next week, so Trinity Force top laners and a whole lot of other hijinks will be available. It's going to be a fun week of Champions.
I can't wait, man. That's going to be awesome. I want to see more aggro in the top lane.
Well,
yeah.
Trinity Force is around just for you. No more Maokai versus Echo Wars, Doa.
That'll be great. I'll be looking forward to it. So, you know, the Aurelia isn't terrible right now, but yeah, again, we're not going to really see it till 6-11. They're going to go for Trundle Braum, so that is a tanky duo to start things off with. Maybe kind of anticipating the Maokai pick. No mystery about where those picks are going, though, I suppose.
And that duo also deals very well with the poke. You know, it's the sort of duo you want to draft if you're going to take a poke comp. But in this case, you see Nidalee, you want to be able to answer a poke comp. So makes a lot of sense to take that in the first round. As you mentioned, the flex pick Trundle, usually one of the reasons it has so much power, but very clearly going to be top lane Trundle. So what can MVP put together to take that on the top lane? Will it just be something standard? Like, I guess the mages, I mean, that's the one point, is that when you see mages banned away, mages are one of the strongest picks into Trundle, because stealing away the stats when you're building AP, it doesn't happen. If you're just going to have mostly health stacking, you're very happy to opt into that Trundle matchup, just because you get much less value with the Trundle ultimate.
That's true. Azir and Lucian picked up for MVP, so another couple powerful picks, but you know, like we mentioned with the Braum Trundle, ESC already giving themselves answers to kind of deal with this, but I don't know, it kind of feels like you're sort of just putting up the shield and hoping your opponent can't get through it. You know, how do you win games with this now?
Well, that's where you have to see the draft that comes with it. I really want to see Sivir from ESC Ever. Now, Sivir Braum doesn't lane that well into Lucian, especially if we see an aggressive AD carry choice like the Bard, but it was the Sivir that really propelled Ever to Champions. That was the big story with Loken hard carrying in the promotion series. The Caitlyn was caught out consistently in the series against Longzhu, so they do have a much stronger front line. They can set up around it better, but I feel like this team really profits from having the Sivir because it's their late game decision making that really makes them strong. But for now, they really seem to be settling on AD carry. Maybe they'll actually last pick AD carry. They're just going to take the Kindred in this rotation.
Well, I mean, it looks like they're kind of going with some wave clear on Victor. They've got a little bit of power on the Kindred, and so it kind of seems like, yeah, they're just trying to hard counter this poke comp more than anything, kind of.
And then one of the reasons why you don't take the AD carry here is if you want to play a champion like Sivir, if you pick it now, then the enemy team's like, okay, we have to go all in on dominating the lane, get the Karma, get the Bard, whichever one you want to choose, and try to really harass down the Sivir. So if you can hide information, you can flash the Caitlyn, change the jungler, there's a greater chance that maybe they'll take a less laning-focused support, and you can get away with the Sivir pick. Now, they could still go for Caitlyn. We'll see what MVP want to do. There's been a lot of Karma, both mid and support, in Champions this week, so it wouldn't be a big surprise.
Yep. And they might just go with the Maokai, and not the Draven, but yes, the Maokai.
This would very much be committing to wanting to make proactive 5v5 TP plays, because very famous is the Trundle versus Maokai matchup. We know how that will go. The Trundle will outsplit push, be able to ult and steal away stats. So MVP are committing to being proactive, because if you play reactive against what is going to be a massively strong 1-4, irrespective of which AD carry comes out, you will eventually lose the game to ESC.
Yeah, I mean, MVP's played this kind of comp well before, so I don't really have any complaints about it.
It's one of those things where the one criticism you can have about MVP with comps like this is that they'll get their advantages, they'll snowball them well, but closing out a game is not something they're great at. We saw them play super safe against KT Rolster and then lose in the most dramatic of fashion, even though they had 3 inhibitors down and
that was
53
crazy.
hit points on the Nexus. So as with most young teams, they can play too safe, and if you play too safe, if you let Crazy get ahead, you can really suffer for it.
And they're going to go with Ezreal. Okay, so a bit of poke of their own and just a safe, high damage, late game 80 carry pick.
It's also the standard pick into the Lucian. This is very much the safest 80 carry choice with Lucian at full power. Again, one of the last series we'll see before Lucian sees his nerfs as well. In so many different ways, items are changing, champions are being nerfed and buffed respectively. This is the last day of the old meta. Bring in the new one next week.
Yeah, should be fun. Should be cool. So, we will see. Ah, it's a chicken advertisement. Here we go. Oh, yeah. Chicken.
That guy really likes the chicken.
Yeah, it's like drawn over the He-Man thing, you know?
Yeah, I see it now.
You see it? Yeah.
We got the dank memes going on with chicken.
He-Man chicken in Korea. That's the kind of sponsor I want for my esports broadcast.
Funnily enough, the challenger scene in spring was Nene Chicken Challenger.
That's true. That's a popular chicken place here in Korea. Chicken and beer. People like it.
Always together, never apart. In Korea,
Pretty much, it's true. Well, ever an MVP, the challenger rivalry comes to LCK Summer.
The two teams, remember in the intro we have all 10 teams, the MVP and Ever alone, and the other 8 teams are ganging up on them. Well, we're going to see those two teams play off against each other. I like what MVP have, a proactive job. They're going to look to take the win early, get a lot of advantages, stack those Drakes. Ever, crazy 1-4 split push, very good team fight comp in the late game. This is going to be a good one to watch.
I think so. Should be fun as we move into game number 1 between MVP and ESC Ever. Let's see who takes it, jumps out ahead in this best of 3. It's game time. All right, welcome to Summoner's Rift. Oh man, it's Cloud Drake again. Lame. MVP versus ESC Ever here in our first game of the day. Why is it always a Cloud Drake, man? I swear, like 95% of the time, it's a Cloud Drake.
So a week ago, KT versus SKT, Achilles and I were casting like, this is a hyped matchup, Telecom Wars. The first 3 Drakes, Infernal, Mountain. I'm like, okay, the Drake understands. It's a hyped game. We're going to have the hyped Drakes as well. This is
maximum hype.
So let's hope for SKT Samsung, all red Drakes wherever possible. That's what we want. Mountains and Infernals.
That's a good plan. Whoa, Azir.
Calm down.
You okay, man? I don't know.
Did you know that today is officially my 1-year anniversary from the first day I casted for OGN?
Oh, really? It is?
Yeah.
Wow, congratulations.
It's been a good year.
Yeah.
Here's to another one, though.
We're glad to have you, man. I didn't know that. I'm not a very good co-caster, I guess. Congratulations.
You also missed my birthday. You didn't actually.
I know. I don't.
You were there for bowling. It was a
That's
good
right.
time.
Didn't I get you a sick birthday present?
You did, actually.
Yeah.
While we have the jungle going on, you got me Nintendo Power Issue 1.
I did.
That was a good deep cut. I liked it.
Well, we appreciate the vintage gaming lifestyle.
It's true, which is actually, there's plenty of options to enjoy that in Korea.
That's right. A fan of Chun Young-jun. Korean hype man. There he is.
There he is.
That's right. The best. Whoa, Tordero flashes in there. There's the exhaust onto ADD. Going to try to take out this Maokai early. Flashes down. They might get it. Loken, one more auto, and that is it. First blood goes over to Loken right off the bat. Man, props to Totoro for being the bloodthirsty support and flashing in to get that passive stacking going.
So what happened there was that ESC camped the most aggressive brush. We saw Maokai enter lane. The lane swap hadn't been confirmed at that point, and he certainly didn't expect the duo lane to be. They expected them to be at Krugs if there was to be a lane swap. They show up super, super aggressive. The Flash Braum, it worked for Hachani when he was stealing red buff, then he died. But in lane, much more effective. And wow, big advantage early for ESC.
Yeah, that was crazy, man. That is a huge difference. And, you know, on top of that, putting that Maokai down early is going to make it, you know, even easier to shut it down when you think about the stat stealing that Crazy's going to be doing on this Trundle. So, dangerous times already for MVP.
And Maokai will just go and enter lane and bot lane, but he's going to have less experience than Crazy. Of course, not going to be a massive amount. Crazy, you can see on your screen, is still level 1, but ESC with that little lane swap adaptation. KT tried that, and of course, failed miserably with the turret dive they tried a few days ago, but this was much cleaner from ESC, and they profit with the first blood.
Yep.
Also worth noting that the kill credit went on to Ezreal, which is super ideal. Tier will come earlier. Laning phase will be smoother, and we'll see a 2-item Ezreal even faster for ESC Ever.
Yeah, I think so. Beyond just farming in the enemy jungle, going for the Gromp. He'll get it. The Gromp is his.
Mid lane is about as standard can be on patch 610. Again, this is another lane that most likely will not see the light of day too often on 611, with specifically the big targeted nerfs towards Azir.
Oh yeah, Azir's getting plucked,
Gutted.
man.
That's fair.
Yeah. His chicken is plucked.
You know that in 2-3 months' time, Riot will subtly buff him, and we'll see him again.
Probably. Probably. Well, as it is. More kind of slow going with the lane swap. Max helping out in the mid lane just a little bit on that Karma.
So the first time we saw SKT on the Rift this season, as Toto is coming for a visit.
Yeah, lands the Q onto Ian, just delays that recall a little bit.
When we saw that first SKT series, I believe it was against CJ, it was the same situation. They picked Duke into the Trundle versus Maokai matchup. They gave up an early Drake, all to set the Trundle ahead. And with that early kill, the CS advantage is already there for the Trundle. Expect to see ESC really prioritize their early game pathing and warding, about giving Trundle as many advantages as possible to really set up the 1-4 split push, and specifically the Trundle lane against the Maokai as much as possible.
Yeah. Got a feeling that they probably want that. Yep. Wow, lane swaps.
Glorious lane swaps.
Exciting stuff. And I mean, this is going to be probably a pretty passive opening aside from that really early first blood, because nobody's really incentivized to go after the Cloud Drake. So we might just kind of see a lot of farming for a while.
Can really profit a Kindred vertical jungling just because you get the spawns onto the passive procs, you get the marks of the Kindred, you get snowballing. Didn't catch how many he has this game, but Les will definitely be happy about the extended lane swap game.
Probably.
Crazy will pick up the last hit goal to once again get that Trundle a core item. Now we've seen some interesting item choices in the top lane versus Maokai. Yesterday we saw the Executioners calling first from Someday. Another champion that can very easily itemize into that Executioner's calling. In fact, we saw a Trundle first item pick it up. You don't have Tiamat, you don't get wave control, but it does really help you in those trades against the Maokai.
That Executioner's calling actually worked really well too. It was quite effective. Temp just trying to force Ian out of lane as he pushes up.
So one of the reasons why I would really like Executioner's Call in this game, because you think about if we see standard lanes, you can get punished for going Executioner's Calling as Trundle just because you walk into lane, you don't have any AoE from the Tiamat, so you can't control the wave, and then you can get pushed in.
Yep.
However, when you see these lane swap scenarios, a lot of times we see freezing happening in the lanes in top and bottom side, so the fact that you can't push is actually something that you don't mind so much. So there is more flexibility in when you see two turrets down in top and bot to go for Executioner's Calling and not lose out on that pushing tempo that you get from Tiamat. But it's just going to be the cowl, at least his first time.
Better safe than sorry, I guess.
When the jungler is Nidalee or Elite, when it's one of those magic damage junglers, then yeah, probably safe to go for cowl first instead of something more offensive.
Yep. I feel like sometimes I hear Spectral Cowl and I hear Spectral Cow, and I'm like, I suppose I could see that being an animal in Summoner's Rift, like a ghostly cow, you know?
Remember, though, there is no cow level.
That's true, but there is a cow champion. And so maybe there should be a Spectral Cow Alistar skin.
So a bit like the Spooky Gangplank.
Yeah.
Spooky Alistar.
Only we don't need to remove Alistar from the game for a while to introduce the skin. Let's not do that.
No lore event for
No.
Spectral.
Well, you can have a
Alistar.
lore event. Just don't remove champions from the game to do it.
So what would the lore event for Spectral Alistar be?
I don't know. His past finally catches up with him, and he's taken out.
To be fair, it kind of feels like we're living in the lore event for Spectral Alistar because he saw that big nerf and now no one's playing Alistar, so...
He basically did become a ghost, didn't he?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's true.
He's on the Rift, you just can't see him.
Right. Maybe. I don't know if I'm ready to believe that he's there. I guess that really does make him like a ghost. Like, some people believe in him, some people don't.
So little Alistar play. Like, the naysayers are correct on that one. I, for one, miss Alistar. He makes plays, which is what I like from my supports. It's cool.
Wow, Crazy's been able to pick up quite the CS lead right now due to the bottom lane pushing way towards ESC. And Loken just kind of farming that. ADD doesn't really have anywhere to go right now.
You can see he's gone for Boots of Swiftness just to try and find farm wherever he can, but that means that if he ever enters lane, he's going to have a big combat stats disadvantage with a build like that.
He's in mid right now, which is kind of shocking.
Picking up CS. There's no reason for him to be so overextended in the top side. They don't even have any vision in the top side. And this is just what happens with Maokai. Basically, every Maokai in a dual lane swap is effectively like Dyrus was on TSM. They get no jungle pressure. They get no wards defensively, and they just have to make do with what they can find.
It's a hard life, man. And then they leave and start playing a lot of Overwatch. That's what happens?
That's exactly what Maokai is going to be doing.
All right.
Catch his stream on Twitch TV.
I can see it. Oh, Beyond doesn't connect with the spear. Bless coming in, and Beyond on the run. Oh,
that's
Flash is
aggressive.
used. Yeah, they really want to get this pick on the Beyond, but that's a bold move to make with the Kindred. I think maybe he thought Crazy could get his pillar down in front of him and slow him that way, but I don't know. That flash may not have been a good idea for Bless.
All the summoners up. It didn't look like a low percentage. Oh, Ian's low.
Yeah,
Next
one more
tick.
tick. Oh, he has to flash. Yeah, I mean, that really might have killed him. Better safe than sorry.
The power of that Victor ultimate that almost never was big match. Oh,
Uh-oh,
Temp's connects.
spear from Beyond onto Temp. Temp pops that Summoner heal, the flash right away. Death Ray does a bit of damage. Beyond, I don't know if you can get him. Nope, spear dodge. If that had connected, maybe it would have been possible. But good job forcing the Summoners out of Tempt at least.
He tried for the smite into spear play, but went wide on it, so no kills on either side. Ian also gets to push in the wave, so Ian doesn't lose out as much. Because of the jungle gank being successful, he doesn't get pushed in when he decides to recall. Should be much more even in the mid lane. Now, if Bless had his flash up, there could have been some kill pressure here, but no luck.
Could be. And Crazy continues to just like absolutely rock ADD and CS. I mean, this Maokai is getting to the point where he's kind of never going to get to be the Maokai that he needs to be.
So now Bless is in mid lane, as we saw. If he could have stayed hidden, if he hadn't have visited mid lane, of course there was no kill pressure when he had his flash down, he could have come to the top lane and tried to deny some of the CS away from AD to get a couple of turret shots in, harass the Maokai, but instead, because he just shows in mid and picks up some CS, Maokai will pick up this massive grouped wave. So I would have liked an extension of what ESC's game plan for the first 10 minutes has been to continue to hold down the Maokai, but instead, Maokai gleefully going to pick up some CS.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, Loken a little bit behind in CS himself, but should be able to get quite a bit on this wave.
He's going to tank it up. Just wants to ensure that it pushes towards his turret. And that means the freeze is probably going to be on for Ezreal.
Yeah. Cloud Drake is irritated. I can't blame it. Everyone's just ignoring it. That's no fun.
So I prefer the aggressive school of thought, which is let's kill this so we get a better one. But it seems like the teams are just, apathetic about it.
Yeah, but see, what if you kill it and then the next team gets a better one?
Then it's just a level of crisis that perhaps you can't get through. So maybe that's the smart move. Just stay away.
Maybe. ESC certainly starting to put down some vision like they want to try to take the strike. And Ian a little bit of trouble, uses that Emperor's Divide to push back Bless. Bless actually the one getting taken out. A kill for Ian. Temp drops a Chaos Storm, but he's going to get jumped on immediately. Ooh, can't get out. Another kill comes in for MVP. That's 2 for nothing. And that aggressive move from ESC really backfired. They're going to go over to the Rift Herald, it looks like.
And no Cloud Drake focus, as you mentioned. They continue with ignoring that Dragon buff. They're going to take the first Rift Herald. That does give Maokai. If Maokai takes the buff, at least he'll have something to try and trade.
True.
With the Trundle on top lane. It won't be enough, though. We may actually not see the Maokai pick it up. Maokai's been basically on emergency terms so far in the game. Yeah, it's going to be beyond picking up the buff. We see the replay. This is just all about baiting and Bless, and they had everyone rotating in at the same time. They instant explode, and there wasn't even a chance to use the Lamb's Respite, and then Tempt is overextended. He just didn't... Basically, his positioning was assuming the Lamb's Respite would come through and they could fight 2v2 or 2v3, but the moment the Kindred died for free, it was going to be a free donation of a kill as well from Tempt.
Yeah, ESC looking a little bit rough.
Has very much been the story of specifically that Longzhu series, but again, the recent series from ESC Ever. The early game has been unpolished. The reason they brought Bless into the lineup was their previous jungler, Ares, who's also their shot caller, was not a mechanically great player. He was a bit like Bengi in that he couldn't play the Nidalees and Kindreds of the world, so they brought in Bless, who's a lot better mechanically, but their early game is really supposed to be targeted by that, but in these games where Bless can't get a lead, it feels very much like old ESC Ever, and in the late game they don't quite have that same solid shot calling, so it's kind of a lose-lose scenario when Bless doesn't go up.
It's tough. It's tough times. Oh, and finally, Cloud Drake gets some attention from MVP, and Crazy getting a lot of attention from MVP. He's going to flash over the wall to try to escape. Pillar gets put down, but Beyond able to get past it. Spear dodge. Crazy has no turret, though, to run back to, and this is inevitably going to go to MVP. Yep, Beyond picks that one up. And so MVP really starting to find the opportunities here, even as ESC picks up that first dragon.
And unfortunately, this is one of the big trends for ESC Ever. Their vision control isn't the best in the early game, and they'll have these situations where multiple members will go to dragon, and yet the top laner will overextend on the other side of the map. If that was Trace or Jinna, you'd see the top laner hang back, just go and try and pick up a jungle camp, doesn't want to die, and give away a free kill. But in a situation where ESC were applying all their pressure on the top side, we still saw Crazy very overextended in the top side.
He was crazy to be there. And I mean, yeah, look at the wards. He had like no vision.
No idea.
Oh, Trundle. He was like, well, I'm the king of the trolls. I can go wherever I want.
I've got flash up. I'm fine. No, actually not.
Nope.
It is in Italy with red buff.
You're dead. So, a little bit of a slow start for MVP, but they're really kind of starting to bring it back. ADD has not really gotten any farther behind in farm. In fact, he's starting to catch up a little bit, so this one could turn around.
And again, the disconnect between Crazy and Bless is the big story for me. You see, Trundle can't go and enter this minion wave that has been frozen by the Maokai, and Kindred is jungling on the opposite side of the map. If she's farming camps around the Maokai, then at least you can keep pressure, you can keep pushing.
Yeah.
But if Kindred's on the opposite side of the map, Crazy has to overextend, otherwise he'll be denied from multiple waves of farm. So I really want to see the Kindred try and focus the lane where they have power, which is this lane right here.
ADD getting chased by Crazy. Still has that ultimate to use if he wants to, but no, he's just going to force his opponent out of lane. For the moment, anyway. And there we go, the all-in on attempt. He's going to flash back over the Emperor's Divide. Braum comes in, gets bounced up immediately. Crazy teleports down too. They're going to chase MVP, but nobody to really catch here. And now I suppose you just try to, well, I mean, no minions, so can't really do anything off of that. Flash is used on both mid laners, but they got the teleport out of Crazy, so a little bit of a TP advantage for now for MVP.
And that's just as Crazy was about to hit the minion wave and continue pushing it in top, so he'll lose a couple of CS in that trade. He returns and doesn't lose a lot, but the Summoner spell for no gain, not the strongest teleport play from ESC.
Yeah. Well, it's been a bit of an awkward game, hasn't it?
It has. MVP have got some kills, but again, they haven't necessarily got the objectives that kind of behoove them. Once again, we are going to get into a late game situation where Maokai will not be able to enter the Trundle lane very safely. So I want to see them keep applying the pressure. Try to take this turret. Try to take at least the next dragon, because if you avoid objectives and let Crazy continue to power farm, he's 25 CS up despite the recent death, then, you know, there is still an air of inevitability to ESC just having more tools in the late game than MVP will have access to.
Kind of seems that way. Battle for the Grump, 2016. Totoro comes down, gets a Q on to Max. There's the passive, going to get stunned. They're going to get the kill on the Max. Now Totoro low, but the Summoner heal's going to keep him alive. Beyond has to duck out of this one. Looks like the Lamb's Respite keeps everybody on ESC alive. And ooh, True Shot Barrage does not connect with Mata, or Maha. Wow, I jumped back in time there for a moment. Maha.
So MVP got aggressive because they had the teleport advantage. We mentioned it, Maokai has teleport, but Maokai cannot teleport when in vision of Trundle because the Pillar of Ice interrupts the channel. So the big issue there was that because they were actually tussling in top, ADD hadn't backed off early enough. He couldn't teleport in. Ever had the jump onto MVP. They didn't have the numbers advantage they had when they first conceptualized that play, and ESC comes out with the free kill.
True. Beyond takes a red buff, but they're going to try to collapse on him here. Crazy slows him down with the pillar. Here comes Temp, takes a spear immediately, though. Beyond goes in for the kill, gets out of the gravity field. Totoro right there for the bloodthirsty support kill, and ESC picks up another one. This one has been really back and forth, but not really for the right reasons, I want to say.
It hasn't been clean. We haven't seen the plays that the team comps kind of go up, because again, the comps are very focused. The split push comp versus the early team fighting comp and the smart teleport flanking comp. We just haven't seen those things actually happen. It's more been action for action's sake. This has been the popcorn film of the evening.
That's right. This is the
summer blockbuster.
The Michael Bay of League of Legends games.
Don't think about it too hard and you might enjoy it.
I feel like that's more of an LPL thing, but we've got a good amount of kills. Not as many as we should have, but
we just don't average 1 a minute or 10 every 10 minutes.
Sadly not, yeah. So the next Drake is coming up in about 45 seconds now.
MVP still are in a position to take it. They have teleport available. Teleport from Crazy is going to be about 30 seconds disconnected with the spawn of the Drake, but MVP didn't show priority for the first one. See if anything changes.
Oh. Defend the Raptors. Oh, Culling. Wow, doing a ton of damage to Bless.
He won't be able to recall and get back, it's worth noting, for that Drake spawn.
It's a big deal with the Drake about to spawn. Oh, never mind. It's a Cloud Drake. It's not. Not a big deal.
Do we have a special name to call triple Cloud Drake from spawn? The first 3 being a Cloud Drake? What do we call that, Doa?
It's a Cloud Fiesta. That's what we call it.
So we got Crown, Clown, and Cloud Fiestas.
That's true.
Fun.
Clown Drake. Yep. All right, they're going to take it out.
Been super, super clean as expected. ADD already invested his teleport as well to guarantee it. Ocean for the next one, so no combat stats allowed.
Guess not. So that's a 1 Cloud Drake for each side now. So they're all each moving a tiny, tiny bit faster.
Exactly. I feel like 1 Cloud Drake from each side is a bit like 0 for either.
Yeah. Whoa! They tried to go all in on the Ian, but he just dodges out of the way.
Didn't even have his flash, but didn't matter. Got away very safely.
Ooh. Oh, just softening up the minions a little bit, I guess.
Now we will see the mid lane fighting phase. Trying to push down turrets, but good wave clear on both sides means that's going to be for very little gain.
Now we wait until more crazy gank attempts. Wild, crazy gank attempts.
Yeah, there's definitely an air of inevitability about your voice, and I understand that, though. It's just all that inevitability is leading towards Trundle being able to 1-4 and MVP having no answer to that in terms of their team comp. So it needs to be MVP, once again, being the aggressors, trying to make things happen, because happy Farm Wars is exactly what ESC Ever wants.
Yes. Happy Farm Wars.
Yep.
Is that this meta, pretty much? Or that's Jin-Air's strategy.
Been happy Farm Wars for a long, long time.
It's true.
That's why the mix-up, the Aurelias and Jaxes ending the world, will be fun.
It should be interesting, but I mean, it just doesn't seem like in League right now that seeking kills in lane especially really has any incentive.
Well, I mean, you just think about how the top lane meta shifted. We used to have a top lane meta where it was all about snowballing a damage carry, getting that Aurelia the first kill to dominate the lane against Jax, skill matchups that were kill focused, and then we went to farm wars and lane swaps for a long time. Theoretically, those champions coming back into the meta should focus junglers on the top side.
Might be interesting. Crazy flashing over his pillar to try to escape here. He's on the wrong side of the map, though. Gets slowed down, gets snared. There's the Emperor's Divide to put him back in. And despite that Trundle being pretty tanky, he's not quite tanky enough. Big question is, why was he there?
Once again, Kindred was not on the same side of the jungle that they wanted to park the Trundle. They had no vision in the area. ESC Ever. They know they need to split push. They just don't seem to have any idea how to actually put that together.
Apparently so.
You can't just walk into the opposite lane and have teleport ready and have everything be okay. Got one aggressive pink ward down, but that was the sum of the vision in the bot side.
And I think if I remember right, Crazy put that one down while he was in the jungle too, so could be wrong.
Just think back to stories like M5 in years past when they really innovated counter jungling as a theory, and they asked Diamond Prox about his counter jungling. It's like, counter jungling is a team effort, it's not just me. Split pushing is a team effort as well, even though it sounds like it's just one dude on the other side of the map. The other four need to give him vision, need to give him cover. Otherwise, what you saw on your screen a few minutes ago is exactly what happens when you try to just 1-4 split push with no pressure on the map.
Yeah, very true. Unless you're playing in solo queue, or I should say dynamic queue, then split pushing is just a one-person thing. Then your Tryndamere will just keep doing it no matter what.
Doesn't matter if he's 0-10, if he can split push down that inhibitor turret while you lose the game.
You'll be able to eventually. You'll be like, yeah, I got this inhibitor by myself as your Nexus dies.
Defeat.
Thanks, Tryndamere.
Nasus unfortunately does seem to suffer from that as well.
True.
Even with the Trinity Force changes, don't know if we'll see any Nasus at the top level, sadly.
He's a tough one, because he can just get kind of ridiculously strong. So you don't want to buff him too much, or he'll wreck everybody.
You don't want a Nasus meta. That
No.
would be bad.
No, you don't. MVP gets some vision around the Baron, but they weren't able to really find an opportunity to start it out. They do have that Azir, though, so they can probably do it pretty quickly.
No Mountain Drakes, though, to speed up the Baron takes. So both teams will have a pretty good idea of exactly the limits of both comps when it comes to speed at taking down the Baron.
Yep. Welcome back to lane.
It's like he never left. So yes,
Well.
he's been good at applying pressure. They're going to get a lot of free auto attacks onto the mid lane turret. We've been waiting for the mid lane turrets to open up the game. It hasn't happened yet.
Well, it's going to be pretty close. Oh, there, Emperor's Divide onto Bless. Gets caught, has to drop that Lamb's Respite right away. Max low himself. Bless jumps off of the ultimate. A kill comes in for Loken already. Loken looking for the double, doesn't quite land it. And Ian has to back off too. So ESC winning that skirmish by quite a bit. And they're going to turn this into a tier 2 turret down in bot lane.
This is just crazy on the roam, getting there first, and Maokai not finding a spot to teleport in. There were a couple of wards, could have teleported to the turret as well. It doesn't do that. And now Maokai would just push up a wave at the cost of a kill and 2 turrets over to ESC.
Yeah. That one kind of blows the gold lead open a little bit. Let's watch it again.
So we see, of course, clearing the pink ward
Nice.
is Bless. And then you would think MVP on their side of the jungle would have a numbers advantage, but they don't. With the Lamb's Respite buying time, Maokai finds no way to be involved. Crazy's already there because he was split pushing, and it ends up in a 5v4 on MVP side of the map with no one respecting, and even with a ward being put down, Maokai doesn't teleport. So I have to wonder what's going on with the communication. If you're going to take Maokai into Trundle, you need to be teleporting in fast and effectively, otherwise you're just opting into a losing matchup.
Very true. All right, Ocean Drake goes over to MVP. That's her second Drake of the game. And it is helpful.
1,000 gold lead is opened up for ESC Ever. Ravenous Hydra now completed on the Trundle, and now that's where, this is the part of the game where you really need to just double down on giving Trundle some vision, having him split push. Maokai can do nothing in the face of this Trundle, and that should open up eventual Baron pressure for ESC, because their two-man Baron isn't that powerful if Trundle's not there, but Kindred, attack speed, Blood Razor, very good Baron taker from the jungle.
I suppose that's true. So what does MVP need to do then? Can they just kind of sit back and play for the later game, or they need to find these team fights, find the picks?
Again, they need to find the picks. They need to use the Maokai because they don't have access to the same parts of the map, because Maokai can't really enter lane against Trundle increasingly as time goes on. So they need to get the aggressive vision down. We need to see blue wards littering specifically the ESC side of the jungle, just so they can get those teleport flanks that better teams, you know, Someday, for example, on KT always seems to have a great spot to teleport ward, to teleport flank in, because his team sets him up to do it on the Maokai.
Well, Someday also just feels like he does more damage than anyone else on Maokai too. That guy is insane.
But you look at his build and his items, his runes, they're the same as everyone else. So people are like, oh, how does he do it? He does it because the wards are always there for him to always be in combat. He's 100% of the time involved in those fights. So of course he puts out more damage. He's there more often. Whereas we just saw a long team fight where ADD never even found a spot to teleport in. So that's the issue, is that getting this Maokai into the fights is what MVP needs to do.
True enough. Well, Ian pushing in that top lane now.
You just contrast this to ESC's last series, where Longzhu were dictating to them. The games were both over by the 28-minute mark, and ESC Ever had kind of no idea what to do against a team that was both assertive and smart in the early game. Unfortunately for MVP, they have not managed to do both those things at the same time, and that means that they're just kind of allowing ESC to get to a phase where they just have so many different advantages based on the 5 champions they picked up that they should inevitably take it out if they play cleanly from there.
This is one of those games, though, where you feel like it's really not over till it's over, just because both teams have been kind of making interesting decisions here and there. We'll see. So a team fight could happen. That could swing it.
Sure.
One way we might not expect.
If we've learned anything about MVP from watching them, is that you wait for the Nexus to explode before you award the winner.
Yeah, that's
very, very close.
Man, KT will tell you that.
That was one of those losses where at the end of the season you're like 53 hit points another way, and it could have been a different season.
Yeah. MVP's had some pretty tragic losses this season overall. I mean, that wasn't the only one that came down to a very small thing that cost him the game. Ian being fancy on the Azir.
5 CS advantage for Crazy. Can't quite ignore the Maokai and turrets to do turret damage just yet, but that phase is definitely coming soon. Needs a bit of health and armor to complement the magic resist and AD he's put on so far.
So if Azir is like controlling his soldiers and telling them what to do, but one of his abilities is like fly towards his soldier, is he just like angry at that one? He wants to get up in his face and yell at him. It's like, I told you to hit that minion. You didn't last hit that minion. And then like sometimes the soldier runs away and he follows his soldier. So he really wants to yell at him.
I don't really know the relationship between the Sand Soldiers and Azir. The whole thing's a bit creepy, to be honest.
That's the impression I'm getting anyway.
How does he construct a turret instantly?
Magic.
He's got the magic going.
Pretty easy, easy answer there, Papa Smithy. He's a magic space bird.
He's a lot of things at the same time.
It's true.
A magic space bird that commands sand.
Yeah, magic space bird. That was, if I would have been a professional basketball player in the 80s, that's what they would have called me, I think.
Natural rivalry for you there.
Yep.
It's Magic Johnson.
Or Larry Bird. Ah, see?
That's true.
Yep. Got all my bases covered there.
So many storylines you could cover there.
That's right. The life that could have been. Basketball superstar. I asked Monty yesterday if he could dunk a basketball, and he said he couldn't even touch the rim.
Really?
Yep, I could touch the rim.
He's not that short.
I know, he and I are about the same height. But I had the madder hops, apparently.
Apparently.
Yeah.
You like wearing your kicks also, so.
I do. I didn't have the maddest hops. I had, perturbed hops.
You didn't have the maddest hops in Minnesota?
No.
Sad.
Some pretty good basketball players out there, though.
That's true.
Nope. I just kind of stood there and waited for people to pass me the ball. And then I put it in because I was tall.
Were you were tall in high school? You weren't a late bloomer when it came to height?
No.
I could see you as a center. That makes sense.
Listen to this voice. Does this sound like the voice of a late bloomer? I don't think so.
I don't know. You could have flourished early. It's hard to say. Or flourished late, sorry.
That was Baron time for ESC. Oh, never mind. It's not. Wow, those spikes really chased Bless there.
You cannot solo the Baron with any
I don't think so.
degree of success, as you could very well see on that screen. Yes, he did not want to commit to that Baron.
Yeah. Well, the next dragon is up, and I believe it was a mountain? Might have been ocean again. I don't remember. Oh, it's Infernal, actually. Wow, I was totally wrong. Infernal Drake now, and ESC, they've just started it, and this could be a nice little damage boost for them. Oh, unless Beyond comes in and takes it. He tried, but Bless got it just in time. That was close. I thought that spear was going to get it.
And that means only 3 Drakes actually spawn. So 4 Drakes, sorry, do spawn, but 4 Drakes before the Infernal. But you have to say the only really important one when it comes to the buff and stats is going to be the Infernal that was got last. So ESC could definitely pick up 12%
Yeah.
bonus AD and AP if they were to claim the Elder Drake.
And now MVP going for this Baron buff. ESC has no vision. Now the True Shot Barrage comes through. They know what's up.
Kindred's in base, doesn't matter.
Are they going to fight it? They have to try something. Nope, Baron taken by MVP, and ESC just kind of has to watch.
Yeah, Bless
That
had
hurts.
recalled. He was in base. There was no way for them to truly contest it. ESC just seemed like they're surprised by the reality, but they didn't have appropriate wards to do what they did, and that's kind of been the story about their split push. And here we go.
Ian goes in, tries to make a play. Whoops, that was... I don't think he wanted to do that.
That was a sick play, Noah.
Sick donation, Ian.
And you know what the hilarious thing is? You see that, and you're like, oh, he just didn't have time to press his zone use. He doesn't even have a zone use. He was just like, I'm doing it, boys.
Nope, he's like, I'm going to make the plays. Well, there goes all their Baron pressure. Whoops. It has been a bit of a comedy of errors. I mean, ESC just kind of backing off after that dragon with no wards around Baron, so of course MVP just gets a free one. Then the sickest play.
I'm going in, boys. I'm dead.
Got this. Oh no! That's where like he chats and he's like, "Why did you guys go in with me? Why is my team so bad? I should be diamond, but I'm stuck here in gold 5 with the plebs.
Oh, Ian.
I make the sickest plays and nobody follows up."
So look, they still have the Baron on 4 members, though, and it's actually really important because you have to mention that one of the things that Trundle will have issues doing is split pushing against a Baron buff. So suddenly, Maokai can enter the bot lane, the super minions will help him out, and there isn't that split push pressure. It's removed from the map for the duration, so MVP do get at least one small advantage there.
Fight over the blue buff, and the blue buff does get taken by the blue team. Looks like Beyond ended up getting that one. Man, that was one of the saddest plays I think I've seen this season yet.
This definitely does feel like
sorry, buddy.
We're casting the Challenger League for a series.
Well, you know, a few months ago this would have been.
Yep.
But now they made it to the big leagues. Mid lane turret does go down in MVP's favor, able to use that Baron buff a bit at least. Here comes Crazy, gets the turret onto ADD. ADD pretty tanky though on that Maokai. And it's gonna back away.
You know when you watch an international event and say 2 Chinese teams play against each other and suddenly you can see very much as the LPL meta and not the world meta that you'd expect at Worlds? It feels like we're getting the Challenger meta in the middle of our LCK broadcast.
This has been, it's been an interesting game, that's for sure. All right, here we go. ADD going in, trying to protect that turret. Maha comes from the side with the culling. That's a lot of damage. Lucian gets the kill.
They're gonna keep going.
Yep, Totoro goes down. Maha tries to flash ahead, but maybe an ill-advised flash. He's not able to really get any damage done. All right, well, I appreciate the effort. And so that was nearly a mid lane tier 2 turret taken by ESC against the Baron pressure of MVP.
But suddenly, we've still got Baron buff for about 30 seconds, so let's see how many turrets MVP can rack up with Totoro still dead for 10 seconds.
Well, they may be able to get this inhibitor turret. We'll see. Meanwhile, a giant wave pushing down the top lane. This inhibitor, though, looks like it will go over to MVP.
No way for ESC Ever to do anything. They don't really have true initiation on this team. It's Trundle and perhaps a flash Braum. Oh, Braum was dead.
Yep.
They can go back. They can catch the massive wave. Looks like Maha will be the one to profit. No, Maha will go bot. He doesn't get the massive mini wave. Who's going to get it? It's going to be Maokai. No.
No.
Maokai's called off as well, and it's here.
Did they not notice this? There we go. Okay, Ian.
That was definitely fighting in the comms when you're like, this me. No, me.
Maybe he's just been demoted to minion wave clearing duty. Like, no more plays for you.
Maybe they just want him to get his Zonias so he won't repeat the previous initiation.
I think that might be part of it too, but he's got a long way. I mean, he hasn't even started that Zonias yet. He actually ended up going for the Void Staff as his third item, it looks like.
Zonias doesn't build as naturally if you can't buy the whole thing. It doesn't build out a needlessly large rod anymore, so the itemization will be different. In fact, yeah, there it is. Straight Zonias.
Yeah, okay, he does just pick it up. I was about to make a joke about him not selling his Doran's ring, but I guess he did have the money in the end anyway. Oh, hello.
Balmy Cinder.
Oh, he probably could have made it, actually. That's a funny thing. He probably could have just let that recall go, but now he's on the run, and they decide, they're like, wait a second, we're both top laners. This accomplishes nothing.
It was a Guardian Angel 4-item Maokai, so the kill pressure is still there, but going to take a lot longer. As usual, didn't have vision to go for an extended trade, so smart of Crazy to back away.
It's like the kill eventuality. It's not really the pressure.
Sure.
Per se. 35 seconds until the Elder Drake decides to spawn and temp, decides to walk into a brush.
Here comes the root.
Yeah, that's true. They didn't kill him though. Ooh, that was close.
They're gonna commit and tunnel on the turret, which is just fine from an MVP perspective. They finally turned it on. It took 32 minutes, but the Baron buff and afterwards actually been really good from MVP.
Yeah, well, nice spear on the Bless there. Big Karma Shield, they're going to go in on this inhibitor turret. Totoro pops a Braum ultimate. Two-shot barrage comes through for a bit of damage, but MVP successfully backs away without taking too much. In terms of hits from ESC, they're going to just walk right back in now. Take down the turret, as Ever has some issues here.
They certainly do. Culling will be up in about 15 seconds time, so probably the next minion wave, they'll have Culling as well to really start pushing for. We already saw the Culling explode Totoro the last time it was used.
Yep. Be an easy turret kill. Yes, it will. Bless takes a lot of damage again. And meanwhile, Crazy decides to go in, trying to make a play here. Pulls a few of the members of MVP over. Culling used. They're going to back off.
Elder Drake and Baron spawning in a minute, so smart to back away, get control of the map, pick up those objectives, and then MVP can end the game.
Well, it's been they lose a turret in bot lane. It's been a bit of a silly game, but MVP, since they got the Baron buff, has been closing semi-methodically, I guess you could say.
You have to say their clean play with the Baron kind of is at odds with some of the other players this game. I felt like both teams drafted well and then just really didn't know how to pilot the comps they ended up with. So it was a messy first 30 minutes. But yeah, 32 minutes onwards with the Baron pickup, MVP have looked much cleaner. Still haven't ended the game though, so still time for ESC Ever to find a big team fight win. And death time is now 40 minutes plus. They're going to start to get pretty damn serious.
Wow, that's a long one. I thought you meant to say 40 seconds, but you meant it was 40 minutes on the game clock. I got you.
The only reason I specify that timer is because after 40 minutes, the death timers are just as long as they were previously.
Right.
They were tweaked between, I believe, 28 and 40 minutes.
Yep. Well, Max takes some hits. Culling serves to push away MVP for the moment, anyway.
Has there been one teleport flank this game?
I don't believe there has, actually, interestingly enough. But then again, if neither team is really warding well, it's pretty tough to make those teleport flanks, isn't it?
That's a good call, actually.
Yeah.
Front on initiate Maokai has been sufficient.
That's right. He's taking the Volibear strategy today, apparently. Just run at him.
Whatever works.
Does it?
Not often, Doa, but in this series.
Wow. That's a lucky troll.
So no one has vision of the Infernal Drake. Literally one blue ward and no other wards in the area.
The Elder Dragon. A lot of vision over that at the moment.
Six Herald for Maha. Maha's really strong.
He's going for it. All right. Yomu's into the culling, and here's the teleport play coming from behind. ADD on top of everybody. Jumps onto Loken. They're going to blow up the AD carry immediately. Emperor's Divide comes through. Pushes Crazy away from the rest of his team. ADD still going strong. Going on to Bless now. And MVP has won this fight, and it looks like they may be ready to win this game unless Temp can get a couple kills here. ADD blocking for his support. Baron is up, but I don't think you can take it with that amount of health left.
But I understand MVP strategy now. Lull them into a false sense of security. Really nice teleport flank when they got it. Loken was just outside the radius of the Lamb's Respite, so did die instantly. Really nice pick from MVP.
And you can see, actually, that Ocean Drake they picked up earlier making a big impact in terms of how they're regenning. Look at that. Look at how much they've regen.
Okay,
it has nothing to do with the Nidalee heal.
Okay, you're being
or the
really...
Karma. It's all just regen. It's better than the Cloud Drake.
Definitely. It is better than the Cloud Drake. We'll give you that one. Really nice teleport play. They're conspicuous by their absence for 40 minutes, but really nice play there when they finally took it, and it should still be Baron. The death time is long. Loken's just respawned. No way for Kindred to get to this one.
Shabraj coming in, and ooh, that was really close, actually. Ooh, that was really close.
Far too close for comfort.
Yeah. Well, ESC loses another Baron over to MVP, and now the question is, can MVP close this one out? You know, they would have been able to end the game in the last team fight if they would have finished it with a little bit more health remaining on their team members.
So Nidalee showed top, hasn't backed yet. Will back now, has 2,800 gold in the inventory, so pick up a straight death cap. ESC tried to rush down to Elder Drake, but just like when they tried to split push, and honestly, just like the first 42 minutes of this game, they've had no vision on the map at any point, so they couldn't do that.
Yeah, I mean, it has not been good for vision, that's for sure.
I want someone to do the stat and find out this is the lowest wards placed game in the history of Champions.
I don't know about that. I mean, we did have teams like Team Dark back in the day.
Since Season 4 started.
But then again, you could buy wards back then. You can't really do that now. Except for pink wards. MVP moving in with the Baron buff. Just bypassing the Elder Drake. Two-shot barrage goes through, takes a chunk out of Max, but MVP unperturbed as they go for this middle inhibitor. And it looks like they will get it. Yep, probably a good idea to rotate, just take out the rest of those inhibitors now. No reason to really try to push the base too aggressively.
They have good turret damage, and ADD can just stand in the front, full health Maokai with Guardian Angel.
Wow, Loken just took a spear in the face. That's 2 inhibitors down, so MVP, see if they decide to keep the pressure on, or if maybe it's time to go back and get that Elder Dragon.
If we know anything about MVP, and again, you kind of have shades of that KT Rolster game.
A little bit. This
is the scenario where they go for the tutorial victory. They will try to force down the 3rd inhibitor, and it was this game plan, specifically the sort of defensive game plan Jin Air, especially in 2015, were known for.
Well, the thing is that ESC is only 6,000 gold behind. I mean, Ezreal, Victor, you know, can do a lot of damage. Trundle can cause problems, so ESC can still win a team fight. But will they actually go for it?
Push up. A lot of Baron buff minions here.
Yep, that's right. There goes the inhibitor turret. ADD caught in the gravity field, has to flash away. And with that Maokai so low, ESC may be able to make something happen here.
No chance to re-engage. The Guardian Angel won't be enough for the front line, so the moment that ADD is DPS'd out, they don't get the turret either. He will just walk away. They might be able to pick up the Elder Drake on the backside, though.
That looks like they will. Thought maybe ESC might chase them down, but with the super minion waves already moving into the base, they really don't have that luxury. So there goes the Elder Drake.
True damage burn will now be added to the extra regen and slightly more movement speed out of combat. So only combat stats from the Drakes were that Elder Drake buff and, of course, the Infernal. Now, in a team fight, as you mentioned, if we do see MVP fully commit, Trundle ults the Maokai, and then they can just DPS him down. If they blow that a Guardian Angel on the Maokai early, the rest of MVP basically have to run back. There is no tankiness on anyone outside the Maokai. So just team comp-wise, we never saw the 1-4 win condition, but there is still very much going to be a chance that ESC, with the right target selection, can win that team fight.
Yeah. Might be tough for MVP or for ESC now, though, as MVP has the Baron buff and they have the Elder Drake buff. And all the inhibitor turrets are down, and soon all the inhibitors will be down. And soon the Nexus will probably be dead.
We've said that before, though, with MVP. No guarantees yet.
True. They're going to go in. A little bit of damage on the Crazy. The spear goes through. ESC pushed away already. And MVP, yep, they look like they're ready to end this one if possible. All 3 lanes pushing in super minion waves right now. And what do you do if you're ESC? There's really nothing at this point.
You need to go Rambo. You need to force a pick. We need to flash Braum ultimate. You need to fight now, otherwise you will just lose to minion pressure.
Oh, it's a lot of damage. That works. Man, all right. Well, there goes next.
Here we go.
Number 1 getting low. The Chaos Storm dropped. Totoro tries to make a play. Lamb's Respite keeps ESC alive for the moment anyway. ADD very low on that Maokai. The ult from Trundle did work. Unfortunately, though, the entire team melts. A double kill for Ian. And there go the Nexus turrets. Crazy Loken, the last one standing. And they will not be able to stop MVP from finishing this one off. And so, a messy first game. MVP, though, comes up with the win and may be on track to get their first match win of the season.
MVP only really showed match-winning form about 30 minutes in. Their turn with the Baron was perhaps the most impressive macro play in what was a really interesting one for the casual watcher. They get the win. They didn't necessarily play to their win condition of really pressing their advantage early, but Ever, their setups for the 4-1 split push were really poor. Crazy was caught out a lot. The Baron was eventually taken for free because they had no vision on that side of the map.
Right.
They traded just an Infernal Drake for the Baron. And the Baron buff play is what really separated two teams that, on the day, played pretty poorly.
My favorite moment of that game was when Ian dove in on the Azir and immediately died. That was my highlight anyway. And so MVP getting the win in our first game of the day here. Man, it's going to be quite a large contrast between our first best of 3 and our second one today, isn't it?
You would hope so.
I know so. I know so, Papa Smithy. Yes.
There's definitely no guarantee that MVP will be able to take a 2-game clean win, but Ever has definitely been on the downswing recently. Damage to champions chart, pretty unsurprising, except no someday level Maokai damage numbers for ADD.
Well, we certainly could see this go to 3 games, couldn't we? I believe we could.
I mean, the pick bans could be super different. Remember, all junglers were available here outside of Elise, so we saw a carry jungle meta. We saw a lot of different picks because the picks and bans were different. Let's see if we see some more standard stuff and then a big change in Game 2.
That is true. Well, guys, don't go anywhere. We will be back with MVP versus ESC Ever. Game number 2 here on LCK Summer right after this.
Beat in sync with the fast track. All eyes are searching to the black. Come back and get back a little more.
Welcome back to LCK Summer. Beyond getting the MVP for his Nidalee play, 100% kill contribution. Wow.
He did his thing, and MVP eventually got their game plan together and picked up the victory, but it definitely seemed like a game more centered around the misfiring of two teams who had drafted well, but kind of had a bit of a sloppy game that eventually MVP picked up a Baron in, and from there actually looked pretty clean in closing out the victory.
Yep. Beyond was really good at hitting people with spears like that. There you go. Not bad. And helping find people. So again, putting the pressure on, yeah, with that Nidalee. And will it be banned in game number 2? I wonder.
Jungle pool was much more open than usual. Only Elise was banned, first ban on the blue side by MVP, and the rest were available. You have to say that specifically Bless's performance on Kindred, was caught a couple of times in mid lane, was late around Baron, so that's why the first Baron was so easy from an MVP perspective. So the jungle pool being open didn't necessarily seem to help ESC Ever in picking up a victory, so I expect some pretty different picks and bans if we're to see a different result in game 2.
Me too. I think things will be quite different. We will see. And hopefully we'll see a little bit cleaner play out of each team too, because it was very back and forth, but it wasn't really based around kind of brilliant moves. It was based around capitalizing on pretty major mistakes by each team.
Also was just such a dearth of vision that big teleport flank plays didn't happen until Maokai eventually got into the backline around 35 minutes. So tightening up on that's probably going to be more than just a game-to-game change, but you definitely see the difference between these two teams and their ward placements and some of their rotational play compared to most of the other top teams in Champions.
Sure enough, well, here we go. Picks and bans for game number 2 between ESC Ever and MVP, and it's going to be the Rise ban to start things off with.
And on the blue side, Crazy's been playing a lot of top lane Rise, but it seems like after that misfired a couple of times, ESC aren't going to want to reach for it.
And the Nidalee ban. Okay, so MVP not wanting to give ESC the opportunity they had last game.
Made to see some pretty standard Nidalee Kindred bans on red side.
If you ban one jungler, you're kind of probably going to end up seeing the Kindred go along with it. There's the Swain for now, though.
Yeah, Swain and Vlad were both taken away in the ban phase, so we're going to see some more standard stuff banned. Yep, the Nidalee and the Kindred, so let's see if there's a reach for other champions. Varus, for example, was banned in game 1. ESC have always been an excellent team at playing around Varus, even with Athena in the lineup many months ago.
It's kind of interesting that both teams would ban Swain on the blue side as their second ban.
Maybe it's one of those situations where you don't consider it a first pick, but to have it first rotation as a package of 2 picks on the red side, it might be powerful in that right. Rek'Sai is actually banned, so we saw a control jungle ban from MVP on blue. That was Elise in game 1. Now we see the Rek'Sai ban by Ever.
So the jungle's getting really restricted now.
They're basically saying, we're going to first pick Elise. How do you feel about that?
I wonder if MVP is going to ban the Elise then.
They banned it on blue side. If they ban it on red, there will be a lot of power picks, specifically in the mid lane of Ever. So Vlad or Elise seems to be the story. And given that particular decision, MVP choose to ban Vlad, you have to heavily expect Elise as a first pick for Bless.
Probably. I mean, Beyond still has access to the Graves, I guess, so there's still a decent jungler out there. It's not, you don't have to go down into like the Lee Sin territory, I suppose, but it will be that Elise first pick for ESC.
That means that Varus, one of those champions again that was banned in Game 1, will be probably taken on the red side by MVP. They tried to run Varus in the Challenger Final, Game 5, but were unseated in that particular game. The Graves you mentioned definitely is available. I've been surprised to see so much Graves play recently. I felt like because of his farm-centric build, he wouldn't be so suitable in a meta where fighting for early Drakes is very important. We see ADD flashing the Alawi. That's a 6'11", 6'12 pick, not so much the current patch, so a future one there.
Look at this, so Ashe and Varus locked in for MVP. Now, Varus was banned against MVP in game number 1, but Ian will get the chance to play it here in game 2, and that's already a good amount of CC and a good amount of poke coming out from MVP.
Still a lot of different options available for laning into the Ashe. Caitlyn is a possibility, although Ashe actually does pretty well in that matchup, and obviously you could go for something more lane dominant.
So if you're ESC right now, can you just go like Maokai, Karma or something and just go pick comp? Because you see
Bard is also available.
Yeah, that's true.
It isn't Key on the lineup. It would have to be Totoro on the Bard. He doesn't have quite the mechanics of Key on that champion, but Bard definitely makes a lot of sense. When you see fairly immobile carries, you know, they're going to be in the back line that could have a huge meat shield in front of them. Bard is one of the few supports that can really interact with them well.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying, is you see the Ashe and the Varus, and it kind of makes you want to go all in on a pick comp, doesn't it?
Could even see, and we're not going to see a full pick comp though, because although Azir can function in a pick like function, you know, it's not quite LeBlanc when it comes to a true pick champion.
Right.
Varus is considered one of the best laning matchups into Azir, but we're still going to see Azir picked up.
Now, among the junglers in Korea, there's been a lot of Gragas played on the ladder on solo queue, but there hasn't really been any, I think. Maybe one game played in LCK so far? I don't think any. I
think we've seen one, and we've seen a top lane Gragas as well. Gragas in the jungle, you know, kind of fell away as the carry jungle meta came out, but as the carry jungle meta is kind of starting to wane outside of games like Game 1 of this series, there is room for him to be a flex pick in both the top lane and the jungle, which could still be the reality here. You don't need to draft your top laner just now, so flex pick Gragas may be the reality for MVP.
Are you worried about ESC possibly getting the Maokai? I guess not if you pick the Echo.
So they're going to take away that flex. We'll just go for the lane control. You know, Maokai versus Echo is a matchup that perhaps we will see the back of as of the end of today, but it's very much an established one. Maokai has the advantage in the teleport plays, and Echo has the laning pressure advantage. Also usually does more damage. ESC flashing the Amumu. You look at this MVP comp. I mean, you could put an Amumu in here.
You could, and it would not be the first time.
Ran Ashe and Mumu when they did run it last time.
Yep, that's true.
The dream is alive.
I think ESC kind of saying, all right, we know. But if they do that, you got to imagine Bless is just going to get aggressive in the jungle with the Elise and go try to shut down that Amumu early.
We thought that when we saw MVP run it, but of course, if you remember back to that game, it was beyond actually winning the MVP and getting 100% kill participation in the early game. So I think there's only an outside chance of the Amumu, but it does exist.
Oh boy.
They're going to flash it.
I'd love to see it. I think it'd be awesome. I think the cat's out of the bag now, and I think ESC kind of knows how to handle it, but we'll see. The Gragas, I mean, could certainly contribute to the pick potential for this team as well.
Also, the Gragas ultimate is great to just push people away from Ashe and Varus in particular. So disengage-wise, they don't have access to something like the Trundle Pillar, so you do have that flexibility of the cast, both at bouncing people towards you and away.
That is true. I mean, I suppose technically a Mumu can get on the people that are trying to go and kill his AD carry in mid and let them get some free damage, but it is going to be the Gragas.
And when you have this identity, you're going to have the lane pushing advantage in the top side against the Trundle. As the matchup goes on, Trundle definitely does have great trading options, but it's very much going to be pressure on the top side and then grouping up and sieging. That's what Varus and Ashe can do so well. And they're going to have the Gragas to just be there as a goalkeeper, keep the ultimate, use it to bounce people away. They can get an early structure advantage, and they have a very strong duo lane. There is good harass from specifically the Karma. It's going to be a very different game, an interesting one, and both comps definitely low on the engage front. They can engage. Ashe, of course, has the arrow. You can make crazy plays with ESC, but I think both teams fight better kiting backwards, specifically around an objective. So just has been the story in this particular patch. Expect to see a lot of Drake focus, and whichever team can start to monopolize those is in a big advantage strategically as we roll on.
Very true. ESC Ever versus MVP. ESC with a chance to tie things up. And MVP actually looking like they may be in a good spot to take their first match win of the season. And if they can do it in a 2-0 fashion, that would be pretty impressive.
Would definitely be a bold statement. It would be a worrying trend and a worrying time for ESC Ever, who would have lost 3 matches on the trot with that one.
Sure enough. All right, well, one of these teams has to get the win. What's it going to be, ESC Ever or MVP? Will it be a tie series? If ESC Ever takes this one, or MVP, will they close it out 2-0? Let's get in the game and find out. All right, are you kidding me? Really? Really, game? You're going to do this to us again? All right, ESC Ever versus MVP, game number 2. And of course, it's a Cloud Drake. I swear, there's like a hidden feature in the game that makes it a Cloud Drake the first time every time.
Do you not like the Drake bounty we have bestowed upon you, Doa?
It's a lot of Cloud Drakes, man. That's all I've been seeing.
Head in the clouds, huh?
I guess. Or a cloud in the rift. Who knows? Oh. Crazy. Once again on that trundle.
You think back to game 1, remember, ESC pulled off that very creative level 1 play where
Very true.
they were able to pick up the kill, which of course, over the course of the game didn't amount to much, but was a nice little adaptation, so we'll have to pay close attention. It's going to be lane swap initiated by ESC, and for now at least, MVP looks like lane swap will be achieved.
So, who really wants the lane swap in this scenario?
I feel like it's an interesting one because Echo usually benefits the most out of turrets being down just because he can apply so much pressure and he's very safe, able to dash away in most scenarios. So I like Echo when turrets are down, but Trundle to some degree can also, depending on his ability to freeze, get a big advantage doing that. In the mid lane, we're going to see an isolated matchup, and Varus actually does very well in the 1v1, so I guess a very slight advantage to MVP. You could also say in the jungle matchup, Beyond and the Gragas specifically loses out 1v1 against the Elise, so he will also get a bit of advantage being hidden or shadowed by the top laner and the jungle follow, so very slight advantage to MVP in terms of lane swap.
So you're saying MVP is going to win. I'll hold you to that.
Yeah,
then.
exactly.
Your
MVP
prediction has been noted.
ESC with the lane swap have condemned themselves to defeat is what
There
I'm
you
saying.
go. All right, got it. It's over. Okay, whoa, nice binding there from Totoro onto Beyond and ADD. That's annoying to deal with.
I don't know how
Cosmic binding, man.
I don't know how Key feels watching Totoro play Bard.
Well, Key probably gave him a lot of tips, I'd imagine. Looks like it's going to be gank in the mid lane.
Oh,
the flash
he got it!
Binding onto Ian. There's the exhaust, and the first blood goes over to Tempt. And he's going to live through it, too. Cocoon now onto Max as he has to flash away. ADD not able to get a lot done, and he's going to back off. So ESC with a great early gank. Man, that was a really nice play from Totoro. And you just asked, how do you think Key feels about him on the Bard? I think he's feeling pretty good about it right now.
It's just not the sort of play you expected for MVP because once again, Totoro's not known for his roam plays. He's much more of a laning-focused support. So to go for such an aggressive flash Cosmic Binding, trusting that the fact that it would go through to a minion and hit onto Ian, it was super successful. Ian's gone greedy with the summoner spells, going for double mobility, Ghost and Flash. Didn't have heal.
True.
Probably would have survived if he had heal, so well punished. And really nice roam from Totoro.
Absolutely. And the lane swap will continue, so turrets in top and bottom are going to go down.
2 games in a row, ESC find an early kill in the lane swap. This one very different to how they got it in game 1, but getting Azir a kill advantage in a lane that actually goes pretty damn well for the Varus. It's good times for Tempted. We'll hold on to his cleanse as well.
Yep. That does help. So Ian doesn't really get behind on CS at all, but he will need to be careful. You know, now that the summoners are down, they can camp that lane even more.
Varus is definitely mobile. 80 carry in the mid lane, so it's definitely someone who can be zerged down. Elise has a lot of different creative pathing options and also has flash available still, so kill pressure in mid, especially as we roll on to Azir's level 6, is going to be very high.
very true. So, how well is ADD going to be able to do in this lane swap? Might be a little bit tough. He's just going to back off. And recall, too. So I wonder if they're going to try to swap it up again.
Does seem likely. The fact that he's recalling. Didn't have a lot of mana, but because he was full health, you're expecting him to join his team. And yeah, that's really what's been called by MVP. They will try to go once again for the mirror turret takes.
Yep. And beyond on this Gragas, too. Not a pick we've seen a lot of in Korea. We've seen it in other regions pretty commonly. But for whatever reason, the Korean players just not wanting to pick it up quite as much.
Just one of those natural extensions of the jungle meta going towards control junglers. A lot of... You can really compare Gragas and Lee Sin as champions based on their kits. You know, both of them have a lot of maneuverability. Both of them have the ability to displace. And Gragas hasn't been favored so far in Korea, but we'll see some play now.
Yep. Well, Wes takes his anger out on the Rift Sculler. I can't blame him, though. That thing annoys me, too.
The Rift Coward.
Yeah. Why can't it fight back? Come on. And maybe, as we look at the minimap, Les can find an angle onto Ian before his summoners come back up. He's got Ghost again. I don't know.
Especially if Tempt is moving towards level 6, they could try a really creative turret dive that I think has a good degree of success.
True.
But there is always that risk associated with it.
Ah, so the Cloud Drake will go over to ESC Ever. Maybe. Ian could come down, but no, just not safe enough, of course. So it's going to be a gank on the Tempt in the mid lane. He's going to see it coming a mile away, though, and get out without any issue.
You see them walking over. They will spot it out. 1,600 health on the Dragon. They're falling low, though.
Yeah, and actually, here comes MVP. Dragon does go over to ESC, and MVP not able to really catch anybody. So, good for Ever, first Dragon. Imagine if it is Cloud Drake.
And the magical journey just meant they could hug the backside of the pit and get out safely. Didn't spot what the next one is. Will we continue Cloud Drake only?
Maybe. We did have one Infernal Drake last game, so I suppose it's okay.
Was the 4th Drake spawn of the game, though, so it was very much a Johnny-come-lately Infernal Drake.
Dragon come lately?
Drake come lately.
Drake? Oh, yeah.
So you were telling me during the break you actually watched Hotline Bling for the first time.
I did. I had never seen it, but you know, I've heard the kids are really into Drake, and well, I don't know. I found it kind of boring, actually.
Wow.
I don't know. It was about a guy who used to receive a lot of phone calls from someone who fancied him
on his cell phone.
On his cell phone specifically. Yep. Not his landline. Ocean Drake next. But then she stopped calling, and he wondered what had become of her, and was inspired to write this song.
So now I'm actually inspired to have you record a William Shatner-style spoken word version of Hotline Bling.
I don't know if I can pause that many times when I'm speaking. If that works.
OGN Legion, tweet at Doa. Encourage him to do a spoken language version of.
What about
Hotline
like
Bling?
a freeform jazz poetry slam version where I'm like snapping my fingers a lot, you know?
I could get into that too, sure.
I'll see what I can do. Oh, chains immediately. Whoa, okay then. Nope, right out of that one. He cleansed out of the Chains of Corruption, thought he could maybe make a play, and then decided that making a play was not what he wanted to do.
I've never seen someone extend their Azir Sec play backwards again. He went forward and back.
We have seen some hilarious Azir stuff in this series.
It's a love letter to Azir as we perhaps kind of cement his exit from the competitive mid lane champion pool.
I guess. He doesn't look that strong in these games, though. We sure he needs a nerf?
I mean, if we see Faker playing Azir next series, I think he will confirm the need for a nerf.
That's true.
Somehow I doubt that he'll get access to Azir, but stranger things have happened.
Yeah, Faker's played Azir for most of the games SKT has had this season, so it'll be interesting to see what he starts to change to a bit more.
Yeah, the first 4 games they played, as a stat I'll repeat during that broadcast, were Azir Ezreal every game.
Yep, that's right. Yeah, Faker has 4 games on Azir, and then the last 2 are on Anivia, so no doubt he's got a lot of picks that we have not seen. We'll definitely start seeing those next week as 6-11 comes in.
The furthest away from a 1-trick, Faker.
Yeah, man. He's got like more tricks than a whole magician's conference.
Sure.
He's got more tricks than the X Games, dude.
I like it.
He's got more tricks than an entire cereal factory.
Okay.
Oh, Ash Arrow onto Totoro. He's already a little bit low. Flash body slam from beyond, gets exhausted, and Totoro gets out somehow, some way. That was a narrow escape from the Bard.
That's a really impressive exhaust. Doesn't sound like a thing that you really comment on, but the exhaust onto Beyond stopped the guaranteed damage from the Drunken Rage auto attack from killing him. He gets away even from the volley auto attack from Maha, so just survives. The key-esque Bard mechanics really on full display from Totoro.
Yeah.
He doesn't randomly die in the enemy jungle as much either. So watching the top lane. ADD, as you mentioned before, has been zoned away from farm for a lot of it, but will pick some up in a pretty big item hole compared to Tiamat and Spectre's Cowl from Crazy, though.
In the meantime, silence. And a bit of a lull in the action as we wait for the Ocean Drake to spawn. Totoro leaves some healing flowers or whatever for Tempt.
I miss the hot cups of cocoa, Doa.
I do too. So I prefer.
How do you feel about Mad Life still sticking with the River Nami skin that you know and love so much?
Oh man, dude, we had plenty of Nami picks, but nobody dared bring River Spirit Nami into it until Mad Life. But so this is one of the rare occasions where I'll forgive him because it's Mad Life, and I will eternally love Mad Life and his bloodthirsty support play. So it's fine.
So would you say you're showing caster bias?
Absolutely, and that's totally fine.
Fair enough.
But I'm biased towards feelings about caster bias. I admit.
As long as you admit your biases, it's fine.
Yeah, sure. We'll wear them proudly.
SKT Doa.
Not yet, but maybe someday. I'll work on it. Oh, Ian finds Bless. Oh, Chains of Corruption just completely whiffed. That hurts.
He popped Ghost as well to try and chase down the kill after registering the CC, then had to back away. So awkward interaction there from Ian.
Even more awkward when you consider it's about 20 seconds until Dragon comes up, and if MVP wants to contest that at all, that ultimate would have been something that would have been nice to have.
I mean, his back timer also is not the greatest at 10 seconds before the Dragon spawns, as you mentioned. Azir pinged it out, so they know that Varus is going to be horribly out of position if they are to start this Dragon on spawn.
Well, they've got bot lane pushed up, too. I think they can just go for it. Yeah, they think so, too. Well, Ash checks it with the arrow, of course. Or with the Hawk shot. Magic Hawk.
Want to push in the minion wave in mid lane as well. They can start it now. They are grouped and in position. Varus only now getting to mid lane and wants to cut out those minions first. Although, as you can see on the minimap, it's going to come over.
Yep, Beyond thinking about trying to come in and steal this, and he can't quite do it. Yes, he gets their second dragon of the game. ADD teleports in, takes a lot of damage immediately. Crazy jumping on top of Totoro there, too. He's going to ultimate back for a bit more health. Meanwhile, the brawl by the Dragon Pit. MVP getting poked out pretty hard. ADD gets exhausted, but finally gets back near his team. This has been not a great fight yet. Tempt goes for the Azir set, can't get it, still gets the kill anyway. Max gives him a double kill, and now Crazy chasing ADD, forcing the flash to get over that pillar, and in the end, ESC comes out ahead in that skirmish by quite a bit.
ESC makes the most of what is actually a pretty hairy situation, because if you notice, Totoro was on the flank for the majority. We're going to see the replay here. Totoro decided to commit to stopping ADD instead of helping the 3-man, and this 3-man can't get over the wall.
Yeah.
So they're in this awkward spot where they need to apply pressure onto ADD. Otherwise, the 4 members from MVP just run at ESC Ever and fight 4v3. But so they managed to do that, even though Temp doesn't manage to hit a big Azir sec play. He gets damage in, they pick up some kills. Crazy can't chase down, he's still Trundle. So we won't get any bonus kills out of that, but it could have gone a lot worse. It's just that Totoro committed to not just sticking around and being someone to give a magical journey to the team, and that commitment stopped the teleport flank and did end up ensuring and securing kills and an objective for ESC.
Yeah, very true. That's a 3,000 gold lead already in 14 minutes, and they may be able to take out this mid lane turret as well. It's going to be low at least. Doesn't look like they'll get it right now. Ooh, Beyond is not very tanky.
Basically, he knew the minion wave. The next one will be quite far behind, so he gave up basically his whole life bar to stop the turret going down this wave.
Yep. But ESC has really good wave clear, so they're right back onto the turret again. They're going to get it. Tempered Fate catches Maha. Crazy with the pillar right there in the slow. Maha fires the Ash Arrow back onto Loken. Gets very low. Loken, of course, able to get out of that Ash Arrow, and Maha barely escapes with his life. Turret does go over to Ever, though.
And the objective lead's really starting to get pretty stark between these two teams. 3 outer turrets, also 2 dragons, all over to ESC. They have the kills as well, so apart from the 2 turrets they swapped during the extended lane swap, there's been no joy for MVP.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't really think things are going to get much easier from here on out.
You have champions like Azir and Bard that can really impact your position. If they can stick pink wards around objectives, it's going to be that much more difficult for MVP to contest. This is the team. This is the sort of team comp that fights so well in the mid lane when they have a turret behind them, because they can just walk up. Trundle and Gragas can stand in the front, and you auto attack and poke away with Ashe and Varus. If you're fighting in areas where you don't have complete vision, where Azir can make a play, where Bard can make a play, where Trundle Pillar, when your flashes are down, can really hold you back. It's so much more tough to navigate for MVP when they're behind, specifically on a comp like this, and behind is probably the nicest way to put how one-sided ESC have been in the early game.
Yeah. And how much of a bummer would it be for MVP to win that first game and then lose 2 in a row? That would be very MVP of them, though.
They much feel like an emo teenager when they keep getting advantages and just having them all be taken away at the last.
Oh, is that what it's like to be an emo teenager?
I don't really know. I wasn't an emo teenager.
I wasn't either. I was pretty well adjusted. I was a fairly happy dude.
You do strike me as someone that's always been pretty happy with their surroundings and their scenarios.
More or less. Good enough.
MVP just desperate for that first 2-0. But so far, so good for ESC. It's stopping that from happening.
Oh, Beyond force of flash attempt misses again.
Chains of Corruption.
Yeah, Chains of Corruption comes in, but no follow-up. That's a follow-up. Wow, Gragas Barrel gets the kill for MVP Max, able to finish that one off. And now Ian chasing down Loken, who gets slowed. He's not going to make it out. Ian picks up a kill, and suddenly MVP turning this all around. They're chasing Totoro. ADD going deep, but I don't think he can quite catch that bar. No, he can't. And so, 2 kills for MVP. They're still behind in gold, but if they can start getting a couple objectives off of this, they can maybe start to come back in this game.
They need to try and push down a turret. That was a really, really good Gragas cast from Beyond to bounce both carries into the welcoming arms of ESC. They get 2 kills. Taking this turret's not going to be trivial, though. It's still full health, and a couple of auto attacks, and they have to back away. So it's just kills for MVP, but it buys them a reprieve, because that definitely felt like a game where ESC had the control. They were pushing up more and more aggressive warding. There was an air of inevitability just 2 minutes ago, but those kills do open things up a little bit.
Yep, very true. So Maha hanging out in the top lane, getting a good amount of farm too. He's been able to keep up with Loken. But it really does seem like MVP is going to need to find these picks, and they're going to need to keep finding those picks to get objectives and eventually get the win.
They have tools to do that. Maha is on point with the Ashe arrows. The chaining of the Ashe Arrow into either Chains of Corruption or the Gragas ultimate means that you can separate threats and get the first kill. And in a 5v4 scenario, they do fight very comfortably or siege like crazy with the Varus Ashe. So win condition does exist for MVP. Gold still about 3,000 advantage, but it is closing a little bit with the gold being passed over with those kills.
Next dragon coming up right now. This could be a big one. If MVP can secure this and maybe win a team fight, and it is a Mountain Drake, so that's also very big for MVP. Big for both teams. But this could be a turning point in the game if MVP can make the right plays. ESC needs to be ready.
Yeah, we will see a full commitment from MVP, you'd think, around this dragon, although if they can get a free objective first, they'll feel great.
Well, they're going to get some damage done, though. Here comes a flank from Crazy coming from the side. Cocoon on to Beyond. He's going to body slam away. And there's a Tempered Fate on the Max. No follow-up, though. They get the flash. Beyond backing away. Oh, Chains of Corruption from Ian do not connect. And ADD on his own now. This is not going well for MVP. And that's going to be another dragon now for ESC Ever.
It's the third time, though, that Tempt has missed the play with his ultimate. Didn't register on anyone. MVP tried to get greedy, get a bonus objective, then look to the Mountain Drake, but the Mountain Drake's been started.
Yeah, MVP coming back down anyway. Here's the teleport now from ADD. He was able to get the recall in. Goes in onto Loken and Temp. Loken very low, tries to flash away. That Sivers so low though, and there's a kill for Ian as he goes deep, gets the double, and now backs away. He's going to finally get taken out by Bless, but a win for MVP already as ADD zones out the jungler. Crazy cannot make it out of the fight, and that is exactly what MVP was looking for.
It was a really nice re-engage as well. ADD just channeled his recall. I thought, oh, it's just going to be a free dragon for ESC. No, they had a nice aggressive ward. The play comes in through for ADD. He's not Maokai when it comes to those teleport engages, but already had Iceborne Gauntlet. Really put the parallel convergence in a nice spot. Even though he gave up his whole health bar, it gave time for specifically Ian to ghost and frontline as Varus. But with the more Malmortius shield popping, it was enough. And that was surprising aggression from a Varus, that champion that's usually skulking around the back of a fight.
He got right in there, didn't he?
That's the most aggressive Varus we've seen.
Let's check that out. Let's just...
The last time we saw aggressive Varus was, I believe, Mickey just going mad in a previous series. So ADD just buys time. He puts down the Iceborne Golem, gets a couple of blocks, parallel convergence comes through, and Ian, ultra frontline, ghost flashes into the front line to fight. And you see the more Malmortius shield pops. He does eventually die, but everyone's kind of surprised from ESC. They realize they have to turn onto the Varus, and by the time that happens, they're in a great position to just chain the CC. You can't get away from Ashe with her consistent slow.
Tempered Fate onto Maha. And can they follow up? Nice Cosmic Binding, but Totoro gets caught with the Chains of Corruption, and just like that, another kill for MVP.
Yeah, and we also see the cancelled late teleport as well from Crazy, so ESC look for a pick, they don't get much at all, and suddenly things kind of falling apart for ESC Ever.
Well, MVP is still about 3,000 gold down, so they're still fighting from a deficit, but in the last 5 minutes, they've really been the better team fighting team, and getting that Mountain Drake is big for catching up on objectives.
In a couple of different ways, because you look at a Varus Ashe comp, and obviously you can go, 10% more damage to structures. This is a team that sets up around turrets well. That's a really big buff, but honestly, it's actually a team with not the best Baron damage, because they have the Gragas and Echo, so actually the Baron damage will also be relevant as well with 280 carries and taking something like the Baron. So
True.
In multiple different ways, they're really going to appreciate that Mountain Drake.
Yeah. Well, the top laners fighting it out in the bot lane. Looks like MVP going to make another attempt at the mid lane turret, and they do get a good amount of damage done.
Yeah, a lot of the standing gold will be answered when they take this out of mid lane turret.
Yeah. Very true.
They won game one, specifically after they got that mid lane turret from Maokai getting that excellent teleport flank. So that's the sort of vision that's only able to be gotten by taking out the mid lane turret. That's why you see MVP returning to it again and again and just inching towards taking out mid lane out of turret.
Yeah. The one thing we haven't mentioned is just how far behind Crazy ADD is in CS. He is way down, but he's been able to get a kill. He's been able to get some assists as well, and he's certainly made a difference on this Echo despite not having anywhere near as much CS.
We saw him make the difference on the Maokai with that teleport flank, despite, at least at the start, having to go Boots of Swiftness and roam around trying to find farm in any lane possible. So playing from behind, ADD's been pretty impressive this series.
Well, especially when you think he's 2 levels down right now. You would not know that from watching the last couple team fights, would you?
I mean, you watched the last team fight, and that was really nice teleport play from Echo. He got a lot of damage and slowdown, but he only had an Iceborne Gauntlet, so he did die very quickly. It just lasted long enough. He wasn't Maokai, he wasn't undying, but he did his job. He knew his role, and so if he's able to play into his disadvantage, understand that this is what I can get done with the level disadvantage, this is what I can get done with my item build, it just shows that next level smartness of a top laner, because we've seen top laners play as if they're an immortal tank when in reality they've been starved of gold and just die in the back line. ADD balanced it just right, and that's good to see, and it's a good sign for him in particular.
True. And now MVP pushing around the Baron pit, getting a lot of vision in. And I gotta say, despite being down some gold, they really look like they're in control of this game at the moment.
Setting up well, as you mentioned, if they can get the pink wards. We already said they have pick potentials with Ashe, Varus, and Gragas. Good single target damage too from 280 carries.
Yep.
The fact that they don't have that mid lane turret down is really the one thing that's holding them from having a full court press when it comes to pressure.
Yeah. There we go. Well, flash body slam into the big barrel from Gragas. Temp taken out nearly immediately. Bless extremely low too. What an engage from MVP. Beyond was our MVP for game number 1, and he's certainly looking at for game 2. Looks like they're going to head over to Baron. Teleport bringing ADD in there already from the bot lane, and they're going to go for it.
And this is sort of assertive Gragas play that's possible, but we haven't seen in so long. He's looking Lee Sin-esque with these aggressive plays. Baron down to 5,000.
All right, well, Tempered Fate only hits ADD in the Baron. They're going to turn onto Totoro immediately, get that flash out, back onto the Baron now. This is risky. Here comes Loken. He can do a ton of damage with those bouncing blades, but MVP gets the Baron, and ESC cannot find the fight they were looking for.
You see the interrupt from Crazy on 2, but watch the replay, and this is, remember, this
sick.
isn't a Zia turret here, so he doesn't care. It is effectively a turret dive, but the chaining from MVP is beautiful. See the Ash arrow into the cask, Tempt eventually dies. 2 members die for free, including the jungler, and that's why MVP made the good call.
Yeah.
Jungler dead, let's take Baron, and although there's some harass available for ESC, the objective comes down, and now MVP, Mountain Drake, and the Baron buff suddenly setting up under enemy turrets, looking pretty damn good.
Well, the timing from Maha's Ash arrow was just perfect too, in that when the Gragas barrel and the explosive cask hit from beyond, the characters that were being bounced back were being affected by the Ash arrow at the same time, so they just could do nothing.
I think we have to really, we called out Maha as one of the players we were least sure about on this lineup. He had a very poor promotion series play on specifically the Sivir, but in general. And Loken's someone we've hyped up, and Maha's been really reliable this series. Hasn't died yet in 2 games, and the Ash arrows have been on point.
Very true. Well, that one missed, but other than that, it was pretty good. They're just going to siege here and push ESC off the turret for the moment. See how much they can do. But yeah, you're right, and I think putting Maha on a champion like Ash and just having him stay way back and just engage from a distance is probably a good way to sort of work around his shortcomings that we've seen in the past as AD carry.
In general, he seems to have addressed some of his laning issues. And look, he's not going to become a world beater overnight, but he's looking better.
Fair enough. All right. There goes the turret. Tempered Fate thrown down. They hit Ian with it. Any engage? ADD ults to get a little bit of health back as they take that tier 2 turret. Gets slowed by the pillar. Beyond comes back in, helps him pick up the kill onto Bless. Ian with a lot of damage coming out of that Varus. And ADD, the caster minions don't quite finish him off. The dragon's up.
MVP got so greedy. ADD gave up his whole health bar, tanking the last few shots just to get the last damage onto an inner turret. It did work.
And look at this. Now suddenly, MVP going from about, what, they were, I think, like 5,000 down at one point, now to about 3,000, 2,000 or so up. What a comeback from MVP. The team fighting has been very good in game 2.
And again, people will look at this series, they'll use words like Clown Fiesta, they'll talk about the quality of the teams. You just have to say with MVP in particular, when it clicks for this team, when they took that assertive Baron in game 1, when it changed in game 2, the momentum especially, they've looked really strong. So that's a foundation they can build on. Both these teams have decent building blocks, whether it's talent, whether it's certain players or certain areas. It's just overall the picture isn't there. But it's nice to see that at least MVP, when they get ahead, compared to specifically that KT series where they kind of meandered too long and ended up losing in heartbreaking fashion, they looked a lot more cleaner when ahead in this game.
Yeah. Well, I think we're starting to see that Beyond is a pretty good jungler and a unique jungler in this league as well, in that he can play characters that a lot of other people right now in LCK aren't touching, like the Amumu, like the Gragas. So it's interesting to see.
The standard line from basically everyone who paid attention to Challenger was that Beyond is legit good. This guy is a top jungler who's just playing in Challenger at the moment. He was a rookie at the time. I mean, you can't argue with that. He's had some games where MVP have just been taken down as a team, but his individual plays, especially on this series, have been wonderful to watch.
Yeah, for sure. His engages on Gragas have been extremely good.
I mean, we've seen a lot of rookie junglers come through in the last year, even Ambition and Score coming through as junglers last year, and then this year, people like Haru and Bubbling all debuting. It's the aggression that's impressive to track. Like Beyond will go for the plays that aren't safe, that are risky but have high upside, and he makes them work.
Cocoon on to Beyond now. No follow-up as MVP tries to siege this tier 2 turret a little bit.
I mean, it's no fun sieging against both Azir and Sivir, so they'd be more behoved to split their forces, but if they do that, then Bard can certainly make some big plays with the magical journey. So MVP have to be pretty careful. They're strongest as a 4-man, 5-man group. It's just the wave clear is also strong on ESC's side, so getting picks is what they really want to do before they set up for this siege.
Yeah. ADD, of course, getting sent back to that bottom lane. He's got the teleport. He can join.
Arrow.
Whoa, Ash Arrow onto Temp. Beyond comes in for another engage, but the timing's a little bit off, and Temp able to get out in time.
I mean, Cleanse is down.
That is true. They do get the Summoner.
He didn't want to use it, but the moment he saw the Gragas sliding towards him, he had to commit to using the Cleanse.
I suppose.
The items are in a really good spot for MVP. All their power spikes have been hit. You can see Temp still working on his third item, whereas MVP, Ian in particular, has a pretty cheap build path, so he's doing just fine. Probably has some gold to spend now as well.
Yeah.
Not easy to make a dual tank team work against Trundle, but so far so good because they're the ones making the picks. It's not someone like Echo diving in the front, having his resist shredded and dying to focus fire. No, it's been about MVP splitting threats with specifically the arrow into the cask, but so far it's been really great to watch from the combo of Beyond and Maha.
Yeah. I mean, they've got the Chains of Corruption on top of all that as well. It looked a little bit iffy at first, but they made it work for the last 15 minutes or so.
Tanks trading.
Yep. ADD trying to split push as best he can.
Wait, look at this build from Maha. Third item, Frozen Mallet.
Wow. Huh. It's different.
팀의 포탑이
It's a little bit different.
Those stacking's in a weird spot, so I'm not really sure what to think of that.
Yeah.
Make sure it's not a visual bug. I've been tricked by those before.
It does happen once in a while.
It is crazy that I have to think about that. Basically, if we see Ashe and she has a lot of health, then it's probably a Frozen Mallet.
Yep, that's true. That's a good point. Well, MVP just kind of biding their time until the next Baron comes up, until, you know, maybe the next Dragon comes up here too. Seems like they've got the edge in teamfights for the moment, and it really feels like MVP has gained confidence in their ability to out-teamfight ESC Ever at this point.
It's been 3 clean teamfights in a row, so definitely can't complain from an MVP perspective.
True.
ADD not interested in fighting with Crazy, so he's going to proxy waves, I guess.
Can't blame him.
It also means that he's going to have the clean teleport and doesn't have to worry about Trundle interrupting us. This is actually exactly where ADD wants to be.
Yeah.
He's both controlling the waves and opening himself up.
As MVP sets up for that next Baron too, which is up. They've got the wards.
Ashe
Ashe
Arrow.
Arrow coming through. It hits Bless. Where's the engage? Chains of Corruption. There it is. Here comes ADD. Immediately they blow up Totoro. And that's a good start. Crazy kind of on his own. He used the teleport to come in. He gets locked up for the moment. Taking a lot of damage. Tempt actually knocked back in. He's going to Zonias. He's going to get taken out. And this is a great fight for MVP. ADD going really deep, but his entire team is there to support him. And that's another kill for Ian. And they may be able to just go ahead and take an inhibitor right here. They don't even need the Baron.
And MVP, the Amumu game and now the Gragas game. This team is the master of the Wombo combo,
They really
apparently,
are.
because when they get these Wombo comps, and you didn't initially look at this comp as a Wombo comp, it looked more like setting up for sieging and then peeling with the Gragas ultimate, but no. It's been Ashe Arrow into aggressive casks, and those aggressive casks have so far blown open the game for MVP.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, seeing a team that looks very good team fighting late game, you know, based on big engages from the jungler, it kind of reminds me of like CJ Frost a couple years ago, you know?
It's really
MVP
fun.
going for this Baron, and Tempered Fate only hitting the Baron. They move on to Bless immediately. He's going to come right back down. Jumps over to the Rift Scuttler though. Sivril used by Loken. That's not going to really gain them anything. MVP though takes enough that they were able to, or they weren't able to take the Baron.
It was successful from Bless. He stopped to the Baron play come through. Didn't have to use his flash, and Ian got so low from tanking the last few shots at the Baron that they have to back away.
True. Another Mountain Drake spawns. And Ever takes this opportunity to go for a bit of a desperation Baron. I really can't blame them at this point.
They know that 2 members have recalled, so this is a good move.
Yep.
Beyond can look for the steal, though.
They're going to try it. ADD goes on to Tempt in the back. Beyond goes in. He wants to steal this Baron away.
gets it!
He got it! He stole the Baron from ESC Ever. Still may go down, but here's Maha coming from behind. 3 kills already in this fight. Crazy goes down, and it's all MVP. Maha, we've criticized his positioning in the past, but man, has he looked good on that Ashe. ADD trying to chase down Bless, who just dies to the minions anyway, so no problem there. And I believe that should probably be the end of the game, as that mid inhibitor turret is down, and MVP able to just push in for the victory.
Both junglers smited, but Beyond's rang true. It was far too early from Bless, and Beyond really looking to argue for the double MVP. A play like that probably cements it. Really nice from MVP.
Yep.
The Wombo play is so cool from them. They go for the style points as well, and congratulations MVP. It is your first win as an organization and your second stint in the LCK.
That's right. So MVP picks up their first match win of the season. And yeah, it is over ESC Ever, but that second game, I really feel like once this team gets it together a little bit more, the ability that they have to team fight, engage with Beyond is pretty scary. It's something other teams need to respect.
And every time we see them, they try something different. Their first series they played, it was the Lucian mid lane and the Twitch AD carry. We saw the Amumu come from them. Now we see the aggressive Gragas initiation pick come. And look, some of them are successful, some of them less successful.
Yeah.
But we're moving on to 6-11. We're moving on to a world where the meta has changed, and I'm excited to see what MVP have to bring with a new bag of tricks.
That's right. Well, the first game of the series was pretty messy, but the second one made up for it, I think. MVP looking much more solid, much more together. Getting the win over ESC Ever. Let's check out the damage, and unsurprisingly, we have that Varus on top, but that's actually a good amount of damage done by Ashe, done by Maha there, who played a great game too.
Yep. Have to mention that Maha's looked much better increasingly in this AD carry role, was looked and expected to be one of the factors that held MVP back as a team, but he's leveled up his performance. Previous KT sub, now on a main roster LCK team, looking good, but Beyond was the story. The Gragas was great to see.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Second Gragas of the season. Haru played it once, but there's a bit of bubbling-esque performance there, but this is the upside of Gragas.
Well, Beyond rocked it, that's for sure, and it's a tough loss for Ever, of course. Game 1, was really back and forth. Could have been theirs, but just straight got pretty massively outplayed in Game 2 by MVP. And thinking about that MVP, it's got to be Beyond. It's got to be. Double MVP for this guy today.
I expect it to be, but we'll have to wait for the confirmation from OGN. And let's see if this is a building thing for MVP. When you saw those close, honorable losses, you worried about maybe the team falling away. You're going to lose heart when you get the Nexus down to 53 hit points and aren't able to pick up the win. But nope.
Hey, there it is.
Victory for Beyond and victory for MVP.
Yeah, some really fantastic engages on this Beyond in team fights. Had that great flash body slam into 2 members of ESC Ever. His explosive casks were great. His pathing looked good. And all in all, another good jungle performance from what is becoming a rising star on this MVP team.
Yep, all 3 victories that MVP have gotten this season. The MVP has gone over to Beyond. It was the Amumu, and now it's 2 games. In this series, the Gragas looked excellent, though, to watch. And it's the aggression, right? It's the fact that he's so confident. When he played the Amumu, I'm going to go full DPS. That'll carry the game. This game, every time the arrow came through, this time the Chains of Corruption, you just have to watch Beyond. He understands his limits. He sees 2 carries, and he doesn't even have to body slam that time. Just hits a really nice cast. They've gotten that first pick. This was the flash body slam. Wow. Casually getting, and it's always Bless and Tempt. Have you noticed that? It's the AD carry threats. It's exactly who you want to get with that Gragas ultimate, and maybe that's the positioning from ESC. Maybe they're too far forward, but Beyond cemented that with his ults.
It could be a bit of both, but either way, Beyond is looking really good. Like nice flash body slam into the explosive cask onto Tempt, and Tempt was really the main victim from a lot of these engages. The Azir did not work out very well. Tempt's been having some issues. Look at this. Oh, a little bit of an early smite from Bless.
It was at 1,200 health, and even at 18, you only smite for 1,000, so it was a panic smite, you have to say, by Bless. And Beyond had the measure of all the junglers in Challenger, including Bless, during the Challenger season, and keeps the story up today.
That's right. So now it's time for an MVP interview with Bless. Congratulations on the MVP, says that sign. And Joel will be translating for us. Take it away.
Hey, thank you very much, guys. You joined the first match between MVP and ESC Ever, and you've seen that MVP gained the win, the first victory of the season, and we've seen a great performance from today's sole MVP, Beyond. Congratulations on your win. Give us a comment on the performance. First of all, I'm very satisfied with getting the first win of the season, and that's the most important thing for me. And it's the cooperation of the teammates and getting the support from all the teammates that got me this win today. We talk about many types of junglers with performance junglers, carry junglers, and something that controls lanes, but what kind of things do you think about? I thought, something like Rek'Sai with something that controls the game was the type for me, but setting a different view of the game today really just opened a new angle for me, and that just really opened up my performance today. This is something we can't talk about, and we've seen Amumu from you. We seen a boom from you. Although you lost the game, it was a very significant performance. Can you explain a little bit about the champion? After picking on something like Amumu and losing the game in the end, it was something very tragic for the team. But I really wanted to keep going with these unique picks, and it really did help in the end and got us the victory today. With coaches telling me not to play Amumu, it's something that I really want to do in the end, and something that really helped me today was getting going those unique picks that the opposition didn't expect, and it really did help me today. I think it's really significant that we can have someone junglers that picks these kind of picks. It shows a new angle to the game. We saw that, you guys going up against each other with MVP versus ESC. You guys were very hyped about this game. What do you think? Yeah, it was a big rivalry for us and back in the Challengers days, and it really did hype us up. There were times that you guys were looking worried and it seemed like the games weren't going your way. But let's look at the highlights and let's discuss a little further. This is the highlight from Game 1. This was your Nidalee play in the first game. You didn't get a kill off of it, but it was a very significant play overall. And after you see Ian getting that wall off today, and you followed up and getting a kill. And did you expect that kind of plays to come from Ian? I knew that Ian was gonna make something plays like that, and I was just kind of getting ready for it. And we followed up and came back from it. You saw that mid lane was struggling in your part, and did he specifically ask you for help? He didn't say much, so I kind of went top, which I thought was more needed, and helped him out. Something that I wanted to ask was, we asked that what is the most impactful play of Game 1, and something that we asked. And what kind of the things that we can see from this video, but can you tell us a comment on this video? It was after we took the Baron, and we were very excited, and we had a lot of confidence going in, but that was a little overconfidence in our part, and we kind of regretted it in the end. We went in and we were really just overexcited about all of the things, and we later regretted it. But overall, it was something that was kind of the environment of our team at the time. The opposition kept picking Trundles and keeping with it. And we thought that your top laner, he was doing well in his part, holding off Trundle. And what did you think about that? In the first few minutes of the game wasn't falling off the one where we wanted to in the top lane. There was a little miscommunication in our parts between the two lanes, but just keep holding on and doing their best. I think that what got us in the win. We didn't expect this from you, but you really did do what we mean by hard carry. It was really your part that got you guys the win today. What are some of the things you have to say about that? It was a very instinctual thing where I just went in without even telling my teammates, then communicating after the plays. And there are some of the things that I didn't expect from myself. And on all these plays that you see now, these are some of the very instinctual plays where you see it's not something that you think about before, but it just kind of just comes all naturally. And it wasn't just one or two plays that you guys saw from this. And we didn't think that you were this type of jungler. What did you practice this in this direction a little bit? When people ask me that what are some of your strengths as a jungler, and I always tell them that I'm more of a supporting jungler. After picking Gragas and seeing those angles, I was able to make those plays and sort of come out as more of a different type of jungler, as a carry jungler. Is there any kind of tips that you can give for giving such an initiation? Getting very aggressive is most important, and just don't think about it too much and just go in as hard as you can and hope for a good play.
That's my philosophy.
Yeah.
Hope for the best.
This is something that we didn't think that you practiced very recently, but it was something that's very natural from you, coming up with these big plays, not just one of them, but numerous of it. And that was different from my usual plays, but today's games was just something that I really didn't expect, but I did pretty well, and so I'm satisfied with it. Next Monday, you're up against the big SKT. You've earned a big victory today, but you can't help but worry about the next Monday match. What do you have to say to that? I consider SKT's jungler Bengi as my idol, and I really respect his plays. But with coming into the match, I don't have much confidence in winning, and I'm not sure about it, but we're definitely going to try our best. Out of the two junglers in SKT, which one is easier to face for you? I think Blank is more suitable for me. You finally cut off your long losing streak, and finally earned a victory today. And when you have to say anything to that? We always thank the fans for always supporting us, even through bad performances, and I'm really thank you for everything. And making a debut this year and coming from challengers and making it to LCK and doing well overall, it really makes me happy. Thank you. I'll give it a big round of applause. And that's the end of the interview. Back over to you guys.
All right, thanks for the translation. And so now we take a little break. First of all, it's about a 45-minute break, Papa Smithy, but then we're going to be back with SKTelecom versus Samsung. It's going to be amazing. But talk about amazing, man. I mean, Beyond is really shaping up to be a great jungler in this league.
And MVP just as a team is so watchable. You know, every series they play, there's something you remember like, man, MVP did this, it was cool. MVP did this, and it worked, as we can say.
It's a very good point.
In this series. So I got to say, this is the sort of team that may not have a big fan base right now in Champions, but should grow one with performances like this, with off-the-meta picks specifically from Beyond. 3 wins, 3 MVPs for Beyond. This guy's looking like one of the new forces in the jungle in Champions.
It is impressive. And so with that, MVP moves up to 1-3. That jumps him all the way up to 7th place. And we'll see if they can keep the momentum going. It is only 1 win. I'm not ready to call these guys a playoff team yet, of course, but it's a win, you know? Something to build on.
You look at a team like Samsung that, had a new team at the start of 2015. They were 7th, 8th, and they were 7th, 8th again, and then they leveled up moving on to this year. Who's to say how MVP will do in the future, but this one doesn't need the hype. It's 1v2. It should be a great series coming up next.
Samsung's greatest test begins in about 45 minutes right here on twitch.tv/LCK1 as they will take on SKTelecom T1 and see if they can claim the top spot in the league. But it's going to be tough because, like we'd mentioned earlier in the broadcast, we've seen this situation before, right, where a team looks like they might be able to handle SKTelecom, then Faker and the gang shows up and they just crush them. So who knows? I hope we're in for a close series, but the only way to find out is to tune in 45 minutes and watch it with us. So it's going to be great, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with SKTelecom versus Samsung in 45 minutes. See you then.
Winning. It's like 25 the laps that you bust out of prison. Something's in the air, something's in the air. It's like that feeling when you're just about to kill it. Take your last shot, you know you're gonna hit it. Something's in the air, something's in the air. Whoa. Something big, I feel it happening out in my control. Pushing, pulling, and it's grabbing me. Feel it in my bones like, oh, whoa. To win the medal, and you work so hard that you knew you wouldn't settle. Hands are in the air, hands are in the air. When they hear you and you thought they wouldn't listen, it's like an anthem that the whole world's singing. Hands are in the air, hands are in the air. Whoa.
Coming up next, SKTelecom T1, Samsung. 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Round 1.
Beat in sync with the fast track. All eyes are searching to the black. Jump back and get back a little more.
Today's matchup. SKTelecom T1. Samsung. 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Round 1.
Hey guys, welcome back to LCK Summer. I'm Doe, that's Papa Smithy, and this is our final match of the week, and it is a good one. SKTelecom T1 taking on Samsung, our two unbeaten teams. One of them's going to get beat today. What do you think we can expect from this one, man?
Look, I think SKT come in heavy favorites, but this is one of those blockbusters that sneaks up on you. It's a bit like the Mad Max of series, Doa, because before the season, no one was looking at Samsung versus SKT and being like, okay, this is going to be 1v2, two undefeated teams. Not much was expected of Samsung, but 8-0 on the season against 6-0 SKT. Game one's going to tell a story. That's going to be one undefeated streak ended, and one team is going to come away from this series in pretty good spot and pretty good stead and be top of the league.
Yeah, man. The crowd is packed, of course, today, and Samsung has looked good since day one, right? That's a team that has been a bit of a surprise, but they've been so great overall. And then SKTelecom comes in. And this is a team that after MSI, even the coaches were saying, well, don't expect a lot from us from summer. You know, we're really tired. We haven't had a lot of time to practice and all that. But apparently all of that meant nothing because SKTelecom has been a juggernaut. They just finished taking out KT, taking out the Rocks Tigers. So they've already beaten two of the other best teams in the league right now. Samsung may be a bit more of a challenge as they are actually on top of SKT in the standings, but I've got a feeling by the end of the day that may be a bit different.
And Samsung also set their expectations high with their first race because they took on Rocks Tigers in week one, beat them very comfortably. So both these teams have taken down the Tigers, who of course have been wayward at the start of the season. Both of the teams undefeated. Samsung's played more games, so of course they have the one match score increase.
Right.
But only one can be undefeated on the end of the day. So this will be really exciting to see because what would it say for the development of Samsung, this team that started at the start of 2015 after all their players went to China. They had their struggles. They're looking damn good now, though, 4 seasons in.
I'd say a lot. And I mean, Samsung's had a great result lately, too. They did 2-0 Jin Air as well. But let's take a look at the current reigning world champions, SKTelecom T1. There they are. And of course, we know them well. Duke, Bengi, back in the jungle once again. Faker, Bang, and Wolf. 5 championships to the name of this team already. And I would not be surprised if they made it 6 after this season.
Yeah, 2 double world champions, a triple world champion will be something that may never be equaled in the history of League of Legends esports. So definitely don't need any hype around this lineup. Whatever they were playing down seemed to be a bit of a misnomer because they've looked so damn good on the Rift. Some of their players, Bang comes into his 7th game of the season with a 19.3 KD. He has died 3 times in 6 games as a top laner.
It's incredible, man. And I think another big story about SKT is that Bengi is back. You know, Blank performed well over the last few months, but now Bengi back once again in a meta that maybe favors him a little bit more in the jungle. So we'll see if he can keep that momentum going. And on the other side of the arena are, of course, Samsung. And these guys, again, undefeated, and they have played one more match than SKTelecom. Talk about a surprise, though. I mean, this is a team that was built out of the ashes of the World Championship, Samsung White, and blue teams that was also at Worlds in 2014. And these guys have had a long road, but they are finally making progress.
The coaching staff, the top laner, and the support are the only players that remain from the roster that started in January of 2015. But Cuvée has developed into a very solid top laner, and Wraith is turning into a bit of a superstar. Remember, this is him against SKTelecom. A lot of people forget that this is, of course, the support that's gone through so many organizations and name changes. Was Leray back in the day, then Ice Bear, then Casper, most famously when he replaced Pumandu right after Season 3 Worlds. And he went on to Samsung. His newest name is Wraith. He didn't necessarily have that synergy with the last two AD carries, but his synergy with the rookie, the super rookie you could call him, in Ruler, has been one of the big stories with Samsung this season.
Well, Ruler's been incredible, and it's going to be a real test for the kid to see if he can go up against Bang and Wolf. Can't wait to see that matchup. Of course, Samsung in first, just based on the fact that they've played one more match than SKTelecom, who had a break the first week because they just got back from winning MSI.
You see a lot of blue in these charts.
Yeah, pretty much all blue, in fact, as we see SKTelecom taking out CJ, KT, and the Tigers so far.
So obviously CJ the weaker, but KT and Tigers expect to make up playoff spots. But you look at Samsung, they have taken down Afrika, which was a playoff team, Jin Air and Tigers that both were in playoffs in spring. It's not like Samsung's had an appreciably softer schedule than SKT.
Yeah, and that match versus Jin Air was really good. It was closer, but Samsung played well in the end, and man.
How you doing, Duke?
Look at KDA for Duke, wow.
And Bang also just ahead of Ruler. So actually the top lane is the really big discrepancy, about as big as can be, 13 KDA points in the top lane. But Crown at 7 and Faker at 7.2. Crown has been a really big story this season. He's really cemented his reputation. We're going to look at the ADs for the featured matchup. Bang is number 1 for DPM in the league. Bang, Faker, Crown, right up there in terms of DPM. Really competitive. And honestly, the fun thing about these two teams is they're so evenly matched. You look at statistics. Shortest average game time is the one that's different. SKT, the fastest games at 35 minutes. Samsung a little bit longer at 41, but gold difference at 15, Dragon control, Baron control. Samsung top 2 or 3 in all of these, and SKT right in the top. They've played less games, though.
Yeah, absolutely. So SKTelecom has a ton of momentum coming into this match, as does Samsung. Somebody's going to get stopped here. I mean, just given the history, we've seen this before in LCK, right? We've seen this before where teams are starting to do really well. It looks like it might be a contest for SKT, and then then SKTelecom comes in, just crushes them. We're like, well, I guess that's not much of a match after all. So we could be in for another one like that today, but I'd like to believe it's going to be a bit closer. I'd love to see 3 games between these teams.
It'd be great. Samsung winning the first game would really send a barrel around the world that everyone would have to stand up and watch this Samsung organization.
Yeah.
I'm really excited to see how they line up. I mean, you look at their play styles, they've been honestly very team fight focused. They've been focusing on late game team fights, getting to late game team fights against SKT without being in a huge hole. That's the hard part.
That's right. So here we go. Picks advance for game number 1 between SKTelecom and Samsung. The Nidalee and the Azir being banned right away. I think one of the most interesting things to me is that so far in their 3 matches, SKTelecom has not had to have a lot of very champion picks.
They've almost shown nothing, though. You look at Faker, first 4 games of the season, Azir every time. You look at Bang, the first 4 games of the season, Ezreal every time. They very much went for very similar picks to what they were playing previous patches at MSI and didn't have to show anything and looked good doing it. Now, we did see the Anivia from Faker. He had the counter for the Vladimir meta. Let's see if he has any more counters, because it's going to be so interesting to track these 2 mid laners who right now are 1 and 2 for me in the league.
Yeah, pretty heavy mid lane bans already. Just had Nidalee in the jungle. Other than that, Victor, Azir, Ryze banned out. And what's SKTelecom going to do for their final ban? That Vlad might be a contested pick, even though neither team has played it so far this season.
SKT, usually with Bengi in the lineup, are forced to ban junglers. They ban no junglers. This has been a team that's banned basically Nidalee, Kindred every game, and maybe we're moving to a world where that's less necessary in 6.11, but on this patch, on 6.10, notable that for now, only the Nidalee ban comes through, so Kindred is available.
Sivir is the last ban, and so it's going to be a first pick Kindred going over to Bengi.
But for SKTelecom, for Bengi in particular.
Yeah, well, I mean, this guy has kind of reinvented himself a little bit after taking that time off. went in the hyperbaric time chamber and came out perhaps Super Saiyan Bengi, and he's already had one of the longest and most successful careers of anybody in League of Legends history.
But the real question is, can Bengi build a Sightstone on Kindred? That's the question that...
Maybe.
Look, and of course he wasn't
Maybe.
building Sightstone on Graves, but the big story about his Graves was very vision denial focused. He was very much different from, say, Peanut on a champion like that, so his playstyle doesn't necessarily lend itself to Kindred, so it's going to be super surprising to see how he does on a more mechanically demanding champion like Kindred.
Yeah. So Echo and Braum, the first 2 picks over for Samsung. Wraith has played that Braum 3 times this season. And, well, I mean, we've seen the Vel'Koz before from Faker, but that'd be an early pick, and it'd be a bit of a surprise. I think Maokai seems like a logical lock-in, but Thresh, that's something I was not expecting if they do decide to go for it. The Karma makes a lot more sense.
Would be a flex pick as well.
Yeah.
Expected to go to Wolf in the support role just because Samsung probably going to have the last pick for Crown in the mid lane. They've already committed to their top laner, so expecting there to be heavy focus on getting that beneficial mid lane matchup. When you see Karma already, there's going to be alarm bells about whether this is going to be a mid lane or a support Karma.
With the Sivir banned, though, I think you need to take that Ezreal away, and Samsung knows that. I mean, Ezreal's been Bang's most played champion so far this season. You don't want to give SKT the high damage poking Karma Ezreal lane, so Samsung takes it away along with the Elise.
It's been Ashe and Ezreal mainly for Ruler. Basically, every time he sees a Lucian first pick, he'll just answer with Ezreal in a later rotation. He's going to take the Ezreal as a blocker pick. Bang has been doing this as well. Ezreal priority shot up during the Champions Finals last season as people realized the safety of Ezreal was very important in a meta that was all about teleport flanking. Action onto SKT. What is the mid lane pick going to be? That's the interesting thing for me.
Caster Tribute rotation going for Bang's hovers. Now, Wolf has played that Nami a couple times, so that wouldn't be too surprising. Although it would be maybe a little bit surprising to see Faker take the Karma, but he can certainly do work with that.
Worth noting that Faker's Karma was one of the reasons the team struggled towards the end of the regular season last season. I think they had some issues, and Faker was overextending like crazy on this pick, and we see Jhin locked in. Interesting.
Yeah, Jhin and Nami. So it's good that they have some disengage for that Jhin, and Faker also can help keep that safe. But interesting team comp for SKTelecom. This is the first Jhin we've seen from them this season.
It's definitely not been a staple pick of Bang. It's been more of a prey special. He played it plenty of times on the Tigers, and other AD carries have messed around with it.
Well, the Varus for Crown would certainly make this a very strong comp for Samsung as well.
I mean, Varus can just sit back and line wave clear very, very safely, so it wouldn't be a bad draft. It feels like Jin's strength in a team fight is related to how powerful his frontline is, and Maokai obviously will do a great job contributing to that. They don't really have any other frontliners though, so there is always that world where Jhin is not able to get a lot of damage out. It's not a consistent damage AD carry. Ezreal from his range can always put out relevant damage. It's more difficult for Jhin to pull that off. Waiting for Samsung to settle on that mid lane pick, though.
Well, looks like they're going to let the Varus be locked in. And so I would say pretty strong, pretty standard composition for Samsung, but something a bit more experimental than we're used to coming out of SKTelecom. Intriguing.
It's the first time they've been forced to go somewhere different. The Anivia mid was very good showing in the last series against the double sustain mage of the Vlad and the Swain, but this is again something very different. It's not a comp they've had to pull off this season, and Samsung do have a lot of options in the mid game if they can get the pressure advantage as you'd expect around the Echo. We know the duo of Varus and Ezreal put out so much poke under turrets, and the wave play is decent for SKT, but it's not outstanding.
Yeah. We'll see. I mean, just so many questions about SKT's comp. You know, are they able to play these champions, especially Bang on that Jhin? It's going to be cool to see. Faker's yawning, though. He's clearly not worried going into this one. That's Faker, though.
Big story for SKT is can they put QV behind? Because if Echo isn't a frontliner, it's worth knowing that Samsung want to peel back for this Varus and Ezreal. They're going to very much be a disengaged comp. They won't really be able to get on top of Jhin. And if Jhin is exploding the front line, he's going to be in a really good spot to carry the game.
That's right. So Samsung versus SKTelecom, the two unbeaten teams here in LCK Summer, going at it in this best of 3 to cap off what's been a great week of League of Legends here on OGN. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I'm ready. Papa Smithy, are you ready?
I cannot think of anything I want to see more than the Bengi Kindred.
Oh yeah, well I'm ready for a lot of stuff in this game, man. Let's do it. SKTelecom versus Samsung, game number 1 of this best of 3. Who takes the early lead? Let's find out. And of course, the Cloud Drake, as usual, it's the third time in a row today. SKT versus Samsung, game number 1. The cheers come out from the crowd, and we are on the rift. So,
On my monitor, I could see a 5-man invade from Samsung. They poked out Bengi a little bit. They want to get vision around the blue side
yeah.
of SKT.
Wow, okay. And we have not seen a lot of aggressive invades, really, in this meta. So, already something a little bit unexpected from Samsung. SKTelecom responding with some deep wards. They really want to spot that lane swap, don't they?
Yeah, both teams seem to be really invested in spotting the lane swap.
Makes sense.
Neither of the duos lane particularly powerfully. I'd probably give the slight advantage to the Jin and Nami.
Yep.
So many fans out today to watch the top 2.
Well.
Hey, Wolf.
Oh, Wolf. Slow zoom into the wolf. The eyes of the wolf.
Lane swap successfully navigated by Samsung. Whenever you put down all the early vision you have in one area, you can basically guarantee that a lane swap will happen, because otherwise you're swapping back into an area where you don't have vision. So it makes a lot of sense to continue with that.
All right.
Strong side starts by both jungle support duos, so no one's getting risky or frisky trying to jungle on the weak side.
Yeah. And the Faker versus Crown lane. I mean, Karma has a decent amount of poke, but I think Varus is the one that's probably going to end up winning that war most of the time.
Sort of lane where if you gank it early, you can send the Varus behind. If Varus has to use Flash, because when you think of Varus, you think of him clearing waves with his Q confidently, but that requires a lot of levels in the ability and a bit of mana sustain, because the cooldown's actually very high in the early game. So the early tempo advantage is almost exclusively with the Karma. So expect to see Bengi try and influence that. Otherwise, just naturally over time, Crown will get in a really comfortable position around level 9.
Right. All right, Ambition going for an early blue steal too, but they're going to do the lane swap anyway, so no big surprise there. It is so weird that we've seen all these Cloud Drakes starting off, man. I don't know what it is.
I think Achilles and I was spoiled with all the infernals and mountains in the telecom wars, but especially today, what's going on with these clouds?
We'll see. When Monty and I were casting earlier in the week 2, we had like 5 or 6 in a row or something like that. It was insane.
The rotations.
It's the worst one, man.
They're not even that good for rotations, so it's not the best Drake.
Nothing will make us like the Cloud Drakes. Give up. Give up, Rito. Give us the Drakes we want.
I mean, the one thing I said, and I said this on cast before, you have to be very careful with the Cloud Drake, because if you change just a little about it, it becomes easily the best Drake. If it was 15 movement speed in combat, it'd be crazy strong. Because of how it is right now, it's quite weak, but how they tweak it will be interesting. I think it has to be a non-movement speed related side buff. Someone mentioned tenacity today. I think that would be okay, but it needs to be something, because if you make it too strong, movement speed was always something that people craved but couldn't itemize into naturally outside of 80 carries. So if you give combat movement speed, suddenly it jumps up to the strongest Drake.
I know Monty was talking about what if it gave you armor and MR, you know, kind of a counter to the Infernal Drake buff. If you gave it tenacity, I think you'd kind of randomly ruin pick comps on the other side.
I mean, 5% tenacity is kind of like a bonus, right? It's not going to make or break anything, but I take your point. I think armor and MR would be interesting, but I feel like it'd be too much to have movement speed, armor, and MR, so...
Well, yeah, just take the movement speed off it.
And is it really a cloud anymore?
Well, I don't know. Not really. You could make it a Ice Drake.
Yeah, Ice Drake.
I mean, because we have water, and clouds are just the gaseous state of water, right? So why can't we have the solid state?
Solid state, coming to you soon.
Maybe. Probably not. All right, Kube's going to recall, and we'll see where he heads.
It's worth knowing that itemization for this game actually betrays what Samsung wants to do. I mentioned that this is a late-game team-fighting comp. You see double tier, and that very much confirms that they're looking to play for the late game. You see an item like Forbidden Chapter for Faker, a lot more aggressive itemization available to the Karma. So early fighting going to be behooved for SKTelecom.
Well, that's what SKT's been so good at, right? They're good at like taking those early fights, dominating them, and then chaining that into a lot of objectives.
They just play to their comps very well, because SKT have been guilty of playing very passive comps. You know, they love Ezreal, for example, as one of the more passive AD carries, at least early. But they know how to play around what they draft, and there are definitely teams out there that struggle to do that, even at the highest level.
Yeah. So the first non-Azir, non-Anivia pick for Faker this season.
And I mentioned it during the pregame. He played the Karma towards the end of spring season, mainly when Lulu was nerfed and was no longer the go-to for Faker in the mid lane.
Right.
And he really struggled in some games because Karma is less survivable than a pick like Lulu, who really needs to position very aggressively to get poke in. Famously in the late game, you put AP on Karma, and it only really helps her utility because the way her Q works, it can be blocked by the first target, which is usually a tank that kind of shrugs off the damage.
Duke's getting a lot of time by himself up in this top lane, and he's developing a pretty nice CS lead. It took Samsung a bit longer to take down that bot turret, so nice little edge for SKT, I suppose.
Just one thing to note is that, as I said, Faker won't be able to do damage to the backline. Jin also will kind of struggle to do that. So if they hold Cuvée down and can take down the front line, Samsung have to run in all directions. They'll be in a good spot, but consistent damage for SKT is really only Bengi.
It's interesting. Bengi not the Kindred type of jungler as we know him right now, but like we said earlier, the guy's he's trying to reinvent himself, so we'll see.
I mean, if he can pull off the Kindred, then you have to be pretty confident for him moving forward. Kindred does see some nerfs on the later patches, but one of the main reasons he was taken out of the lineup was indeed his struggles with the meta, and meta was already shifting towards him. Kindred would cap it off.
Yep. Ooh, maybe a play onto Cuvée here. He's recalling. Can Bang stop it? I don't think so. I think he's going to get out.
Could have gone for an optimistic W, but didn't choose to.
Why not? So does SKT? They could, I guess, but I mean it's Cloud Drake. It's just not very high priority. Look
at the inventory for Ruler. It's just so depressing. Triple mana crystal items. I mean, obviously
well,
Iceborne Gauntlet is where he's going, but there's literally no power in his build whatsoever.
Hey man, he's got a Doran's Blade.
He does.
That's some damage.
He's got a pink ward. He can fight for vision.
Exactly. That's right. Forget the hammer from Bang. It's not important. It's all about mana crystals.
Where the hammer goes, as you mentioned, the Caulfield's hammer will be interesting. A lot of a lot of Jin players, as Raiden doesn't meet quite with Bengi in the jungle, but a lot of Jin players have been moving towards Yoma's Ghostblade as a first pickup. Arrow from KT has been doing that a lot. Would be a lot of early power versus, as we mentioned, a lot of delayed power in all the mana crystals for Ruler.
This is a pretty extreme lane swap coming in right now.
Teleport coming in.
Yep. Cuvée teleporting back up to that lane, but the turret's already taken about half of its health and damage.
I mean, Cuvé's just kind of been walking around trying to meet and push waves together, because as you mentioned, the CS advantage when it comes to the top lane is already pretty severe between Duke and Cuvée.
Yeah. And you don't really want to give that Maokai an powerful head start like that.
Again, Duke this season, obviously 6-0, but 18-3-40 is his KDA, 19.3, and a kill score of 18-3 lets you know that he's really been on top of things. Hasn't played a lot of Maokai though, he's been mostly playing the Echo and Trundle.
Very true.
Swain looked pretty good from him in last series as well.
You know, the other thing to consider too is that this is letting Bang actually get a lot of CS on his own in that bot lane too. So both the AD carry and the top lane are kind of benefiting from this lane swap so far. Bang a little bit less so, but still.
I mean, when you draft a comp like this, like Samsung has, you kind of have to get the most out of what you've picked. You've picked a lot of weak lanes in the early game. You've picked a lot of scaling, so losing CS on your top lane isn't really the biggest hole to be in. It's not the biggest sacrifice to have to make. So all things considered, things going pretty well from a Samsung perspective. It's when they start losing dragons, it's when they start losing turrets and a big lead opens up for SKT in the mid game. That'll be panic stations. But for now, so far so good.
Well, SKT's got the best dragon control in the league right now. So if I were Samsung, I would be a little bit worried about that stat.
Yeah, some of the stats are that Samsung has the highest first dragon rate at 75%, SKT just a little bit behind at 67%. Interesting stat to me is that the Baron control from SKT, in their 6 games, they have never lost a Baron. They have 100% Baron control, which lets you know how they've been doing. Samsung, by comparison, are at 60%, so that's enough for them to be third, but SKT...
Oh,
going
flash
in.
engage. Yeah, Duke moves on to Ruler here. Wolf and Bang are right there. Bang trying to lay down the damage with that Jin. Duke may have bit off more than he could chew, and first blood goes over to Ruler. SKT trying to get a bit of revenge now as Faker comes in with his teleport. Gets slowed down by Wraith, though. Ambition flashes, and there's the curtain call. Ruler taken out by Bang. There's the snipe. And so they do go 1 for 1, but Bengi over the wall. I don't know if that was a great idea. Goes after Wraith, he does get it. And there is a Kindred ultimate. Lamb's Respite, letting him get the damage out on the Crown. Crown gets the kill in the end, though. Can SKT possibly chase him down? Faker being sped up by Wolf slightly with that passive. Now Faker using the shield, and they get the flash out of Crown. So tons of summoners. Fuse on each side. They get the cleanse out of Crown, too.
A pretty big advantage.
Well,
SKT really wanted to fight because Cuvée did not have teleport, but in a 5v4 scenario, it's only a single bonus kill to SKTelecom. They're going for more.
Things Faker does. Didn't get that kill, but scaring Crown. Let's watch a replay. That was an insane series of events.
So it looked super aggressive, but the reason you do this is, once again, Cuvée is freezing in the bottom lane with no teleports. So Ruler and the shot calling from Samsung is strong. They take down the guaranteed member. It's just the fact that Bang is post 6 at this point. Tries to get the snipe with the W, well flashed by Ambition, but the moment one ult bolt hits, Ruler is most certainly dead. Ambition, if he'd tanked that up, would have died as well. So even though it looks like a misplay, but yeah, Wraith tries to walk away, but the last auto registers outside the range of Lamb's Respite. Good timing by Crown to snipe away the kill. No bonuses come through, so honestly, it's pretty even overall, though, because Samsung didn't invest their top laner, who just fight.
Crown caught out completely, and there's a kill for Faker. Whoops. Crown moving just a bit too far ahead, and on that Varus with no flash, pretty easy gank for SKTelecom. I think that's going to lead to a Cloud Drake.
Have that movement speed from the Karma. They have those earlier power spikes in. 12 minutes is all it takes for SKT to really put the foot on the accelerator, and it's just not a draft from Samsung that can deal with that sort of aggression in the early game.
Yeah. This is what makes SKTelecom so terrifying, is that they find these opportunities, and everybody tends to play it out pretty perfectly.
I think Find kind of undersells what they do, is that they manufacture these situations. If you remember what happened in the early game, if you were to surmise the first 10 minutes, you're like, well, Maokai got a huge advantage over Echo. So the first time in the whole game that Echo gets access to a big minion wave, SKT all in and force a fight. There's no teleport available for Cuvée. Yeah. Even though he got the free time with the minion wave, you can see he's still 17 CS behind. So SKT set up a situation where Cuvée both can't respond and doesn't want to. He very much wants to be freezing a wave and farming, and they punish Samsung for it. So even though it looked like Samsung were getting a free fun time farming, SKT set it up, they execute, and now they find themselves with a comfortable gold lead, but nothing outrageous.
Yeah. Good start, though, for SKTelecom, and if you're the Samsung team right now, I think you're certainly starting to feel a bit of the fear that everybody feels when they're playing against SKT.
Drafting a late game comp against SKT almost has always felt like...
That's bold.
Bold is an understatement.
It's very bold.
Oh, Wolf.
Whoa, no way.
Casually steals away the blue with Aqua Prison.
No kidding. That was an extremely nice steal from Wolf.
Because you've lost that fight, and as Samsung, you probably feel like you're further behind than you actually are. It's only 1,000 gold we know and a dragon, but the itemization doesn't help, though. You look at it, Merlinomicon versus Tyr, and just the parts of a Yomu's Ghostblade. Sure. Tyr Iceborne versus complete stats everywhere.
Now, Ambition had Smite up, too, so he just didn't Smite. Wolf just takes it.
Well, he thought he didn't need. He wanted to save the Smite.
I guess so,
but punish for it. But again, the items are early power spikes, and the champions are on the whole earlier power spikes for SKT.
Duke's going to pick up the Rift Herald buff now as well, so SKTelecom kind of getting everything at this point.
And the question is, how much can Samsung give up to get to this late game phase without just already being too far to be able to fight?
SKT has a lot of the map already. It's looking pretty rough. Bang laning against Cuvée. Right now in that top lane, they've got plenty of vision in there. They've also got Nami and Kindred in the jungle. Just keep them safe. Wolf comes in onto Cuvée, putting in some damage, and they can dive this. There's the exhaust onto Cuvée. He's going to ult back in. Bengi ready for him. There's a tidal wave. Great stop. And that's another pick for SKTelecom. Man, these guys are looking unstoppable. They will trade turrets, but SKT does it with the kill.
And we just came out of a series where I was talking about a jungler pathing with a split push advantage. In this game, you see Bang being sent to fight against Cuvée 2 levels up, despite being AD carry, against Cuvée, who had, at the time, a Spectre's Cowl and Merc Treads. He had no armor, so it was excellent lane assignment, but they go further than that. They push the vision there. They actually have the people ready for both a dive and complete vision. SKT just playing on a different level to Samsung in the first 15 minutes.
They really are, and You know, that's the joke. I mean, you and I were joking about this before the cast, too. We were like, oh, well, all right, it should be a good match. And then we're like, SKT 2-0. And we're only 15 minutes in, but already you kind of get that feeling, don't you, where SKT just seems to be in a class of their own. But, you know, if Samsung can take the game long, they can come back. They're not that far behind right now.
And again, the comp does peak later in the game.
It
but
does, yeah.
The reason why you make predictions like that, because I've bet against SKT a lot of times, and I'm not saying...
Mistake.
And I understand that, Doa. You definitely have been behooved from supporting SKT from their start in League of Legends, but you look back at the game Samsung has played, they've looked very good in team fights in the late game, but
yeah,
they've definitely made some mistakes. Their Fiora play, for example, their split push play hasn't been the cleanest. They've kind of struggled with that, even though they've picked up 2 victories out of asking, and SKT have looked flawless in their 6 wins. So you have to go with weight of results, and the weight of results, both historically and this season, are with SKTelecom T1.
Yeah, 2 minutes till the next Dragon. SKTelecom going to take out this mid lane, or bottom lane rather, tier 2 very quickly. Can they get back to defend theirs though? It doesn't look like it. So every time they've taken a turret, they've traded with Samsung, but do you think this kind of accelerates the game in a way that Samsung doesn't really want to have happen?
See, I don't necessarily think so. It's up in the mid lane.
Yeah, coming in onto Cuvée. Cuvée dodges the Aqua Prison. Faker gets the snare. There's a tidal wave. Cuvée getting very low, and Faker picks one up. Just the chaining of the CC from SKTelecom. The synergy right there between Faker and Wolf. This team is incredible.
And to respond to your previous point, trading objectives when you're behind and trading objectives when you need to hit gold values to be able to be relevant is actually good for Samsung if it's a 1-for-1 trade.
Sure.
But it's the bonuses. It's the turret dive in top. It's now getting Cuvée down in mid. I said that Samsung need Cuvée to be strong, and he's the one that's been held down the most. Still only has magic, which is still building towards the Iceborne Gauntlet. If he doesn't have armor, if he cannot be a frontliner, Jin is just going to run rampant, and so will SKTelecom in the fights, regardless of how much gold goes on to Ruler and Crown.
Yeah. Only about a minute now till that next Dragon, and I gotta say, SKTelecom seemingly to kind of have their way with the map right now.
I mean, Samsung can't fight for the next Dragon. If they do, it's just a mistake. Jin will have a field day taking out people on the front line.
Yeah.
And Karma, you know, it's very, very powerful. 3-0 and 0. Melanomicon and Needless Large Rod. She will still be DPSing out the front line. So Samsung, they drafted themselves into this situation. They need to accept the fact that the next Dragon is not something they can fight for, but the one after that. In the next 6 to 7 minutes, if they get some items on their front line, we get closer and closer to a fight where Samsung can be competitive.
Yeah, the objectives have been keeping Samsung in the game. You know, trading those turrets has been able to keep them fairly close at least.
I mean, look at the gold. It's 1,500 gold. That's by no means massive at 18 minutes.
No, not at all. It's just when you watch the team fights and you actually watch these teams interact, it looks like a much bigger gap than it actually is.
So basically what Samsung want to do is basically feign interest around the Dragon and let Cuvée up top get the farm. He needs items desperately. He's already 40 CS behind a Maokai. And so that's what Samsung really needs to focus on, because the Dragon is not a realistic objective for them right now.
A good poke from Crown.
Oh, here we go.
Curtain call, yep, slows down Crown a little bit. Wraith blocking some damage. There's a tidal wave. Ruler dodges it. They're going to go in anyway. Duke in the back. There's a Braum ultimate turned around onto SKTelecom. Bengi has to back away. And so SKTelecom forces Samsung back for the moment anyway.
Teleport is cancelled, it's worth noting. Bengi DPS'd out a little bit.
So SKT not getting the picks they were looking for, but have they forced Samsung back enough to take that Dragon?
They now have a double teleport advantage, so they have the run of the map, that's for sure. They keeps desperately farming up, but so far behind having core items to be able to frontline. And while the Drake was always going to be free, it is the freest it can be right now.
Yep, so that's an Ocean Drake now. For SKTelecom getting that regeneration.
Cloud next, Doa.
Oh, Duke wants that blue buff. And he's going to take it away from Cuvée. He's going to go in. There's a twisted advance. Cuvé's going to get the stun onto Duke, and that's going to help him escape. For now.
For now.
For the moment.
I mean, just look at the item disparity between the top laners, Spirit Visage and the Glacial Shroud versus now just the Iceborne Gauntlet.
Right.
We're starting to close a little bit, but definitely teamfight power advantage to SKT.
Well, it's going to be a pretty impressive comeback if Samsung can win this game. And, you know, to be fair, we did see them make a very impressive comeback against Jin Air in the second game of that series earlier this week.
Worth knowing that no one is going to be tanky outside of Duke. Duke does have the CS advantage. Duke is way ahead, but he is the only tank. So in a world where Duke isn't at a fight, if his teleport is down, for example, then you can definitely get poked out by Crown, who's piling on the AD at this point. But if Duke's there to soak up all the damage in the front line, that's when things kind of fall apart for now for Samsung.
Yeah. All right, mid lane pressure from SKT. Bang has to be a little bit careful there. Down very low.
So one of the reasons why the Kindred's actually a better pick in this meta for Bengi than it was previously is that in a world where you had to stack up the jungle item to get the Devourer, you know, Bengi wouldn't be able to play his normal style of playing around lanes, of farming, of putting down wards. But you can see he's 30 CS behind an Elise, which is crazy to think of. Normally Elise is exclusively around lanes putting down vision. So, but with Bloodrazor and now no stacking, he doesn't necessarily need to have the same trade-off that he wasn't happy to make in previous metas.
True. Teleport coming in and try to make a play here. Baker comes in for a little bit of damage. Duke, though, a little bit caught out. There's a tidal wave. They do catch Crown.
Damage coming in.
Yeah, that's right. Curtain call. Bang not able to quite find the angle. There's a 3-man Aqua Prism as SKTelecom engages. Ooh, Bengi very low, though. Has to pop the Lamb's Respite. Ambition, he has to repel to try to stay alive. So far, no kills. Ruler takes some damage as he duels with Bang over the wall of the Raptor pit. And SKTelecom has to back away. So Samsung not winning the fight, but holding their own.
Just being able to not lose any members there stops a Baron pickup. This felt like Baron o'clock from SKT. A couple of kills and a Baron at 22 minutes has always been their playbook. A good job by Samsung. They avoid anyone coming down. 2 people perilously low, but they can't even push the minions and taken out a turret. So massive win for Samsung to keep them in the game.
Yeah, they needed to have team fights like that. They didn't need to win a fight. They needed to just not lose it, I guess, at this point.
Yeah, when you have a scaling comp, going even and trading farm and not losing objectives is a win on the side of Samsung. So Wolf was really smart, but you notice here Bang in the back line only can use one barrel of the ultimate that has to cancel. The 3-man Aqua Prison is just beautiful, but it's so close to the turret, and the return damage onto Bengi forces the ult. Everyone has to kite back. Ambition repels at 0 HP. It was so tenuous, but advantage Samsung just because they didn't lose anything and they have the scaling.
Well, both Crown and Ambition got extremely low in that fight. They were like an auto or 2 away from dying. And if that had happened, you can imagine SKTelecom probably would have went for that Baron. As it is, they got some decent damage done to the mid lane turret. So close, but yeah, Samsung, I would say, the winner out of that last one.
SKT,
For what it's worth.
a lot of vision around Baron, so clearly that will be an objective they want to take. They're looking for any way they can take this Baron.
Yep. And they might be able to just take this mid lane turret. That'll certainly help out. Curtain call just to poke Samsung away as they finish off the objective. And they'll get it. Eventually. There we go.
And that means that an objective like Baron becomes easier and easier to engineer. You can push up the wave, get that aggressive vision, keep controlling this area. They've had a pink stuck on top of Baron for the past 3 to 4 minutes.
Yep. Wow, Faker going in onto Ambition, forces the repel. He comes down. Wolf right there. Forces the flash into the red buff pit. And it's things like that. You know, SKTelecom just getting the summoners out that are going to make this Baron possibly a bit easier later on down the line.
The Baron damage isn't outstanding. Jhin, for example, doesn't have a lot of standing DPS because he's more of a spell casting or spell weaving AD carry. But Kindred obviously is a very good Baron taker. So for now, it's just clearing vision, but 5-6 minutes time, tone definitely changes when it comes to SKT being able to rush down a Baron.
Another Cloud Drake on the way, so that Dragon not the highest priority.
We get closer. It's more stacks, which of course interact with the true damage burn on the Elder, so
I suppose.
you still rush it down when you can for SKTelecom.
Yeah, they'll take it, but they won't. They probably won't make a point of it, you know? Not with the Baron up.
SKT desperately want the Baron, because the moment you get Baron, suddenly Maokai and Karma is the most obvious turret dive comp.
Yeah.
You just go, you ignore turrets, and you basically go for the dive and pick the kills up from there. And the wave clear from Samsung is good, but of course Baron buff negates a lot of that with the extra HP on the minions. So that's for sure the main objective for SKT, and they want to rush it down as fast as possible.
Yeah, Samsung able to get vision on the Baron area now. As we see Duke and Kuve fighting it out. Bot lane. I gotta wonder though, when is Samsung, or rather when is SKT going to come back and grab that vision around Baron again?
And the fights will still be very competitive. This is where the item builds have started to take form for Samsung. We've already seen there's fights where if Duke is not the one in the front line, you know, Bengi, for example, does explode very quickly. The rest of the members are very squishy. So there is a fight that Samsung can win at this point. They just don't really have the map pressure to get down. Ambition's caught.
Whoa, he is indeed. Chains of Corruption come in to try to delay that. Ambition. Oh, they do take out Nami. Nice true shot barrage from Ruler. Ambition, meanwhile, has to run away. Very
Here's
low
the teleport.
Health. Yep, teleport coming in behind SKTelecom. Faker may be in trouble here. Bengi, though, ready to jump right on Kuve as he comes in. Bang with the curtain call. Wraith blocking the damage on that Brown. Great job there. Duke very low, needs to be careful, stays alive. Do the Lamb's respite. Wraith takes one more hit from Bang as he comes in. So many low health members of Samsung, but here comes Kuve back with full health again. And SKTelecom, they have to back away.
Samsung have team fought so well this season. They're so
Yeah, they
smart
have.
at kiting back, having the terrain help them out. No one dies once again. Close but no cigar for SKT, and in fact,
Ooh,
they
Faker.
lose a member.
Yeah, they do. Ruler looking really good on that Ezreal again. They do pick up that Cloud Drake, so they'll be moving a bit quicker out of combat anyway. Ooh, Faker needs to be careful. There's a Cocoon onto him. He's going to try to get out of it. Ambition taking a lot of damage. He's been able to escape.
Oh!
But Ruler comes in for the snipe on Faker. This rookie is so good. And now SKTelecom, they may have let Samsung stay in this game a little bit too long.
Faker dies with his flash up. This, unfortunately, is his tendency on Karma. You know how strong Karma is at poking if you can get in that spot, if you can weave in the Q, but you also open yourself up to damage, and that's all Faker managed to do in that scenario.
Yeah. 20 seconds until he's back, and Samsung in a great position to go for this mid lane turret. Wraith has been doing a great job on this Braum, blocking a lot of damage from Jin. There's a chains onto Bengi. They land the long-range Cocoon, but Bang just has to pop that ultimate to zone. Wolf throws down the tidal wave. Maybe they've caught Wraith here. Duke comes in, gets the arcane smash. Looks like Wraith may go down or not. Flashes away,
Teleport.
still alive. Bengi trying to get the damage done on that Kindred. Here comes Bang now. The shield again from Wraith doing so much work. He finally dies, and SKTelecom finally pushes through a double kill for Faker as he goes deep, maybe a bit too deep. Who am I kidding, though? It's Faker. He's got the shield. He wraps up Ambition, and there's another snipe from Bang. SKTelecom, just when you thought they were in trouble, comes back with a near ace over Samsung.
And you just see the value they got out of taking the outer mid lane turret. They got that deep ward in. Faker to teleport so aggressively into the chunked out backline from SKT. It looked crazy because you remember at this point that a lot of people are being DPS'd out.
Yeah.
And SKT had very low health bars, but they keep pursuing, they keep chasing. Like, how are they going to do this? They only have the Maokai CC. But Faker was able to teleport right into the backline.
There he is.
That's what happens when you get an outer mid lane tower. That's why everyone fights for it, why we see those ARAM wars. And from there, the movement speed from Faker, the burst as well. His aggression has never been called into question, and they profit immensely from those picks.
And just look at this. Between two turrets, getting hit, Ambition with more health, knows his cooldowns, gets the shield, help Bang pick up the kill, and man, this has been a great game so far. Samsung's been playing really well too, but SKTelecom may just have enough now. They're 6,000 gold ahead. They've gotten the turret lead, and they just took the Baron during that replay as well.
Faker had Death Cap already, now has the Zonias as well, and you wonder what AP really does on Karma. I talked about the utility. The shield is the the reason why he can go for those dives is he has a very short cooldown, massive shield. He also has the root on the W, so if he can't hit that damage on the backline, just rush into the backline, root up the priority target, and the rest of the team will do the damage for you.
Yeah. Man, just thinking about our last best of 3, these teams are just in a completely different league, aren't they?
It's nice to see Samsung not overawed. They played pretty well, you have to say, for the first 30 minutes. They're just, at the moment, being outpaced by a better team that went for the early game team comp, and know how to play it, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be one of SKTelecom's longer games of the season.
And we mentioned it, the average game time for SKT is the shortest, around 35 minutes this league.
See this one maybe going a bit longer. We'll see. Samsung still with a chance to fight back. Oh, Duke, though, going in right onto Crown. He's pretty taking on that Maokai. Braum ultimate comes in, but look at Bengi doing all that damage to Ambition. Here comes the tidal wave over the top, the knock-up on Wraith at the very end. SKTelecom backs away. They did save Duke, though, for the moment. And now those shields from Faker coming in, you can see just how tanky he is. True shot barrage takes a
Oh, he's
chunk out
dead.
of bang. Whoa! Okay.
That was a mistake for Ambition. Too
Yeah.
aggressive with the recall. Was in vision and well spotted by SKT.
No kidding. And there's the Lamb's Respite, just giving them a bit of shielding so they can take down that turret. Getting a heal in the end, too. Now Karma with the big Mantra and E. They're going to dive in on the Crown. He's dead immediately. And SKTelecom winning this team fight. Are they ready to end the game right here? There goes Kuve. Bengi with another one. Been looking great on that Kindred. They're going to turn back onto the inhibitor. The death timers are not that long, but they may be long enough. SKTelecom has the Baron. They're going now for the Nexus turrets. Duke can teleport back in. He will after that recall. And SKT, are they actually going to end it here?
He wasn't able to teleport on a minion to keep it alive, but it doesn't look
they
like it's going to
can.
matter.
There it is. The second Nexus turret falls. Ruler's still alive. Crown not up in time. And SKT, just like that, a 31-minute victory over the #1 team in the league. The other undefeated team, not anymore. Samsung loses their first game.
SKT go to 7-0. Samsung now 8-1. SKT picking a scaling comp, which of course is what Samsung has done all season, into SKT has always been a bit of a fool's errand. They would run a Lulu comp and try to take you in the mid game. Well, guess what? Lulu's gone. Karma's still around. Faker picks it again despite his struggles at previous times, and the movement speed and the early power spikes, the aggression they showed. This is SKTelecom through and through. They haven't changed that much in 3 years, and Samsung, they tried something, but it did not work.
Well, that was a great game, and you know, Samsung really did make it look competitive for a lot of it. They nearly had it. They were so close to having that strength to win those team fights.
And you think of the team fights where they almost had someone die, and what would have happened if they did. There were 5 fights, and 4 of them Samsung, no one died. The one time they did, it was a wipe. SKT found all those objectives. Faker, come to my house for ramen. Well,
Hey, who doesn't love ramen? Wow, Faker with the most damage in that game on the Karma.
the game didn't end before Karma was irrelevant when it comes to damage. The game was decided when Karma was at her strongest with Deathcap, Zonias, and Miranomicon very early in the piece.
And Bang looking really, really good on that Jhin, of course. There's Koma in the booth. SKTelecom now with a little bit of a break, a few minutes to decide how they want to approach game 2. And Samsung, I think this series could still go to 3 games. You know, that was not as one-sided as we have seen this season from SKTelecom taking down their opponents.
I think if they take double tier again, it's going to be the same story. They need to find some power in their lanes, because if SKT are allowed to run away with the game, they do it better than any other team in the world.
Yeah, well, Samsung already looking a bit despondent, so hopefully they can pull it together during the break, and we'll see something competitive for game number 2. But SKT, man, storming into LCK Summer, and now storming into this best of 3 with a game 1 win over Samsung. We'll take a quick break. And when we come back, game number 2, we'll see if Samsung can tie things up or if SKTelecom will get another 2-0, make themselves the only undefeated team in the league. I'd say it's pretty possible.
Samsung have definitely been the most difficult opposition for them, and so far, SKT's had their measure.
They really have. They really have. And it's cool. A lot of cool stuff to come, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with game 2 right after this. LCK Summer on OGN. Don't miss it.
I know I should let it go, take a different road when I'm driving home, but I don't want to. Delete your number from my phone instead of calling, asking if you're all alone, but I don't want to. Stay away from your side of town, but it's too late. I'm in your drive right now. I don't know.
경기의 분기점이 됐었던 장면 또 준비를 해봤거든요. 이 장면이었죠. 누가 바론 오더를 했나요? 정확히 오더를 내린 선수는 없었던 건가요? 네, 알겠습니다.
네.
누군지 알 것 같아요.
아니야.
때려.
나 갈 수 있어.
쳤어 스턴. 야 이거 보자.
이거 보자.
예, 그리고 잡혔죠.
바로 되겠는데.
야, 꼭 미래 와봐.
기다려. 나텔 있다. 텔 타야 돼. 지금?
졌어 탔어 얘네 탔다고 텔도 탔어
싸움 빠져. 싸움.
자, 근데 진영은 이건 참을 수 없죠.
잡을 수 없죠.
얘네 이거 버스 한다 나이스 이제
이거 실사병 초 대박.
야좀 빼면서 해.
실사병 초 대박이었어요.
아 죽었다 나이스 잘하고 있어 우리
이제 이거 좀 더 싸움 봐야 되는데 바로 너무 맞았는데.
거기다 룰러까지.
참을 수 없었습니다.
와.
이거.
아 너무 오버했다. 이거 싸움을 보는 건데.
네, 알겠습니다.
네.
누군지 알 것 같아요.
아니야. 기억이 안 나서.
가는 중
갔다.
아 와도 없어.
바론 되겠는데. 이거 바론 될 것 같아.
And welcome back to LCK Summer. Bang gets the MVP for SKTelecom's win over Samsung in Game 1. A well-played Jin.
And this time it's Bang playing a champion we didn't expect from him. It was Faker in the last series on Anivia. This time it's Bang on Jin.
Yeah.
A lot of teams have tried the Jin. None has really been super convincing outside of Rox Tigers last season. But the accuracy he was hitting these ultimates, this is clearly a pick he's been preparing for a while. And the game plan from SKT just made so much sense. He looked at this lineup for Samsung. The story has always been in Jin comps, Jin versus the front line. Well, the front line was well caught out in multiple lanes, was building magic resist, didn't have any armor. Cuvée was squishy to Jin, and that means that everyone had to kite back in disarray, and the end result, nice aggressive plays from Faker and co, and SKT take it in the mid game before the scaling can ever really come to bear for Samsung.
Yeah. And you just have to hope that Samsung musters up a bit of a defense for game number 2. I mean, we've seen so many good teams lose that first close game against SKTelecom, and then game 2 is kind of a blowout. So hopefully Samsung can keep it together, keep their heads in the game, and if they can, this could be still a 3-game set.
Now, we were talking about your Samsung versus SKT, looking for predictions, and again, we both said SKT 2-0, talking to people around the stadium. Most people were in agreement, and the reason for that is you think about a game based on how Samsung has played this season, they win over SKT, and that requires them to be even or ahead 30 minutes into the game for those great team fights, and they have been fantastic teams. They were fantastic at team fight in this game, even though they were so far behind, avoiding deaths that would have led to a much earlier Baron. But of course, you're looking to try to opt into late game team fights against a team that is aggressive and strong in the early game, and it's so hard to do that against SKT.
That's right, into picks and bans for game number 2 between Samsung and SKTelecom.
Wow, look at this.
Yeah, the respect ban for Jin coming out immediately.
All
They're
right.
just not ready. That pick took them completely off guard.
And now we're going to Crazy Town, though, because there's 2 AD carry bans already, so you're already salivating at what champions might be left open when both Siva and Jin take respect bans.
Lucian and Ezreal.
I mean, I'm talking about other lanes, because something's not going to be able to be targeted if you're going to ban this many champs. Remember how many mid lane bans there were in game 1. Suddenly, mid lane champ pulls wide open.
It's true, and I mean, if Bengi can play Kindred, who knows what he can play. SKTelecom focusing on those jungle bans, though. They will take the Kindred first pick option away from Samsung.
Ryze ban is the first mid lane ban. It feels like Azir first pick is what Samsung are heavily looking towards, but
I think so. Not anymore, though. There's the Azir ban.
so Victor has been the other staple of Crown's champion pool. He's happy to reach for it in the first rotation, but there's a lot of power on the board. All top laners are available. The strongest junglers are off the board, though Elise is arguably a power pick, but the Victor made a lot of sense, and the Victor is the blind pick from Samsung.
Yep, just going to grab that Victor right away. Just a solid mid lane with a lot of wave clear.
Baker's answer to the Victor will be interesting. They could go for a Karma comp again and just split the mid lane, but try and take the game home before any scaling can happen for Samsung. Otherwise, maybe it's a return to LeBlanc Town. That'd be fun.
LeBlanc Town.
Yep.
Everybody wants to visit LeBlanc Town.
Well, every SKT fan is happy when they visit LeBlanc
Well,
Town.
except for one certain game at the midseason invitational
Look,
a couple of years ago.
those ghosts are gone. They won MSI this year, Doa.
That's true. That's true. They've righted that wrong. So Echo, Rek'Sai, the first two picks for SKT.
I can't believe we live in a world where Bengi can play Kindred. It feels like there was like a pre-Samsung SKT Game 1 and post-Samsung SKT Game 1 world, because now suddenly you have to factor in that SKT won't be forced to ban a champion like Kindred on both blue and red side.
It's a good point. The Rek'Sai, though, we've seen a lot from Bengi. He's been very good on that champion for a very long time. Samsung mulling over their next two picks. Possibly the Ezreal Braum could work out. Would prevent the Ezreal Karma lane from coming in for SKTelecom at least.
And if we do see these lock-ins, it would also be just a single-tier champion. Obviously, the build path much more simple and much earlier power spikes available to the Victor. So already they're going for a bit more safety as you say, Rek'Sai is a staple of Bengi's playstyle and champion pool. Question is, where else do SKT want to go with their picks? The Karma served them well in Game 1, and they've been repeat picking wherever possible. Baker has actually picked the same champion in every game he's played in terms of two Azir series and one Anivia series. He hasn't actually flipped champions mid-series this season.
That's true. So they're going to grab the Ashe for Bang. That's going to be kind of interesting.
He's not a noted Ashe player, but of course his Ashe is going to be just fine. It's Bang is the one who's really expanding his straps. With Ezreal taken away, he's looking for initiation from the AD carry role, so a bit more utility flavor for Bang, who's of course much more known for the Lucian or hard carry performances, at least recently.
It's true, we may actually see Lucian fall all the way through picks and bans this time, which is a bit surprising. Now, if they lock in this Karma, which it looks like they will, that can be flexed. That may not actually be a mid lane pick. We'll see.
On the red side, of course, you're behooved to do that because you do have a last pick for Faker if needs be. At least still available in the jungle pool, so heavily expect that to be taken. And with the wave clear from Victor, okay, so they're going to try something. We've seen two comps from Samsung. We've seen the late game team fighting comps, and we've seen the split push Fiora comps. And although they had 2-0 on the Fiora, it's been less reliable and less clean than you would expect for a team that has, on the whole, been very clean this season.
Well, I agree. I mean, out of the two looks we've seen from Samsung this season, the Fiora split push look has seemed significantly weaker. They haven't been able to play around the Fiora that great. So to go for it in Game 2 against Samsung, or against SKT rather, pretty bold. And it looks like they may just send that Karma to the mid lane and give Wolf Nami again. He was fantastic on that Nami in Game number 1. But there's the Zyra switch. We've seen Zyra once this season already, but I think, yeah, the Nami locked in makes a bit more sense. Maybe Wolf giving a preview of what SKT's got going if we go to a Game 3. I
mean, it's worth noting, Ashe Zyra, one of the most famous duo lanes. Cloud9 were playing a lot of that in Season 3. It still has that value because Zyra can control space in front of Ashe, so good disengage pick. In his career, Bang is 2-0 on Ashe, which, given how many games he's played, for example, he's played 65 games of Ezreal, 50 games of Lucian, 2 games of Ashe, one of the oldest AD carries, lets you know that this is definitely kind of off-the-ball pick for Bang.
Yeah. We'll see how his arrows are. I would imagine they're probably going to be pretty good.
All the AD carries that have been around a long time have always had that Ashe training from years past.
Yep, from the tutorial stuff,
yep.
Of course, yeah.
Build that Thorn Mail on Ashe as fast as possible.
That's right, gotta get that Thorn Mail, man, so those minions hit themselves back.
Another
so
game
powerful.
where SKT have double teleport as well, with Karma riding the teleport. Crown will be taking Cleanse to deal with Ashe. Victor wants to wave clear in the front line, so Cleanse is a necessary thing the moment you see Ashe locked in.
Very true. And so there you have it, the compositions for game number 2. Samsung going for that split push Fiora yet again. We'll see if they can make it run a little bit smoother than we've seen it run before.
Split push Fiora against double teleport is going to be tricky to pull off. So
yes, it will.
We'll see how Samsung can do it. Again, they haven't been clear in this comp, but they have won with it so far.
That's true. so here we go. Samsung with a chance to tie it up, send it to game 3, keep their match win streak alive. SKTelecom looking for the 2-0. Let's get in the game and see who takes it. Welcome to Summoner's Rift yet again. Are you kidding me? All right, well, that's Cloud Drake number 4 to start things off.
4 out of 4.
Yippee. Hooray. Samsung versus SKTelecom. It's a great game 1. See what we've got for game number 2. And already a little bit of action here. Faker looking very good on that Karma in game 1.
Different start to the game. You'll remember that Samsung 4-man invaded to get deep vision down, but this game they have decided to divide and conquer, so I'm going to be much more shallower vision available at level 1.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of a weird start last time, wasn't it? We hardly ever see those deep invades.
Getting this Fiora pick running is going to be super interesting to track. So there's different schools of thought to how you should play with a split push Fiora. Obviously, you want to get her an advantage wherever possible. Game 1, Duke had a big advantage, and consistently SKT have engineered their early game around getting Duke a freeze and getting Duke a big CS advantage, then making plays against a team that, okay, might be able to teleport in their Echo, whoever their top laner is, but who's so far behind in CS, they can't actually be a true frontline to tank damage. So to get Fiora ahead, what I want to see is the moment that we see the post-early laning phase, i.e. when Ruler goes back, picks up his tier and is behind in stats, as we see SKT look for an invade.
Oh, Wolf and Bang spotted coming into that tri-brush, so they will not be able to do any extra damage to Ruler and Wraith.
But what I want to see is, the moment the tier phase comes in, because of course, Ezreal's separated into... We see some trading.
Yeah, that's right. Wraith kind of missing that Q. Wolf, though, nearly getting stunned, but this is going to be a lot of poke coming out of Bang and Wolf.
Ezreal's laning phase has always been separated into pre-tier and post-tier, because he's actually pretty strong level 1 with the ability to Q and auto-attack. But when he picks up the tier and has access to his E, I want to see Ruler enter bot lane, then send 3 people top. Try to snowball Cuvée. We're moving into a meta on 6-11 where Trinity force top lanes, Jax versus Aurelius skill matchup's going to come up, and we're going to see a lot of jungle ganks for top lane to get the snowball going.
Well, Wolf goes in really deep there, and now Ruler comes in. The exhaust goes down. Ruler flashes away. Wolf flashes as well. So Summoners used on both sides, 2 and 2, but Bang saves both of his, whereas Ruler's flash is down.
Just the idea of a Fiora in a few minutes having both Braum and Elise gank the lane should secure a kill. Fiora will always outscale Echo in the 1v1. The item purchases, the all-in is always been considered a lane counter for Echo, is the Fiora, but pulling off these Fiora comps, as even Samsung has shown this season, can be very tricky to do as the game rolls on.
Well, here comes Ambition, and yeah, that's a ward they really need. Unfortunately for Wolf, he's going to see Ambition right there. Can they get him with the Cocoon? Wolf has no flash right now. Wolf in big trouble. I think they may just have to give up this first blood. Teleport coming in for SKTelecom. First blood does go over to Ruler, but Wraith very low, locked up by Faker. There's a kill for Bengi, and they're keeping going with this. Ambition, though, under turret. SKTelecom thinking about a dive now. Bengi and Duke looping around from behind.
Faker's here as well. They've invested 2 teleports. If this goes even, it's actually a massive win for Samsung.
And it looks like it will. Wow. SKT not able to find the dive.
Invested so much. Double teleport investment to go 1-for-1 is actually a big win for Samsung. Fiora gets to pick up the CS. We'll be able to control the wave. You can see Cuvée desperately trying to push it and should get a free item purchase with the wave exactly where he wants it. Will be equalized by the time he gets back to lane. Samsung needed something like that as a tonic for their struggles in game 1, and so far so good.
Yep. And an interesting start to this game already.
Does mean less headaches for the next 5 minutes as double teleport was burned.
Yep.
Actually, Samsung with the teleport advantage, but when you're talking about a Fiora advantage with teleport, it's obviously not a massive teleport flanker unless Wraith has really got in there and gotten aggressive and got the CC down for her to play with.
Well, Ruler and Wraith have done a great job this game already of setting that up because they were the ones that caused Wolf to have to burn both of his summoners. As Wolf was, pretty predictably trading as you do on Nami and just wasn't expecting the all-in.
Itemization is not going to be simple for Duke because he's against a magic damage jungler and mid laner, but of course is dealing with a champion that's expected to heavily stay in lane with trade with him, so gonna have to split between armor and magic resist.
Yeah.
May have to see Sunfire as a first purchase, although Iceborne Gauntlet is very much the armor item you want to be picking out.
Probably. Faker with a little bit of a CS lead right now. So pretty even in lanes. And they're back to poking.
Yeah, we still haven't seen a purchase, so
yep.
No tier yet for Ruler.
The Banks does still have his biscuit too, so they've got a little bit more sustain. Of course, Wolf has those potions. Not to mention Nami, just with the heal, gives you a lot of survivability.
Watch the top lane matchup. They should again go further and further in the advantage of Cuvée with purchases.
All right, here comes Wolf again. Now, he happened to catch him when Wolf was going into ward last time. Ambition sneaking in, looking for that cocoon. Bang has flash, Wolf still doesn't yet, and it looks like Ambition's going to think better of this one.
Cheat towards the top.
Yeah.
See the ward comes down as well, which is probably spotted out by Braum, so they have that information available.
That's right. Good vision for Samsung so far.
Again, they don't have as many things to think about with both teleports down, so laning phase will just be pretty quiet for now. Samsung need to impress us with this Fiora split push. Again, it's 1 games, but in general, it's felt like that's more been about the power of the 4 than necessarily being impressed by Cuvé's performance on the Fiora.
Yeah.
Well, the ult's still there, I guess. I guess it just dropped it on the
hanging
minions
out,
to
man.
push.
Yep.
Fun.
Just trying to deny CS to Faker, I suppose.
See Ruler finally getting a chance to shop himself.
Yep. Well, it's probably going to be a little bit of a lull for now. But Samsung looking good in the early parts of this game.
If Samsung can actually pick up the first Drake, that'd be massive for them. It's only Cloud, but don't want to allow any free Drake stacking because you often get into a lot of scenarios when you run these Fiora comps where you prioritize Fiora taking a turret for a Drake. So you're inevitably in the mid game going to give up Drakes to try and get those structures, specifically inner and inhibitor turrets wherever possible. So if you can get a couple early to stop there just being exclusive Drakes on the side of SKT, and that's really big for Samsung, but obviously not trivial to do once again against double teleport.
All right, Bengi with the red buff. I wonder if they can put any pressure onto Cuvée. Seems unlikely.
So has his summoners up and is a slippery champion. You could invest everything. You know, if you send 3 members top, then I think there's a good chance of taking it down. But
and teleport almost back to Faker now. So SKTelecom is kind of out of the woods when it comes to the TP advantage. Man, another thing is Wraith's Braum was so good last game. He blocked a lot of damage. Got the stuns on the right people. Bengi fighting other Raptors, gets the little ones.
Ash Arrow's available, so Ambition has to be careful about how much he commits to any trades in the jungle.
That's a good point. Here comes Wolf. Crown coming down as well. A little bit of damage with the ebb and flow.
But this is what I want to see. Now that you can have Ezreal just sit back, snipe minions, got Sheen and Tyr, it should open up Braum to do some roaming. It's one of the reasons why Ezreal is such an attractive AD carry pickup is he's so damn safe in lane. He can make plays around the map. Speaking of plays.
All right, teleport coming in on SKTelecom. Canceled by Cuvée. Duke still has his TP though.
Suddenly.
And yeah, you've got to wonder if Bang is trying to line up a Ashe ultimate right now.
I mean, this is exactly the time. There
Yeah,
is no way for Cuvée to make it over unless he commits very early. So suddenly, this is the flow-on effect. When you see that teleport cancelled, Bengi can counter jungle as much as he wants because he knows there will be a numbers advantage unless you see Crown invest his time, instead of clearing minions, to help Ambition just pick up his second red.
Yeah, very true. Bengi walks up to try to take the red buff, gets it. Ambition has to flash over the wall. There's a flash from Faker. They're going to catch Ambition, and they're going to get it. Nice knock-up from Bengi. Secure that one. Bang throwing the arrow in somewhere else in the meantime, maybe just to slow up the support that Ambition was going to get from his teammates. And now they may have caught Wraith. No, not quite, it looks like. Crown doing a decent amount of damage on that Victor.
So this is the first big macro error we've seen from Samsung this series. The moment their teleport is down, give up the red buff, because you see the flow-on effect. They were always going to lose the trade around red because of the numbers disadvantage, and then bot lane gets zoned off their turret, and then more objectives and more aggressive wards go down, and now double TP has aggressive vision and wards to be able to get into the enemy jungles. Bang!
All right, well,
optimistic.
I mean, it was a good. I appreciate it. It was bloodthirsty, so I like it, but you can't hit them all.
If you give up your red buff, you will not see as many advantages go over to SKT. But they get the red, they get some extra CS onto their bot lane, they get the Drake as well, and suddenly things open up for SKT.
They really have. And getting that Cloud Drake, and even that play from Wraith. I mean, it does show a bit of desperation already creeping into the Samsung players.
He needs to be careful here. Only at 400 health. Sheen and ultimate available for Duke. Teleport should be up in just over a minute, so that's when things can be... You can be a bit more aggressive when you're Samsung, but for now, very much head between your legs. You need to be very, very defensive.
Is that how you're defensive?
I meant tail between your legs, but you know.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, that's an interesting pose. Not sure I'll safely keep you.
I'm surprisingly maneuverable. So.
Wow. That is impressive. Faker's looked really good on this Karma, too. You know, we did talk earlier about the issues that he kind of had on that champion at the end of last season, but it seems like, so far anyway, a lot of those have been solved.
He got caught being too aggressive in game one, then the aggression paid off and they got the picks. So
he does that on every champion, though.
Sure. You get the good with the bad with Faker, and it's a lot more of the good, it turns out.
The over-aggression tends to enable the big plays once in a while. Pretty often, I should say, actually.
Crown comes back, has his 2 Hex Core upgrades, so basically going to be wave clear city from him in the mid lane.
Yep. And Kube, Duke has actually managed to even up the CS up in that top lane.
We just haven't seen Elise have any impact around the top lane, so
yeah.
It's been a game where Kube's kind of had to be on the back foot, even though he had 12 CS advantage when Duke invested his teleport for no gain in bot lane.
Well, it kind of feels like Ambition is a little bit thrown off by what's happened so far in this game. I mean, he's used to getting caught in the opponent's jungle. He's not used to getting caught in his own jungle, though.
Yeah, this is fair, and he's 20 CS behind Bengi as well.
Yeah.
Speaking of Bengi.
Oh, Wraith. Getting caught. Pops the Braum ultimate, trying to go away. Nice arrow from Bang to secure that one. Or not. Actually, Ruler getting close to the wall. Wraith hops over, and he may get under turret just in time. Looks like he will. Still super low, though. I don't know. This is a pretty dangerous spot for Wraith and Ruler.
Faker teleported, but not to the bot lane, so
yep.
Once again, SKT commit a lot for no gain.
Yeah, they do.
They will continue to control this red side jungle of Samsung.
And Faker dueling with Crown. Crown a bit low there, gets the stun. Crown tries to get away, drops that Chaos Storm. Looks like it's going to be enough.
Crown so steadfast in his summoners, did not use Flash during that engage.
Didn't use his cleanse either.
Means the Victor has to back away. There's a lot of pressure for SKT in the bot, and it's just as blue spawns, so they will be able to look for a couple of extra objectives. Could have been the Rift Herald, but they haven't started that. Seems to just be the blue buff investment. And with Cuvade chunked out, no way for Samsung to stop it.
Yeah. And Faker grabs Samsung's blue buff now. Teleport used to get Kube back into top lane. He doesn't want to lose that turret, but he's going right into a trap. There's SKTelecom. Fiora might be in trouble. Grand challenge popped onto Bengi as Faker and Duke come in for this kill. What should be a pretty easy one. Duke taking some damage, and in the end, the kill goes to Faker. That was close. Kube made a fight out of it, but SKTelecom got him in the end.
Even though Kube had the dance moves, it was the teleport you have to take issue with. They knew that SKT was around their blue buff. Why would you teleport into the middle of what can be a very quick and clean 3-man turret dive? So Cuvée kind of brought that one on himself, and now Fiora starts to get set behind. She was already losing out on CS, allowing Duke back into the lane, and that's only going to continue now.
A Crown did get a lot of damage onto that mid lane turret, so at least they got a little bit of something out of it. Fine. It's pretty rough for Samsung in that little chain of events.
You know, in another world, you'd be like, okay, they swapped. Oh,
Well, Flash Cocoon hits Wolf. Bang trying to zone out. Ambition goes in for a two-shot barrage, comes through. Wolf with the heal. Summoner heal from Bang helps keep him alive. Nice Aqua Prison onto Wraith. Bang looking for it. Can he get the kill here? He used the Ash Arrow. Here comes Banky going in for the knockup onto Wraith. Gets stunned by the Braum ult first, so doesn't stop him from getting the kill. It's a 1-for-1 trade in the end. And I believe SKTelecom will take that. They did get the top lane turret as well.
they got the top lane turret. It wasn't a trade for mid, but a small point I wanted to bring up was that if we saw the mid lane for top turret trade, you'd be like, okay, an extra kill to SKT, but Samsung got the mid turret. That opens up the map. Remember, Samsung aren't playing a team comp that actually benefits from getting that deep vision. Obviously, everyone loves vision, but it's not Maokai teleporting behind. It's a Fiora who basically wants to be parked in the opposite lane to wherever the action is happening. So because they don't have a teleport flank comp, mid lane turret is slightly lower priority, so the trade wouldn't be as attractive as in any other game.
It's very true.
Gold lead still only small, was basically in the same spot in game one as it is in game two.
Yep. And Samsung making this game competitive. They're, to their credit, they're certainly not rolling over and dying like we see a lot of other teams do in their second game versus SKTelecom. Even if this ends up being a 2-0, it was still a pretty good performance for Samsung.
It's been competitive. There was no guarantee that it would be.
Yep.
So it being competitive so far is a good thing.
Very true. I mean, and Samsung, after this series, no matter how it turns out, has a lot of season left to improve.
Will be equal second, I believe, at that point.
Faker just loading the damage onto Cuvée in that top lane.
While he can trade very well with the Echo, the Karma is a different proposition for Cuvée on the Fiora. Doesn't have any magic resist, so even with the sustain, extended trades with Karma are going to be just fine for Faker.
And another Cloud Drake, why not? Why not? Just all Cloud Drakes today.
It's a Cloud Fiesta.
I guess so. It is a Cloud Fiesta, that's absolutely right.
Sadly not a Crown Fiesta just yet.
Not yet, not yet. Maybe later.
How about another one? Yeah!
Oh, wow.
Triple Cloud.
Well, at least Samsung got that one, so that is one for each side now.
Now both teams can get to mid lane 0.5 seconds faster.
Yay! What a buff! Oh, Crown able to take the blue, though. Cocoon onto Bengi as he comes in. SKTelecom thinking about collapsing. The teleport bringing Faker down to the bot lane. There's a tidal wave from Wolf. It does slow up Wraith and Ambition. Ambition already very low. Ruler caught completely by Faker and Bang. That's going to be 2 kills as Ambition falls. And now the jump immediately onto Crown. Duke going for it. Misses that parallel convergence. But Crown still on the run. Can Wolf catch him? Duke taking a lot of damage. Crown's turns. Duke just ults back for a bit more health.
Just like game one, Doa, this is when Cuvée has no teleport. Double teleport available, only one required. Duke takes a lot of damage.
Whoa, gotta be careful. Crown going in. Does he get it? He does. Duke overstaying his welcome in that mid lane, and Crown, a great mid laner, certainly capitalizes on that.
Samsung can get this top lane turret. Fiora gets some more free time with the minion wave. Okay, it'll be a turret trade, but not the worst trade once again. But this is what happens with teleport advantages, and it's always so well timed by SKT. It's when Cuvée can't be there, so again, it can be, at worst, a 5v4 from the side of SKT. It's a good commitment. They get the 2 very quick kills. They don't get the third, though, and after this ends up being a 1-for-2 with Fiora getting a bit of free wave time and pushing in top lane turret. So, advantage SKT, but only slightly.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like what we saw in the first game, though. We saw those even trades as far as objectives went, and in the end, SKTelecom just had that moment where they decided to win the game, and then they did. Very, very quickly. It was pretty much the moment where I said it was going to be a longer game. I think that was the key right there.
He talked about the average game time increasing, and then 2 minutes later the game was over.
I know, yeah.
The caster curse is real.
It is. It is. I'm not even going to make a prediction about this one. Who knows?
Fiora's item build should actually do pretty well against Duke. Obviously not got the Black Cleaver just yet, but that will be the completion of the second item. And it's a different team comp to game one. Samsung have reliable wave clear. They have a team that can maneuver away. Cleanse means that Victor can walk up, wave clear, even with the threat of the Ash Arrow. So when that cleanses up, their ability to hold waves while Fiora split pushes is actually pretty solid.
True.
If the mid turret stays up and we can't see the teleport flanks from Faker like in game 1, that should be the big objective for Samsung, is keeping this mid lane turret up as long as possible.
You know, the other thing to consider here is that Duke, you know, has had to build a lot of armor against Kuve's Fiora, and so that means that Crown, like we saw in that last fight, able to do a lot of damage to him. Faker comes in onto Crown, forcing the flash as Bengi looks for that knockup. So one summoner down for SKTelecom.
Objective to take in the bot side of the map. Again, they really want this mid lane turret. But the hold and the pathing from Ambition has been good. You can see the turret basically at 90% HP.
Yeah.
Duke wants to get frisky here.
Does he now?
They have Ash Arrow and, of course, the parallel convergences. Yep, just a zoning hold.
Yeah, just going for the wave clear. And that's going to prevent the dive from SKTelecom. Faker's still using his shield to do some damage to the turret.
I've never seen the Victor ult be used with no intention of hitting a minion wave, but with the changes you can do that.
Oh, Bengi onto Ruler. Ruler arcane shifts away. Remember, he has no flash right now. Still has that summoner heal, but it's not going to be enough. Doesn't even bother popping it. He knew he was going to go down. And SKT just finds another pick. And that's been a problem for Samsung.
Yeah, the teleport from Cuve was actually really bad. There was no chance he'd get there fast enough. He obviously didn't respect the fact that 3 members could be roaming there, so no way for him to force anywhere near an even trade. So that's another summoner wasted on the side of Cuve.
Yep.
It's pretty aggressive, remember.
Yeah,
Fiora's backing at this point.
This is a classic Ambition here. Going into enemy jungle. He gets away with it. He takes the red buff. But that's a situation where we've seen Ambition die a lot in the past.
Wait, Bengi has a Tiamat.
Whoa.
He's actually building damage on this. He's going to go for the Titanic Hydra. He doesn't have a Sight Stone on Rek'Sai at 21 minutes.
I like it. He's getting aggressive. He's changing it up.
This is literally never happened before. He has no Sight Stone and no Tracker's Knife. Bengi's going damage.
Our little jungler is growing up. He's going damage.
Ah, yes, the little jungler evolving after 2 world championships.
Yep. 2 wasn't enough. He's got to find his final form for the 3rd.
Didn't catch who got the smite there.
I believe it was Ambition.
That makes sense. Yes, smite on cooldown.
Yep, I think he got it. And Dragon back up in 40 seconds. But again, it's another Cloud Drake, so who really kills? Oh, Ruler caught again. There's the Arcane Shift. Flashes. That summoner's down again. Nice Aqua Prison by Ruth. Wraith comes in to try to save him. And Bengi, ooh, wow, taking a bit of damage.
See, Bengi's not used to being forced to turret dive with damage. If that was Sightstone Bengi, you don't even consider going for the turret dive. But
I realized that I tried to say Ruler and Wolf at the same time, and it said Roof. That didn't work. I guess if Bengi knocks up Ruler, he raises a Roof then. Saved it. There we go.
Oh boy.
Oh bang. But I mean, that's another, both summoners down for Ruler, and he has had a really hard time farming at this point. He just can't go forward. Ambition forced to flash away from that one.
Flash is getting blown left, right, and center. Cuve has his teleport back in about 25 seconds.
Yeah.
No one spotted the pink wards. That's a bit of extra vision for Samsung.
Suppose.
Interesting to watch these trades in top lanes pre-Black Cleaver, but you can see Cuve's health bar seems to be going faster down than Duke.
Oh yeah, no kidding. Duke actually doing really well against Cuve, getting the flash, and
Oh,
Duke takes
boy.
him out 1v1. That Fiora, or that Echo rather, doing work on the Fiora.
Gone full armor build, even gone for the Ninja Tabi, and allows him to get the solo kill. Cuve didn't find a time to shop because he didn't have Black Cleaver Gold. On the other side of the map, it's going to be Dragon over to SKT.
Yeah, that's their second Cloud Drake, and oh, I didn't see what the next one was. Oh well. Ooh, Faker getting hit, taking a lot of damage actually. There's a shield, dodges a true shot barrage. Wolf helping him stay alive with just a little bit more speed boost and health from that Nami. Wraith looking for Faker.
Yeah, Duke this whole time was just wailing away on the inner turret. Didn't get a lot of damage on him. We can't actually confirm the value just yet. Nope, scoreboard's going to cover that.
Oh well. SKT coming in. Ruler takes a big shot. There's the Ash Arrow. Can they capitalize? Nice block on the tidal wave from Wraith, but Ruler is so low. He'll survive, but just barely. Ambition getting the kill onto Wolf. In response, that's a double kill for Ambition now. And SKT diving a little bit too deep there. Whoops.
Bengi's play with Titanic Hydra is hilarious because you can see that he knows he needs to be more aggressive than he usually is, but he's baiting himself into really bad scenarios.
He's like, this is where I fight now.
This is what the damage junglers do. I will copy them.
That's right. I must go and kill them. But it was a great arrow for Bang, threading the needle, and that block from that block on the tidal wave from Bengi or from Wraith rather really turned it around.
Oh, Bengi, never change. He's trying to change, but never change.
He's doing good. It's cute.
Hey, Cuvée.
Yeah. Cuvée looking okay on that Fiora, unless it's a 1v1 against Duke.
The items just pile on now. Able to build magic resist Duke, because he already has his armor core down. And there's no one really to tank the frontline damage from
Here
Faker.
we go. Duke coming in, TPing in behind Ruler, and again, Ruler with no summoners, just had Arcane Shift. The arrow misses. Doesn't matter. And another kill for Bang as Duke keeps him slowed up with the parallel convergence. Keeps him stunned. Bengi's like, I have to fight. I have to clear the minions. Maybe we've finally seen the rookie tendencies show for Ruler in what is now his 10th game at the competitive level, because he's been shadowed by SKT. Wherever he's gone, we've seen multiple members rotate through that lane and pick him off. You usually think it's the Fiora that gets shadowed, but it's been all about the Ezreal. Oh, Cuvée takes out the turret, pops the grand challenge on the Bengi. Here comes Duke. Can he save his jungler? He can. Bengi stays alive. Duke barely getting there in time, but I think you're right about Ruler. I mean, he's been such a great AD carry, but SKTelecom have definitely employed the pick on the new guy strategy in this game, and it shows. Ruler's been caught many times.
Every time he looks for farm, because remember, he's 50 CS behind his opponent, so he's been rotating to find farm to stay competitive. It's just the SKT knows that. So the next step is to be to head him off wherever he enters lane.
Yeah.
And result has been a growing CS discrepancy, and wherever Duke goes seems to turn to gold this season, as he looks really good. Getting a solo kill in an unfavored matchup, a considered counter matchup of the Echo.
Oh, we've seen this before. Faker chase out of lane by the Chaos Storm. Wolf there to save him.
It's surprising how effective the opening with Chaos Storm has been
working.
working.
Oh, True Shot Barrage! Nearly kills Faker. Ruler, I mean, you can talk about this guy being a rookie, but he is on point when it comes to those ultimates.
I mean, his teamfight mechanics have been outstanding. It's just getting caught around the map. It's just the sort of stuff you can't practice in solo queue. It's those team macro rotations where he's been caught out a little bit this game.
Very true. All right, they do get the mid lane turret there as well. And SKTelecom has still not been able to get it on the Samsung side.
Or to grow any semblance of a gold lead. It's 1,200 gold, which, again, not a big story at 27 minutes. The Drakes, there are 3 of them, 2 of them to SKT, but they are Cloud Drakes, so once again, non-combat related stats.
Oh, arrow onto Wraith. Gets blown up. There it is, and Duke coming in from behind. Duke picks up that kill in the end. There's the tidal wave forcing the flash out of Crown. SKTelecom, they really want this mid lane turret. They will take it.
The Ashe is such a great answer to something like a Fiora, because Fiora wants to split push, and they've got the engage they need from the AD carry role.
Yeah.
And it's allowing them to force things where other teams kind of had to watch as Fiora took turrets.
A cocoon on the Bengi. He's going to cancel the recall from Bang as he turns around to try to help out his jungler.
In the very near future, we need to see a tipping point where Cuvée is able to 1v1 this Echo, because if it doesn't happen, he's going to team fight worse than a Fiora, than an Echo. That's just the reality of the Fiora pick. And the 4-1 strategy goes out the window, and suddenly SKT really have the measure of this game.
Yep.
So right now, Duke's deciding it for the side of SKT.
Well, Bang's Ash Arrow almost back up again. Looks like he's going to recall first.
Feels like you have to get QSS on multiple members of the 4-man crew. Obviously not Crown as he has Cleanse, but QSS is the only way that this 4-man group can actually push. Otherwise, they just kind of have to watch and respect the arrow from Bang.
Well, they're pushing now. Here comes Bang, though. They do have to back away, you're right. Duke looking like he wants to come in from the side. Couldn't find the angle. Good zone from Crown on that gravity field to keep him out. Now the recall from Cuvée. Let's see what he buys. 30 seconds until the next dragon, and or Drake rather, and We don't know which one that is yet.
Right? Unlikely to be the Cloud Drake. So
You say that, but
I'm hopeful, Doa.
we'll see. We'll see.
Karma just split pushing in top. Both teleports are up for SKTelecom.
And pings go down from Samsung. They really want this next Drake, whatever it is.
Gonna be the Bloodthirster. So sticking with the same build as Cuvée.
Yep. That's right.
Look at the damage just from one single E from Duke.
I know. Cuvée, I mean, he's gone pure damage, like we said on that Fiora, so.
But what do you achieve if you have to hang back the moment that the champion that you so-called counter enters lane? It just doesn't have pressure, which is 2 levels behind, so
that
bit understandable.
That is an Infernal Drake. And there's the arrow onto Ambition. SKTelecom wants to engage here. Ruler chased away by Bengi. Duke there as well. Ruler just continuously on the defensive. Nice tidal wave comes through. Oh, it only hits Ruler, though. I thought it was going to get a lot more, but they got a lot of summoners out of Samsung. The poke on the AD carry may be enough, and this Infernal Drake is huge. A big damage boost for SKTelecom. Faker just distracted people in the mid lane. Nice play from Crown, and Faker will get taken out, but I'd say that's worth it. They just got the Infernal Drake.
Unless, of course, they can take a Baron off the back of this, Doa.
Yeah, that's true. They may be able to. The death timers are above 40 seconds right now.
Looks like, given that they've meandered for the first few seconds, that's not going to happen. So as you say, Infernal Drake for 1 pick, not massive for the side of Samsung. The big story, though, is Cuvée wasn't at the fight. It was another 5v4 that didn't get a lot for SKT, but Cuvée hasn't been split pushing and he hasn't been impacting fights. So that lets you know that at the moment he's been pretty anonymous on this Fiora.
Right. And so, SKT, the slightly bigger gold lead, but really not much of one at all. It's been, you know, almost, I would say, a closer game than game 1.
Have to agree. Will the Bloodthirster be the tipping point where Cuvée can actually apply pressure to Duke, or will just getting to the same level, it's worth noting he's been a level to 2 levels behind consistently, be enough for him? He's not going to show. He's very overextended this one. He's bringing Elise over. Can they 2v1 this Echo?
I think they might be able to, yeah. Duke playing with fire here. And it is a 2v1. They're going to try to make a play. Duke, though, just backing into that parallel convergence. Yep, just good zoning, and you really can't engage on that.
Yeah, the moment the Cocoon goes wide, there's no way for them to look for even the world's most optimistic attempt to chase down the kill onto this Echo.
Very true. Well, there's a grand challenge from Cuvée. He's just going to go for the 1v1. Duke can still ultimate. He can still ult back to gain a bit of health, but it looks like he's just going to run away.
Yeah, both players had Flash available, so Flash was down on Duke. Maybe you take it.
No recall. Now he's going to try it. SKT milling around that Baron, though. They've got the teleport if they need to bring Duke in.
Duke kept everything available, has teleport himself. Cuvé's going to back. Remember, if he does teleport into a fight, he's still about 20 seconds away from Grand Challenge.
Yeah.
The map pressure this Karma pick brings, and the moment she exits a lane, walks in, you don't want to face check her damage. That allows Bengi to continue to get really good ward control.
Very true.
Note down this game as a timestamp. It's 30+ minutes in, and Bengi still doesn't have a Sightstone or a Tracker's Knife.
Wow. Super aggro Bengi. I like it.
Battle Bengi.
Battle Bengi, right. He is the Battle Ward now. Battle Ward 2.0.
He has the highest First Blood participation in the league.
Yeah.
So his bloodthirstiness has been noted already.
Well, it's weird. We see Peanut only building Tracker's Knives and Sightstones, and then we see Bengi, the one getting aggressive now.
It's a weird and wonderful world we live in.
Wow, SKTelecom, there's no vision right now for Samsung, so they are going for this Baron. And so far, Ambition checks it, gets caught with the Ash Arrow right away. Ruler goes away right into Duke. Duke with the parallel convergence, a huge stun, and SKTelecom may have found their fight. Ruler backs away, Duke gets the kill anyway. Bengi backs off for a moment with the grand challenge on him, and Duke is just wrecking people in the back lines. Run, Crown. No, it's too late. Double kill for Duke, and SKTelecom should be able to claim an early Baron now.
And Duke took so long to warm up to SKT. He had a pretty poor start to the spring season, but he is going wild in summer. His KDA is super impressive, was 19.3, highest in the league coming into this game. Only died 3 times, added a couple more deaths, but he is deciding this game, whereas Cuvée has just been on the fringes, trying to get a look in. No looks past Duke.
Yeah. Easy Baron taken for SKTelecom. No opposition at all. Let's watch that fight again.
Again, Duke's the big story here. So he just walks in. This isn't a teleport engage. Parallel converges in such a beautiful area, gets the stun onto Ruler, who heals, will eventually get away. Ults back in for damage, does Duke, chases onto Ruler, that part's great, but the second parallel convergence is also in a wonderful spot. He allows everyone to kite back, he knows how tanky he is, continues to control space. Duke decided that fight, he was in the position, remember he'd roamed down just to allow him to get there faster than the Fiora. Beautiful to watch.
Yeah, 5-1-4 on that Echo now. Came into this match with a really high KDA, and looks like he's probably going to keep it. And Kuve, I mean, this Fiora, as they hand over the red buff to, or the blue buff rather, the Faker, this Fiora, again, you know, we see it used by Samsung, and it's just not working.
I think the Fiora is a good champion. I think there's a way to make this Fiora comp work. It's just, you didn't feel like Samsung rotated around their split push advantage like SKT rotated around getting Duke a big CS advantage in game one. All that play was ordered. All of it made sense. Applying pressure, opening up turret dives. That's a playstyle that could have happened. It's why I wanted to see Ezreal in the bot lane with Tia, Braum, and
here we go. Ultimate onto Ambition, gets knocked up by the Aqua Prison as well. Wraith defensively using the Braum ultimate, but he does not make it out. That's an easy turret take. Now for SKTelecom, I think the snowball may have begun to roll a bit too fast for Samsung to stop now.
It's a team effort to set up Fiora's split pushing success, and they did not get a team effort from them, and now look at Duke, he's just added a Guardian Angel casually.
Yep, pretty much, and Bengi just casually takes that tier 2 turret in top lane. SKTelecom looking like they are getting ready to end this one.
We'll continue. Duke can just walk forward. No one can go anywhere near him.
That's right.
It's going to be the mid lane inhibitor for SKT.
Yep.
Wraith's back up now.
And what do you do? I mean, it was a good attempt by Samsung. They really actually performed pretty well today, but SKTelecom just looking, once again, so unstoppable. You really wonder when this team is ever going to run out of momentum.
The worrying thing is that if you summarize this series to someone who didn't watch it, you know, if you're familiar with this and you're like, okay, what happened in this series? You're like, well, Samsung tried their 1-2 punch. They tried late game team fight, and then they tried Fiora split push. Those are the two strategies they've shown so far in Champion Summer, and both of them were found wanting.
Yeah, very true. And I think if you're Samsung, you may have to go back to the drawing board and think of a couple new things here. Bang just grabs that red buff. He's in a ward, though. Not anymore, but a little bit risky. And there goes the inhibitor turret, already very low.
Lane matchups or lane counts don't matter when there's so many items piled onto Duke.
Yep. Oh, arrow onto Ambition. A nice pick yet again from SKTelecom, and they can just bounce right back and take the Elder Dragon if they want to. Duke looping around from behind, doing some decent damage. But I think they may want to fight this and end it right here. There's the tidal wave going through the middle of everything. Ruler zoned out by it. Duke on top of him already. Crown does not survive very long, and both carries taken out almost immediately by SKTelecom. And with the death timers the way they are, I think this is going to be the end of the game.
They don't have a minion wave in mid, so they actually kind of have to back away. They're distracted between finishing mid, bot lane inhibitor turret, and going mid.
Wow. All right, Kuve going back in, flashes back onto Bang, looking for the kill, but Bang responds with that damage from that Ashe. And it's a bit too much for Kuve to handle. Looks like they don't want to end it just yet. I don't know, I feel like they might be able to when that next minion wave comes in. Ambition coming up in 4. He's not a big threat, though, on that Elise.
Kuve flashed in to kill Bang, hoping that'll be enough to stop the game ending, but doesn't look like it was.
I don't think so, man. Ambition caught yet again, knocked up by the Rek'Sai. There goes Nexus Turret 1. There goes Nexus Turret 2. And so, the two undefeated teams meet, and in the end, unsurprisingly perhaps, SKTelecom gets another 2-0.
Sadly, it's become increasingly an LCK Summer special. Build up a team with a head of steam beating other teams around the league to face SKT, and then SKT knocks them down. They even let Samsung grab their greatest hits of their 8-0 run, the Fiora split push comp and a very solid team fight comp, and neither of them were good enough. Love the change to the mid lane picks, specifically the Karma, which gave them so much mobility. Faker made it work as he always does, and Samsung, as you said, needs to go back to the drawing board because what they had was good enough to beat other teams, but not good enough to beat SKT.
I mean, what do you do? It's this SKTelecom team. It's not that other teams in Korea are bad. We know they're not. We saw how KT and the Tigers did at Worlds last year. They were great too. But SKTelecom has been on another level here in Korea for so long. Truly An amazing run for this organization, and they don't look like they're going to be slowing down anytime soon.
That's why when they made those ominous words, oh, we're not really ready for summer, you know, we've had less time to practice, you took it with a grain of salt. Should have been a kilo salt, I guess. And
a truckload of salt, man, for sure.
It's not really much more to say. SKT on another level to Samsung, on another level to the LCK, and increasingly on another level to the other teams in the world.
I will say, though, despite the 2-0, that's probably the most any team has made SKTelecom work for a win in a while.
I mean, 2 games, 25 minutes in, it was 1,000 gold lead between the two. So you have to respect what Samsung was able to do. It's just not enough to actually move the needle at all. The needle's very much still laser pointed to SKTelecom.
The other thing, too, about SKT that's made them so good for so long is this is a team that when they sense weakness at any point in the game, they will strike so hard and so fast and punish you so much that they can close out games like nobody else. Duke getting the MVP for game number 2.
Played very, very well. Had a lot of pressure. Got a solo kill against a Fiora, but SKT, honestly, their big adaptation in summer has been about setting Duke up to succeed. It's not something they did. They kind of left him on an island in spring season, but now that he's been there for a season, they've really been Duke focused, and he's putting up the numbers to really justify it, because in so many games he has either dominated in a 1v1 matchup or just taken over team fights with the item advantage that SKT have set him up to do so.
Really have. And Cuvée, you know, trying his best to make this Fiora work, but in the end, this was not enough. Look at that. Just a great duel from Duke.
This isn't even his meta, Doa.
No.
Carry meta's coming soon, and
I know.
Duke was, if nothing else on Najin, an amazing laning top laner, and laning times are coming. It's going to be Jax versus Irelia. It's going to be explosive duels in the top lane, and always bet on Duke.
And you know, also think about Bengi, just when you think he's done. You know, it's like, okay, he's had a great career. It's starting to wind down now. Nope, comes back, plays Kindred, looks great. I guess Bengi's back.
I want someone to go back and work out the last time Bengi won an entire series without building a Sightstone. It would have been a while ago.
I think so, maybe before Sightstones existed. Well, it's time for an MVP interview, and Joel will be translating for us. Take it away.
Thank you. I'll start the interview as soon as they start.
Oh, well, I see. How about now?
This is the second match of the day with SKTelecom versus Samsung. Very significant win for SKTelecom, beating another undefeated team, beating Samsung to get their win. Give it a round of applause to 2 MVPs today. Bang, Duke, congratulations on the win.
저희 1위 팀이었는데
Samsung was the first place team right before we went into this match, and we thought a lot about this match, but we did surprisingly well. I really didn't expect to win today, but we won. There was a time when our team condition wasn't as high as we wanted, and we were kind of worried about that, but I was surprised that we got a win. Duke, getting the sideline performance on the top lane to get an edge on your opponent was important. Were you satisfied with your performance? On the second game, just getting a death against Victor, other than that, I was pretty satisfied with my performance. Ben, you came up with pretty surprising picks today with picking champions that you haven't shown before, with Jin and Ashe. Did you have a strategy behind those picks today? Well, with Jin, I took a time to practice it after MSI, and I figured out the strengths of the champion, and I took a lot of time investing time to figure out the champion. They banned out Israel's Severe and just focused on the ADC champs, and I was kind of surprised by that. I was kind of shocked. I really thought about what kind of champions I should pick to counter that. And Jin was something that I came up with, and that's what I went with. And a lot of people don't know that I've been playing with Jin in solo rank for a while, and getting a lot of confidence from that champion was enough for me to pick the champion today.
새로운 챔프가 나왔다 뭐 이런 생각은 없었어요.
And I didn't necessarily think it was a new champion for me.
중에 와, 이렇게 잘하는 지는 진짜 오랜만에 보죠.
A lot of people are saying that your gym performance was unrivaled, where they haven't seen such gym performance in a while. What was your comments on that?
고급스러운 멘트를 해주셨네요.
제가 좀 그런 게 그냥 날씨가 이제 좀 저녁이 되고 하니까
I kind of see the weather as the my performance. Where the weather's good, my performance gets better.
플레이 장면 또 준비가 되어 있거든요. 잠깐 보면
There's a scene from the game, and let's watch it and talk further. I think the timing on these individual plays was minute perfect, and all these picks, when they connected, it really connected to just the overall win. But all these individual micro plays is something that we have to keep out for. We really focus on getting CC on, getting the stuns right, and those connections really helped us get a good result.
SKT가 사용했던 뭐 미드 카르마라든가 뭐 이런 진이나 뭐 이런 것들을 옆에서 볼 때도 진짜 잘한다라고 느끼고
Duke, when you looked at those picks that your teammates picked with mid Karmas and mid ADC Jin, what do you how do you rate those plays? Sorry? I think they did really well.
사실 오늘 경기 있기 전까지 페이커 선수 승률이 1승 2패로 좋진 않았거든요. 그리고 미드 카르마의
We were kind of worried about Faker's performance with recent performance that we have seen from him, but with top solo laners, there's something that we need to worry about. What do you think about that? There was a time I faced the Karma in solo rank, and seeing the strength of the shield that she has, it was something that we kept in mind.
앞두고 뭐 여러 가지 선수들만의 스토리도 많았지만 뱅 선수의 경우도 상대 룰러 선수가 예전 아이디 벙이었던 시절에 뭐
There was a lot of story going behind pre-match with Ruler having a username called Bung, which is very similar to your name. And is there anything that you thought about that?
인터뷰 하실 때 한번 물어봐 주셨었는데
There was a time where I took a look at the interview when Ruler mentioned me, and I took in mind, and I really was nervous going into the match against a really good ADC.
룰러 선수 굉장히 잘했는데
And I really do appreciate his plays, and I respect his plays, and I really think he's a great ADC, and I'll further respect it.
어쨌든 결론은 뱅 선수가
And the conclusion is that Ruler is good? Yeah, that's all I'm saying. I think Ruler is a really fantastic ADC.
면이 조금 있었다고 생각해요.
There was an experience issue where, if you get more experience, he'll make better plays overall, but and getting caught off in the middle of the game was some examples of that.
콜했는데 저거 밀면 좀 위험한데 저거 잡으러 가자.
And I made those specific calls where Ruler was pretty far deep, pushing the lanes, and I called that he shouldn't be this far, and I think we can cut him off right here. And that's some of the things that I mentioned, and we got some good cut-offs of Ruler on the second match.
그런 부분들이 좀 아쉬웠어요. 나머지는
And other than that, I think he's a fantastic player.
역시 원딜러의 입장을 이해하는
저희 팀 스타일이랑 또 다를 수 있는 거기 때문에
It might be just a difference in team strategies that Samsung has, but overall, I had a good view of his plays.
슬라이더 합류나
그렇죠. 예.
여러 가지 한타구도 스플릿 구도 이런 거에 대한 서로 뭐 아쉬운 장면, 멋진 장면도 나왔었는데 탑솔로가 그럼 생각
There were a lot of really good plays and mix of good and bad plays that we saw from today's game. What are some of your comments?
예전에는 좀 부족했던 측면도 있지만 요즘은 엄청 잘 쓰시잖아요. 합류도 되게 잘하시고.
You kind of go in well when team fight starts to occur, and you join in really fast. And what are some of the things that you can say about that? Every time I made a mistake, people kept criticizing me, my teammates and my coaches criticizing me, and those things helped. I really don't want to comment further.
엄한 누군 것 같습니다. 네, 그러면 두 번째 경기에서
In the second match,
좀 격차를 크게 벌리지 못하고
you guys didn't have a really big difference in between the team advantage that you guys had.
팀에 대한 판단은 팀 차원에서 어떻게
How do you rate the overall flow of the game?
그 아마 빅토르가 좀 1차 타워를 좀 오랫동안 지켰거든요.
Victor kept the first mid turret for a very long time, longer than we expected.
유리한 상황인데도 많이 못 불렸던 것 같고
And we had many opportunities to get ahead, but we didn't.
저희 조합
and our team comp was focused on getting victory early, and we weren't able to accomplish that.
그냥 사이드 라인 움직이는 식으로
So we kind of changed plans to move to the sidelines and try to get an advantage on those lanes,
기다리면서 그런
and try to wait for objectives to come to us, and we can take advantage one at a time. And those are the plans that worked out for us.
생각은 하신 건가요?
유리하다고는 생각을 안 했던
Did you
것
think you were
같아요.
always ahead?
팀 콜이
I never really thought that we were really ahead most of the game, and we were trying to do the little things to get us just a little bit ahead to carry out through the end of the game.
압박이 좀 있었던 것 같아요. 근데
And there was a lot of pressure from the opposition, but talking about the overflow of the game, I never felt like we had a big lead on them.
한번 그 장면 빼고는 네. 그런 점에서 이어지는 게 사실 피오라를 막 솔로 킬내고 그 피오라
There was a time where you made solo kills against Fiora with Echo.
중에 혹시 뭐딱 피오라 에코 구도에 대한
With the matchup against Fiora and Echo, what are some of the thoughts that you had going into the match?
말씀 부탁드릴게요.
제가 생각할 때 피오라 에코 구도는 에코가 좀 더 유리하다고.
What I think about Fiora and Echo is that Echo is a little bit better, personally, that I think.
후반 가면은
And when we get to the late game, Fiora, I can't block a Fiora in the late game, but trying to get an early advantage is important, and that's what I did.
혹시 그 경기 장면이 지금 준비가 되어 있을까요?
There's another highlight from the match that we can look at, and let us look at it and talk about it further.
이 장면이었죠. 이 장면
And this was it.
사실 피오라가 기가 좀 꺾이지 않았을까라는 생각이
And I think this was a real decisive moment when Fiora totally lost her confidence, getting that solo kill against Echo.
저렇게 가면 이길만 한가요?
Yeah, after getting that solo kill, did you have much more confidence going in?
까지는 계속 이길 수도 있다고 생각해요.
As long as you do what you're supposed to do with Echo, I think you can get ahead and keep that lead tagged until the end of the game.
잘 알겠습니다. 그러면 이제 마지막으로 뱅 선수가 대표.
Lastly,
현재 이제 전승으로 분위기 굉장히 좋잖아요.
you guys have a really good winning streak going on. Tell us about the rest of the goals that you have for the season.
저희 항상 응원해 주셔서 감사하고
We thank the fans for always cheering us on. And
너무 뭐 덤덤한가요?
아니요 덤덤한 것보다는 이제 좀 약간 익숙해진 것 같아서
yeah, I think I'm just making the same comments every week, but
일일이 다 감사드리기가 좀
I can't thank all the people individually, but I really do want to say thank you for all the fans cheering us on all the time.
계속 응원해 주세요.
And we just want you to keep cheering us on. Thank you.
알겠습니다. 오늘 경기 승리한 SKT
This is SKT getting the victory, and the interview's over. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks for the translating, Joel. And SKT, man, 2-0 over Samsung.
SKTelecom.
I thought it was going to be, I thought it was going to be a 2-0 coming into this. And not just because I'm hugely biased for SKTelecom, because I am. But also when you look at it objectively, too. Samsung's really good, but SKT just has this thing. I don't know what it is, but they use it to beat everybody. Samsung made it look competitive, though, at least.
Another season, another meta, same as the old season, same as the old meta. SKTelecom reigns supreme, undefeated even in game score, let alone match score.
Yeah.
Right up the top, and everyone else just nipping at their ankles and trying to catch up, and it's going to take a while, I think, even with Samsung having an impressive first 5 games, just nothing to be able to take down SKT T1.
I think we're in for a really competitive season, though. It should be very cool. I mean, Samsung, below Samsung, Jin Air, KT, Rocks Tigers, even Africa, all have chances to move up. Even teams like MVP and maybe even Ever.
I mean, the exciting thing for us, let's look at the schedule first. SKT versus MVP was alluded to before. I have to think it's going to be another extension for SKT, but maybe Beyond can show us something new again.
I think they're going to be 10-0 on Monday. And then on Tuesday, Jin Air Green Wings versus the Africa Freaks. That might be interesting, but Jin Air with a good chance to move up to 4-1 themselves. Then on Wednesday, Rocks Tigers versus CJ Entis. Should be a good opportunity for Rocks Tigers to extend their win streak. Samsung versus Longju. And then Africa Freaks versus ESC Ever on Thursday.
Samsung coming off a loss, Longju coming off their first victory. I'm not going to say it's going to be a Longju victory, but I think it could be a closer series than on first inspection.
That's right. And then finally, on Friday, Jin Air Green Wings versus SKTelecom T1. That might be a good one. Jin Air, another team that could possibly give SKTelecom a little bit of trouble. And then Rocks Tigers versus Longju, probably another soft match for the Tigers.
Have to expect so. Again, no one ever knows with Longju. They came off a series win. Will they be the same roster? Will they be good?
Yeah.
We'll find out by the end of next week. But one more match day to talk about on Saturday.
A lot of games. Actually, the same games as normal. It's a lot of days. ESC Ever versus KT Rolster on Saturday, followed by CJ Entis versus Samsung. A nice soft match for Samsung to end the week with, and KT Rolster, we'll see what Ever can do against them.
But the big story, though, is we're moving to 6-11. We're moving to a top carry meta.
That could
Some
change
teams
things.
desperately want a new meta. I think Rox Tiger's looking at it and being like, Smeb, we've got some champions for you to carry with. He was always an Aurelia player. Other teams like Samsung were looking great on 6.10. Will they move to 6.11 as well? This patch really does shape the meta, so it'll be interesting to see if any teams can rise as that champion pool really does change.
Sure, that's a good point, and it's going to be interesting to see. The new meta, the new 6-11, is going to really shake things up a little bit. I think it's going to be good for some teams, not so good for others. We'll have to wait and see. Thanks for watching LCK Summer this week, guys, here on OGN. We'll be back. Well, I won't be back. I'll be gone next week, but everybody else will take care of you. Make sure you watch a lot of League. See you then.